By now, I'm sure you've heard or seen the viral knitting craze for the emotional support chicken. Now, the emotional support chicken is a pattern by Annette Corsino. Yes, just checking I pronounced that right. Which is a pattern for a very cute, stuffy, plushy, whatever you want to call it, in the shape of a chicken. They're really endearing. It looks like a really sweet project to knit. I thought to myself as I saw these popping up, where have I seen this before? And as usual in my case, the answer is the 1940s. So during World War II in Britain, and I'm sure in other parts of the world, children's toys were incredibly difficult to come by. They weren't rationed exactly, but as most consumer production was focused on the war effort, nobody was really making children's toys because the resources were diverted to more urgent things. So as a result, there was a lot of patterns published during that time for homemade toys. And this was true of not just knitting, of sewing, but also woodworking, paper crafts, all these sorts of things. And I have one in my collection, which is part of a series, but I don't know if you can see him there. It's a little duck. I know it's not quite a chicken, but he's called Douglas the duck, but he is very similar in construction to the original emotional support chicken. And as my thing on this channel is generally to do 1940s versions of trends, I think I'm going to make one. So for Douglas the duck, I need a pair of number 12 needles, which is 2.75 millimeter. It says I need 3/4 of an ounce of Sirdar Majestic wool 4-ply in white and 3/4 of the same in yellow. A needle full of black wool for the eye, a small piece of yellow felt for the beak, and a yard of ribbon to match the felt, plus 1/4 of a pound of kapok for the stuffing. I looked it up. Kapok or kapok, I'm not sure of the pronunciation, is a natural form of toy stuffing which was generally used before the invention of polyester toy stuffing. I'm hoping I have yarn in the stash for this, so this can be a stash busting project. So let me get the yarn box down and we'll see what we're working with. I'm really glad I didn't film that because that was not very elegant. But anyway, let's have a look. Stitched together hexie puffs. Now, I do have this yellow 4-ply, and this is Millamia Naturally Soft Sock, something like that. And I bought this for my 3-ply yarns experiment, and I couldn't get it to 8 stitches per inch tension, which you generally need for 3-ply. As I need 4-ply, I could use this, but it's sort of the wrong yellow. It's quite mustardy, and it's not quite right for a duck. And I have about 250 grams of this, so it does feel like maybe there's a better use for this. What else have we got that's 4-ply? Well, I have all my shades of red and pink that I bought for the Victorian shawl that I haven't used, but I don't think that's going to be quite right for a duck. 3/4 of an ounce, that's 21 grams. I've got this vintage Shetland. That's quite duck-like. Don't think I've got enough of those oddments though, and I definitely don't have any white. Let's see what else I've got in the Shetland box. I think I've got a plan. I was trying to find more of my Shetland yarn, but this is all I've got left. I was really surprised, but that's it. I had a big box full and these are what I'm down to. I've decided I'm going to do a little bit of sort of striping, so I'm going for more realistic duck colours. This is actually 2-ply, so I'll have to double strand that, but I think it's going to work. So the green will be the head, and then there'll be a collar of white, and then some stripes of brown to give it a nice duck-like effect. So in typical vintage knitting pattern style, this pattern, which could quite easily be made in the round using shaping, is knit flat in pieces and then seamed up. There's no diagrams. Didn't know what the pattern pieces, if you like, looked like, so I have made myself on my iPad, not that you can see it, a little diagram of the shape of all the pieces, and that's meant I can plan where I want to do my colour changes a bit better. It has you start with what they call the breast, but I think that's actually the bottom of the duck. You can kind of see he's got a slightly different colour bit there. I think that's what they're talking about. And for that, I am going to use a combination of these two, my 2-ply alpaca and my vintage Shetland. But yes, I've got lots of little bits to make. I might need an emotional support chicken after this project. So So this is the first half about of the breast, as in the bottom of the duck, and I've just tied on 2 strands of my darker brown, and I'm going to start doing some stripes before I change to a solid brown section for the other half. So I've finished the breast of the duck, which looks like this, sort of teardrop shape, is naturally rolling in half, so that's good. Where I had to double up the alpaca, which was too thin to knit on its own, it's now too thick compared to the Shetland yarn down here. But I don't mind that, and it doesn't seem to have greatly thrown out the size. The tension is about the same, you know. Just makes it quite difficult to knit because it is so dense. But we're working with what we've got with stash busting, and these are the sort of things you have to put up with. So the next part is the sides, and I'm a little bit confused about the shaping. I've got my schematic, and I'm going to start with my dark brown and do some stripes, and hopefully that will look like the feathers at the end of the tail, which are all sort of multicoloured. How many stitches do I need to cast on? 29. Let's get knitting. 3, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12, 27, 28, 29. All right, and now we knit 2 rows in this dark brown. Oh, it's tight. You know it's bad when it takes you 1.5 minutes to knit 29 stitches. Increase. There we go. I just had a thought. Sorry to ruin the movie magic for you a little bit here, but as you know, I have developed a policy over my 4 years on YouTube: never film the first attempt. So each of these remaining bits of the duck I have to knit 2 of. So I've already knitted a whole lot of them just to figure out how they're made, so I don't do anything stupid and film it and get really frustrated. I've already made my first side with my stripes. Now, if I follow the directions exactly as written, I'll end up with 2 identical pieces, won't I? Which means when I flip one around to be the other side, I'll have my colour changes on the wrong side. So I can either change colour on a different row, but then my stripes might not add up, or I'm going to have to reverse the shaping, aren't I? So when it says decrease at the beginning of the row and increase at the end of the row, I'm going to have to increase at the beginning of the row and decrease at the end of the row, I think. Let's try it and see. So of course now we are unpicking. Oop. So instead of slip slip knitting, I need to increase at this end. Given I've just done a colour change, is a little bit tricky. And so then I want the decrease at this end. Increase next to the edge stitch at the beginning of the row, then knit end. So I knit to the end and then increase. So I've been carrying on with my side of the duck. So you have the point at the top here, which makes the tail, and then you sort of shape in the same direction. And then I changed to the main colour to do the straightish section. You do a series of decreases along the bottom edge, and it quite thankfully tells you this is the bottom edge, which made the whole flipping the shaping thing a lot easier for me to get my head round. So I've knit the main section, and I'm now about to start increasing again for the front half of the duck. So I need to check my colour scheme for when I change colour, but I don't think it's yet. Also, I'm nearly out of this Shetland wool. This was 25 grams and I supposedly needed 3/4 of an ounce. So 25 grams is more than 3/4 of an ounce. And I haven't even done the whole duck in this. So thankfully I have more of this. I think I've got like 5 more skeins or something, but you know we like stash busting. And yes, it said to increase at the start of the row for the next shaping, but of course, because I'm reversing it, I will actually be doing it at the end of the row. I should have put my glasses on. What am I doing? Shaping then at the beginning of the next row, increase 1 stitch, then work 7 rows. So at the end of the row, I'm going to increase. Then work 7 rows without shaping. Okay, I can do that. So, I've made it. I've got my 2 opposite halves of the duck. I managed to figure out the shaping. So I think, if I'm right, yeah, that's the tail. And then the head will go here on top of the brown bit. And then the breast, which I only need one of, goes sort of on the bottom like that. Yes, the stripes don't match up, but oh well. So next I'm on to the wings, and I've got the same issue again. So this is my one I made first. So this one again has one edge with no shaping along the top and then the shaping on the bottom edge. And I need to do the shaping the other way for the other wing, otherwise I'll get the wrong side of the fabric. So we start with, I'm gonna have enough, I hope so. I mean, I've got more yarn, I just don't want to get it off the top of the wardrobe. So we start by casting on 16 stitches. There is something really fun about knitting really tiny little pieces. Or is that just me? So I've knit my first 7 rows of the wing, and then at the end of the row and every following 8th row it says I need to increase. So that means at the beginning of the row I need to increase until there are 19 stitches, keeping one edge straight. Okay, so let me double check. At the end of the row, so I need to do it at the beginning. Okay, here we go. So I've increased and knit straight for a little while, and now I'm having to decrease for the top. So I'm sort of about here before I do the colour change. This is how much yarn I've got. Will I need to crack into another ball? Let's see how we go. So I'm now at the point where I attach the dark brown, and this is how much tan I've got left. I've got 2 rows to do, so I think we're going to be okay. So let's change colour. I've done the same number of rows for each wing, but for some reason this one's a bit longer, and I can only think it's to do with gauge, so oh well. Let's play yarn chicken. Or should I say yarn duck? That was a terrible joke, I'm sorry. Woohoo! Yeah! Finally, a game of yarn chicken that I win. So the next couple of stripes I'm doing in this colour. If you look at a picture of a duck and you look at their wing pattern, they tend to have like a mixture of colours at the end of the wing. So that's what I'm trying to emulate. And we have 2 wings. I really like them, they're really cute. They're a slightly strange shape, and the decreases at the end, the way they wrote it was incredibly confusing, so I kind of did my own thing. Oh well, maybe my wings should have been a little bit longer at the end here, but they're good enough for me. So next we are done with those yarns too. Time to crack out my lovely green merino, which I don't know whether I should have used it on a cuddly duck, but oh well. And the headpiece looks like this. And again, we've got some weird shaping. At one point you cast on, so to reverse it is going to be another lot of concentrating. But to start with, I cast on 20 stitches in the cream. Okay, so for the head, it told me to cast on 3 stitches at the beginning of the row, and that's the row where I've done all my shaping so far. And when I did it for the first version, I made that my colour change row, and I cast on with the green at the beginning of the row. But of course you can't really cast on at the end of a row. You're essentially casting on at the beginning of the next row, really, aren't you? So I think I've done this right. I've knit across with the new colour, and then I'm going to cast on and then work back across. And hopefully I'll end up with my colour change on the right side and the cast on stitches at the right side. And those are the head bits done. They're a weird shape. I'm really not sure how this is going to turn out. And also, my gauge is different. I'm definitely using the right needles, but can you see? One is significantly bigger than the other. And I can only think it's just because it's a different day, different time of day. I'm holding the needles less tightly. I don't know, but that's interesting to see that, really, isn't it? So, I mean, it's not the end of the world. but I'll just sort of might have a slightly wonky head. I haven't decided whether I want to block these bits or not before I sew them up. Instinct's telling me I should, mostly because this brown yarn is kind of grubby. I think it just needs a wash, basically, just to lift a little of the dirt. So I might as well block it. But I'm not doing that today because I'm tired now. I apologise if you can hear the absolute gale howling outside, but it's March, you never know what you're going to get. So I've washed and dried all my pieces. So now I've got my darning needle, I've got my scissors, and it's time to start sewing this into a duck. Sew up the front and tail seams, and also the back of the duck. Okay, I think they want me to like leave a hole for the head, but sew up along the top. Let's give it a go. This is one of those things. I'm gonna really test my sewing up. I'm just over sewing. It's quite visible, but oh well. It's my emotional support duck, and I can forgive myself for messy seams. Today's not a good day, and I had a nap, and now I feel even worse. So that was dumb, wasn't it? But before I try to sleep, I've sewn up the back end, the top edge. I've left a hole for the neck. I've sewn down the front, and then I also sewed this section up. But now I've come to add, not that bit, this bit. I actually think I've sewn too far, and I need to unpick that increase bit, because if I sort of match this up, I can sort of get the increases to line up to there, and then I've got a straight section, and then the increases again, but then do you see how I've sewn that up, and I think that bit should go to there. So I'm going to unpick that last bit and add the breast. So here it is. The bottom is weird. Yeah, I'm not sure. I'm not seeing duck yet. Are you? I also kind of wish I'd put this section on the other way around so that the dark section was here. But I'm not unpicking it now. I'm hoping it will look better with the wings on. Oh yeah, I think that'll look a bit more like it. Anyway, the instructions say to stuff this, then sew up the head, and then sew on the beak. I found a little bit of yellow felt. This is left over from making my owl costume, and then sew the wings on. So I don't know what's the benefit of stuffing it before you sew the wings on. Maybe you get the positioning better. And also it doesn't say how to sew the wings on, but I presume that you sew all the way around them, otherwise they're going to droop. Or like along the top and to here, so that just this bit flaps. Anyway, let's sew up the head first. I'm not getting up just yet. So as I'm sewing up my duck, do you remember earlier I was like, my gauge is really different. Turns out I've done one extra set of decreases. So the reason my gauge is different is because on one half I have 2 fewer stitches. So that's not great. I think the easiest thing is to put the 2 big piece back on the needles and then just do another 2 decreases and then cast off again and then sew it up again. Okay, so I got a little bit carried away and forgot to film, but I have not only sewn on my beak, but stuffed the head and the body. I'll show you in a sec. But sewing on the felt beak with a darning needle and yarn was incredibly difficult. And this is not very securely in there. And I am thinking to myself, I would not be giving this to a small child because they are just going to rip that off. but no small children will ever be coming anywhere near my duck, so that shouldn't be a problem. But yeah, also I've somehow managed to give it their duck looks quite dignified in its beak. Mine's very much screaming. So I keep trying to adjust it and try and make it a little bit more like, there we are, maybe that's a bit better. But yeah, this is very cheap acrylic felt, and I do kind of wish I'd either used a higher quality felt or knitted something. Maybe I'll go back and change it at some point. I also went to embroider the eyes and I realised I don't have any black yarn. None at all. So I do have these plastic safety eyes, which I've used before for amigurumi, but I don't know how I feel about them because they do make it look quite modern and not very vintagey, but it is very vintagey to use what you have. So I think I am going to go with these eventually. Do you want to see this plump duck? Look at that body. And like if I put that there, how cute is that? Oh my God, and I haven't even got the wings on yet. I'm so thrilled with it. I've learnt from experience, really important to really solidly stuff the neck. So she's very soft here. I know I've done the feather pattern of a male mallard. So he's very soft here in the rear and very firm here. So I've only got a few more jobs to do and then it's done. So here he is, my emotional support duck. I'm so pleased with the way he came out. I don't think the bottom looks great. I wish I had done the stripes differently, but I love the wings. I didn't really know how to attach them, and then my mum actually had the suggestion to just attach them at the point here so that they're sort of a bit 3D, and I think that really adds to his character. Like I say, I do think the modern plastic safety eyes make it look much less vintage. But all in all, I'm really pleased with him. His neck is a bit wobbly, despite me stuffing it really well, and I do see on the pattern they say to add a ribbon, and I realise now that's not just decorative, that is to support his floppy head. But I had so much fun making this. It was a really sweet little project. And I must admit, having made this one, I just couldn't help myself. I also made the emotional support chicken. I didn't have any yarn the right weight, so I just used what I had held double to get the roundabout correct gauge. So a lot of this is actually my Shetland odds and ends that I was really surprised I had so few of earlier in the video. But I had some yellow for the beak. I've gone for green stripes, and I've used this yellow colour, which is the same as I used here, to sort of tie it all together. But I must admit, I get it. It's such a sweet little thing to hold. There's something about the shape of it that's just so cuddly. In terms of construction, it's very similar on the bottom in that it's got this sort of teardrop shape. The tail is knit separately, but then you pick up the stitches and knit and do short row shaping to create the body and the head, which I must admit I did prefer to knitting all the fiddly little pieces for this one. But what can I say? This was a really fun, silly little project. I have no idea what I'm going to do with these. They might just sort of become channel mascots and live in the background of videos. Now, if you've been following along with my stash busting journey, which I must admit I have been neglecting the past couple of months, these two projects combined used about 200 grams of yarn. This one was about 65 grams and this one was about 135 grams. However, I'm not sure exactly of the figures because things have gotten really confusing, particularly with all these scraps of yarn. So what I need to do is have a little bit of a stash reset to see where we are. So that's going to be coming next week. And if you have no idea what I'm talking about, you should watch this 6-hour compilation video of my stash busting journey so far so that you're up to date before then. Thanks for watching. See you next time. I have been trying to eliminate my yarn stash now for nearly 2 years. And while that sounds like a long time, when I originally added everything up, I estimated it would take me 5 years to get through it all. But I've gotten to the point now where I've started to lose track of things. I've got lots of leftover odds and ends. I've also fallen off the yarn buying ban a little bit and I've bought more yarn. So it's time for a reset. Today, I'm gonna get everything out, count everything up again, and see where we actually stand. Now, one of the reasons I wanted to eliminate my yarn stash in the first place is because I don't have a lot of space. And while it is now able to fit in 2 plastic boxes, they're really difficult for me to get down, and I'd much rather they would fit in a box under the bed if I could just slide it in and out, because as you will see, this is a bit of a palaver for me. That's the easy one. Oh no, 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 oh no. Okay, okay, okay. It's okay, breathe. We did it. So just like the last time we did this, I am counting my stash in 50-gram balls of wool, and that's just because that's what I typically tend to buy the most of. So I will count up how many complete balls of wool I have, and then I will add up how much my odds and ends weigh, and then divide that number by 50 to see approximately how many balls of wool that's equal to. I'll do the same thing with the yarn cones. I'll weigh the cone, see how much is on there, and then divide it by 50 to see how many equivalent balls of wool it would be. Time to get started. Okay, so I've got sort of a system here. These are my works in progress. Yes, I cut my finger yesterday, not happy about it. In the middle, we've got all the full skeins. So these ones at the front are ones that are from the original stash, I think. And the ones at the back here are recent acquisitions. And then in the boxes is scraps. I found some yarn in the wardrobe I'd forgotten about, which is this British Naturals and this Wendy that I've been meaning to dye for like, oh god, so long, too long now. But I've counted them up and I think I have 41.5, because these are an ounce, so we're rounding a bit, complete balls of wool left over from the original stash. I have included the paint box in that, but if you remember the saga of making this blanket, I did have to buy more. But it's too complicated, so I'm just putting it in this category. In terms of the new acquisitions, I'm not even kidding when I say most of it I've bought in the last few months. So I have 10 skeins of this West Yorkshire Spinners DK Elements, which I have a plan for and I'm hoping to get onto once I finish my current knitting project. I have the 5 balls of wool from the Victorian shawl that went wrong. I have 1 from the Daisy blouse, which is kind of in the work in progress pile, but I haven't cracked into this one yet, so it's going in the stash for now. And then all of these were a birthday present. I can't remember if they were in the original stash or not. I don't think they're in my Ravelry stash, which suggests they weren't. All of those I've bought in the last few months, and they're all 100-gram skeins, so that means it's 2 50-gram balls of wool. So I have 34 of those, including the one for the Daisy blouse. And yes, I'm collecting up the random materials I find around my room, just like last time as well. So now it's on to the weighing marathon. So I realised the easiest way to do this is actually to update my Ravelry as well, because I'm never going to remember all these quantities, which means it's going to be quite a slow process. Let's start with these. Welcome to day 2. I overdid it yesterday and I had to take a break, but I'm back at it at a gentler pace and I've added everything up. I reckon I have 47.25 balls of oddments, 42 full skeins left from my original stash, and 34 new skeins I've bought since, for a total of 123.25 skeins of yarn. And my estimate from the running total, the last count, which includes some things you haven't seen, was 131.5. So I'm not that far off, but I am glad it's less than I expected and not more. Don't know where some of the other things have gone, but oh well. And looking through this, I've come to realise a couple of things about my stash. Some of the odds and ends in here, I've realised I don't want to knit up because I'm saving them for mending. For example, yes, I have a full 50-gram ball of this yarn that I use to make this cardigan, but I also have this little oddment. It's much more useful to use this oddment for ending than to crack into a new ball. And because it's got quite a delicate lace pattern, I anticipate the elbows will go at some point, and so I want to hold on to that yarn so that I can mend it in the future. So I don't think I should count it in my stash. Do you see what I mean? It's not to be used up. Yes, I'm holding on to it, but I'm never going to incorporate it into a future project because I'm saving it deliberately for the purpose of mending. But I also have some things that I'm just going to donate. For example, these. These are double knit. Not that interested in working with double knit. And they're a very toothy, natural British wool from Woolly Knits. And I've been saving it thinking I might do something Victorian with it, you know, knit a Victorian shawl with it or try and make a petticoat or something, because there is quite a lot of it here. But I've had it for nearly 5 years now and I haven't gotten around to it. So that concept, that project obviously isn't working for me, or it might be I just don't want to use this yarn. And it was very cheap. I got it in a COVID sale. So maybe it's 4 years and not 5 years. But anyway, I paid like a couple of quid for it. A lot of people have said to me, like, why don't you just donate the yarn? You know, sunk cost fallacy or whatever. You've already paid for it. That money's already gone. Who cares? But that's the thing. I can't afford to buy more yarn. So what's the point of me donating things I could knit when I can't afford to buy more yarn to knit with? So that idea of, well, the money's already spent has never really worked for me in my stash busting journey. But because I know I got a deal on this, I don't feel as bad about donating it. I also know locally to me, we have a craft charity shop and it's for like a local independent hospice that I already regularly support. So I can afford to make that kind of donation and be fine with it. And that would be 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 skeins of yarn out of my stash. Some other things I want to get rid of. You might recognise the cursed cotton, crochet cotton, from when I tried to make several things with it and it just wasn't working for me. I'm just going to get rid of it. I have other crochet cotton so that if I want to do a crochet cotton project, I could use. I've also got this one, which I've never used because it's too thick, or I think I got this in a charity shop for a couple of quid and I don't know what weight it is. And a lot of the vintage cotton crochet projects I want to do, you have to know the gauge is important and the gauge of the thread is important. And because I don't know what it is and I don't know enough about crochet cotton to figure it out, it's going. You might remember I made all these crochet stars that I don't like, and they've just sort of sat in the box and I've sort of kept them with the idea that I'll frog them and reuse the yarn for something. I do really like this yarn. It's so pretty. What am I going to do with this though? At this point, it's just clutter and I do not have the space in my life for knickknacks. You'll probably tell I'm sort of a very minimalist person when I decorate because I've moved house too many times and I'm traumatized basically. So what am I going to do with these? I don't know. Maybe I'll donate these too, but they need to go. And then I'm not counting them in the stash at the very least. I've just realised I haven't included my crewel embroidery wool, but there's probably 50 grams of it there, so let's just say it's 124. Oh, it's 114 and a quarter now, because I've gotten rid of 10. The crochet cotton was never counted in the original tally, it was only knitting yarns, so nothing comes off the stash total for that. But again, things like this I used to make the green version of jacket 487 that you see me wear a lot, and one of the seams is split, and I keep meaning to mend it. And I need a little bit of yarn for that. So I'm just going to keep this little bit of yarn and put it in. I'm going to make like a mending odds and ends bag. Very 1940s of me. Oh yes, the other thing I want to donate is my leftover paint box cotton. I might keep some odds and ends for mending the blanket, but the full skeins I think I'm just going to donate because I don't want to use this again. Every time I pick it up, I'm taken back to knitting that project and the feel of it, it's so unpleasant to me. I just know I'm not going to make another project with this. So that's another 4. So then we're down to 110. As part of my system, works in progress yarn is not counted in the stash. One of the things I'm working on is the ranunculus, which is using that big cone of blue yarn I bought, which was 500 grams, 10 balls of wool. So that's probably where some of it's gone, but I'm just not going to count that off the stash now when I finish with it because I haven't counted it in the new tally. Does that make sense? So 10 balls of wool gone, kind of. I'm undecided about this, the Naturally Soft sock, because I did consider making a cardigan out of it. I just don't know whether I'm going to have enough. And I also am not sure whether I want a cardigan this colour. But it is sock yarn, so I could knit a whole load of socks with it. I know I've sort of been saving it in the hope that I might be able to use it on my knitting machine, but I haven't been able to get my knitting machine working yet. Well, it works, it's just too difficult for me to operate, it's too stiff, so I need to take everything apart and try and oil it up, which is a big job. So will I be glad I've held on to this? Because I'm gonna have to do a lot of experimenting. You also need a lot of waste yarn when you do machine knitting. So I've talked myself into keeping it. But one of the things I have learnt about myself is that a lot of, like this blue yarn, I've had a project in mind for all this, which is sort of, it's vintage 4-ply. I don't know how old it is. It was in 50 grams, so it's probably like from the 70s. But I've been wanting to make a pair of World War II service stockings from it, which I have a pattern for ages, and I haven't done it simply because it's in skein form and I need to wind it up. And I have realised with my like energy limitations, if you like, I need the lowest barrier to entry as possible. If the pattern for something is in the box under my bed, I'm not going to do it. If the yarn is on top of the wardrobe and I'm not well enough to get it down, it's not going to happen. You see what I mean? So I need to skein up, I need to wind up these skeins so that they're ready to go, and then they might actually get used finally after however long I've had them. 2 years of stash busting at least. So there is something else I want to donate. What did I say we were up to? 110? So these alpaca that I used for my emotional support duck, I did knit my shawl for an art lover shawl from them, and I do really like that shawl. But knitting with this yarn is not pleasant, and doing the emotional support duck reminded me of that, so I'm going to get rid of this. I bought it because it was cheap in a charity shop and 2-ply is hard to come by, so again, I don't feel bad about donating this one because I already bought it secondhand. I have used it. Somebody else can make use of it now. One of the other things I've considered is a lot of the things in my stash are true vintage, original vintage yarns that I have been keeping, not so much because I want to use them, but as sort of like for archive reasons. I don't really know, but I just don't think I'm ever going to use them because, or maybe not all of them, because for me they're so useful to have as a record. I take them with me when I do talks. I occasionally give talks about vintage knitting so that people can see what the original yarn was like. So is this stash I want to bust? Not really. I'm kind of saving it deliberately. So should it be counted in the stash busting total? I think I'm letting myself save this. I'm letting myself hoard this. Maybe I'll change my mind and I might use some of it, but that conveniently is 4 skeins of yarn that I can take off the total, which leaves us at 125. And if you remember, my goal all along was to try and get below 100 with the stash. I don't think we're going to get there today because I don't think there is anything else I actually want to get rid of. But that's a lot closer. That's a lot closer and feels a lot more manageable to me now than it has done for a very long time. Oh, the other thing, this, which I've had the die to dye since I made that stash busting video, and I've never gotten around to it. And I've been trying to think about what has been stopping me doing this. For everything, what has been stopping me making this project I have in mind? What has been stopping me using this yarn? And again, this is partly because this needs unwinding into skeins for me to dye it. It has also been a case of dyeing is very energy intensive, as in personal energy intensive. It requires space, which I don't have, which means I'll have to do it in the garden, which means it requires good weather. And the like overlap of all those things has meant I've never gotten on with this dyeing project. But yarn dyeing is something I want to do for Claude Tries New Things. So this would be a really good place to start, and I don't have to buy anything else. So I think I'm also going to go and unskein this when I take everything else downstairs to wind up, which is at least 15 skeins. More than that, 20? Oh God. Okay, here we go. did I think I could film this video in one day? That was daft of me. Anyway, I have finally wound everything up. I was winding yarn for nearly 2 hours. Why did I do that to myself? Anyway, I've had a break and a rest and a whole weekend to recover. So I thought I'd talk you through my plans for some of the wound up yarn. So first of all, for this, oh, it's already unraveling. For my vintage navy blue, this was a nightmare to wind up. What is going on? How has they gotten this tangled? For this vintage navy blue, it got a lot easier to wind once I realised that the skeins I had were actually 2 skeins tied together. So I've essentially got 2 25-gram balls out of each 50-gram skein. Out of this, I want to make these 1940s service stockings. I have made 1940s stockings before, but they were in the round, and these stockings are knit flat. And you know, I'm a sucker for anything with unusual construction. Number 13 needles I've just seen. Oh, okay. But the stockings I've made before were lacy stockings, and these are service stockings. They were designed to be worn by women in the forces during World War II. So women were allowed to hold non-military, non-combat positions in World War II in Britain. So they were known as the WAFs in the Air Force and the Wrens. I don't know what they were called in the army, now I think about it. And obviously they needed uniforms, which were in short supply, and wool was rationed, apart from service yarn. So there was this scheme. So individuals and organisations could apply to the Board of Trade for service yarn, and this was yarn specifically made and dedicated to the production of items for the forces. So the government would send them the yarn, they would knit things from patterns like this that were produced to a regulation, and they would be sent back to the government, and then they would be sent on to the forces. Alternatively, I suppose if you knew somebody in the forces, like if you yourself were a Wren and your mum knit you your own stockings with the service yarn, I guess that was probably fine. As wool was incredibly hard to come by, I imagine quite a lot of I don't want to call it fraud, but I'm going to call it pilfering went on. So, you know, you were like, oh, what a shame, I've gone wrong on these stockings. I'll just have to, that ounce worth of yarn. No, it's not usable for service stockings. Sorry, government. I imagine a little bit of that went on. And the other thing about service yarns were, I've spoken to a lot of people who were alive during the post-war period, and they remember for a long time, while clothing rationing, because clothing rationing lasted until 1949 in Britain, even into the 1950s, the only yarn you could get was still in service colours. So you could only get like black and navy blue and I guess khaki green, maybe grey, I don't know. So it's such an interesting era of history. So I've always wanted to make a 1940s version or one of these patterns, because I find it such an interesting phenomenon that suddenly this untapped pool of labour that is typically not valued, which is in this era women at home crafting for their families, is suddenly drawn upon by the government for free, and it's willingly given in a national emergency. I mean, I've done it because I made scrubs for free. I even bought the fabric myself and donated them when COVID happened. So it was very much a sort of goodwill, but I am curious to make some of them and see, firstly, how difficult they are or easy to follow, because as we know, 1940s knitting patterns can be a bit hit and miss. But also I want to understand sort of the volume of labour that was being asked of these women, as it was usually women in this time. Not exclusively, but usually. So that is my plan for all of this. And service yarn, unlike a lot of the patterns for jumpers and cardigans and things that we see, was 4-ply, whereas those tend to be 3-ply. So this is 4-ply yarn, the pattern calls for 4-ply, so hopefully everything should line up. I do wonder, that's another thing I've always been curious about, if home knitters were used to using 3-ply, why did they choose 4-ply for all the service knits? Was it a case of it would be considered more hard wearing? Because 3-ply would go a lot further in terms of rationing. So there was a logic there that somebody must have made a decision about, and I'd like to know their thinking. I doubt I ever will, but I can hypothesise at least. In terms of other 1940s things I want to make, in terms of stash busting odds and ends patterns, I don't have that many. I've got like Fair Isle ones, and I've got a couple of specifically for oddments ones, and one of them is for tea cozies. And I don't know if you've been watching Engineering Knits series about Call the Midwife knits. I'm loving it. I absolutely love that show. And she talks about the Call the Midwife tea cozy, and it's sort of like a Easter egg within the series about, oh, look at the tea cozy, sort of thing. And I've wanted to make one. I have made, when I first started knitting many years ago, tea cozies was one of the things I made a lot of. Goodness knows what I did with them all. I think I gave them to people. What a gift to get. I'm sorry if you ever received a knitted tea cozy from me as a gift. But anyway, I want to make one for myself this time, and I have this pattern which is for one in the style of a cottage, which I think is so adorable, and it's very much like an English thatched roof cottage. And then they have this one which is supposedly lantern style. I don't know what makes it lantern style. I guess maybe like the light is supposed to come out between the bars. But I think that's the one I'm going to make because I reckon I have the yarn left to make that. So you need approximately half an ounce. So half an ounce would be 14 grams. 3 ply in each of the following colours: brown, yellow, rust, turquoise, or any other colours available. And I like that idea of just sort of using what you have to make a little tea cozy. Don't even know if I have a teapot because I'm a Yorkshire gal, in the mug, bish bash bosh. I'm not that fussed about it brewing in a pot. Delightful cozies knitted from oddments. Oh, so charming. So maybe I'll make the cottage as well if I've got enough of that, but that you need more of specific colours, like you need a cream and you need a brown, and it's got to look like a house, and all of the detail is just embroidered on. So that's a bit of a faff. I might start with this one and see how I feel. Now, you will have seen me talk about this next lot of yarns in one of my shorts, but I appreciate not everybody will have seen that. So these I bought to make hexie puffs, and I broke my stash busting ban because I don't tend to buy a lot of these hand-dyed brightly coloured ones, but I've been making the hexie puff out of the very few oddments I have left of that type of yarn. I don't have any more of that type of yarn, but I want to make more hexie puffs. So what I did was I went on Ravelry to a destash forum and I shopped from somebody else's stash. So these were all sort of single skeins that somebody was getting rid of. I think I paid like £12 each, which, I mean, hand-dyed yarn in my local yarn shop can be as much as £24 a skein. So I got myself a bargain, but yeah, about 50 quid's worth of yarn there. But I am really pleased with the selection of colours I've got because a lot of the colours in the Hexie Puff blanket are quite dark and I wanted some lighter ones. But yeah, I just wanted some bright colours and some hand-dyed yarns because while I wouldn't wear anything made from these yarns, I do like them. There is something really beautiful about them. So I'm hoping to put them to good use with my Hexie Puffs. I've got so many other projects on the go at the minute, I don't know whether I will actually get to making Hexie Puffs, and some of these are so beautiful, and there's 100 grams of them, and a Hexie Puff takes like 5 grams. So I don't know whether I'm going to make like 20 Hexie Puffs out of each of these, or whether I should use sort of like half this, maybe I should like knit some socks and then use the oddments. I don't know how I feel, because I don't have enough of any of the other yarns to repeat a flower. So my sort of design for my Hexie Puff blanket is based on a grandmother's flower garden quilt. I think that's what they're called. So each one has a flower. Although these could be the next layer. But then I've only got 4. Ugh. I need to think about it, basically. But they are destined for the Hexie Puff blanket. The other yarn I bought from one of my favourite independent yarn stores in Brighton called Yak Yarn and Knitting, and it's this Studio Donegal soft Donegal, and it's Aran weight, worsted. Let's not get into that again. But anyway, I've been to Donegal and it's 100% merino, but it's chunky and tweedy, and I really liked it, and I bought this because I wanted to make a modern knitting pattern, which the name has escaped me of. Bear with. It's the Over It Slipover by Lily Kate France. And this is, like I said, it's a modern design, and it's just one of those things, when I saw it, I'm just intrigued by how it's made. I follow Lily on Instagram, and I don't know if you know the story, she's sort of been a published knitwear designer since she was 12 or something like that, I don't know. But she has such sophisticated knitting techniques in her patterns, and I like to try and find patterns that will challenge me, where I'll learn something new. And as much as I love to make vintage things, it is nice sometimes to delve back into that modern knitwear design and the style of it because the construction is so different. And it just makes a change for me to have a new challenge. And when I saw this design, I thought that is something, firstly, I want to wear. And I am so intrigued by the lines of it, by the shaping, that I want to make it, basically. And it's not so modern that it won't look out of place with other items in my wardrobe. And I am trying to be a bit more conscious about what I choose to make fitting with the whole, particularly if I'm buying new yarn, which the past two have been new yarns I've bought. Yeah, it's worsted weight yarn. And I'm really looking forward to getting on to some different knitting projects once I finally finish the endless knitting of my ranunculus dress, which I am still going on. But I think before I make that one, or any of the other ones I've talked about, there's something else I want to make. So I bought all of these and I have indeed made a swatch. Ta-da! Just fell off the bed. So I've already made a swatch because I want to use this to make the Moan cardigan by my dear friend Micah from Engineering Knits. Are you surprised? And the reason I wanted to make this one is I see Micah wear her version all the time and I love it, but also I don't have that many vintage cardigans in my wardrobe, and I do like a cardigan, but I tend to like my cardigans on the chunky, cozy side, whereas I like my sweaters on the lightweight 1940s side. So I'm sort of hoping that this cardigan will fit a sort of gap I have in my wardrobe for like, oh, cozy, warm, comfy kind of knitwear. And that's the reason I went for the DK Elements, because this is a wool lyocell blend, which is viscose, but it's one of these sustainably produced viscoses in a closed loop. So I don't know if you know how viscose is made. So viscose is made using wood pulp, and they chemically treat the wood pulp to produce these long cellulose fibres, and then those are spun or woven into rayon or viscose. But the issue with that is it's a very chemically intensive process, and traditionally the chemicals post-product are just dumped. But these new branded types of viscose, Tencel, lyocell, there's another one that I can't think what's called. Anyway, they've invented this closed loop process whereby they just keep reusing the same chemicals. So once it's treated, I don't know how, but they recycle it. So they can keep using the same bunch of chemicals over and over, and it doesn't then end up in the environment. I don't know if that makes it less energy intensive to produce, but it is a more sustainable form of viscose. And I'm really pleased to see an option, because viscose yarn is often sort of marketed as like vegan yarn, which I'll get onto that another day. But this does have a wool blend, and it's Falkland Islands wool. I used this to make a little amigurumi Grogu? Yes, Grogu from The Mandalorian as a Christmas present. And I only got it because it was the only one in the shop that was the right colour, but it was a joy to work with. And I remember thinking to myself, I want a jumper out of this because it has the properties of wool that I like, but it's so soft and cosy, and it has a slight sheen as a result of the viscose. And I like that, but it's not appropriate for everything I make, and I don't think it would be appropriate for some of the 1940s knits I've made. But there is a very famous version of the rainbow jumper that's in the collection of the Knitting and Crochet Guild, which is made entirely from rayon yarn, which is very shiny. And rayon yarns, which is a type of viscose, were very popular in the 1940s. So I did think actually this would be good for some, not all, but some vintage knits, which is why I want to use it for my Moan cardigan. And this is the one I want to make next, because I would like a DK weight project. I would also like something with a bit more interest with the colour work, because I'm knitting in the round for the ranunculus. I'm over it. I am over it. I'm very nearly done though, so I think this is going to be the next project I cast on. So I thought I would also do an update on my works in progress. So I am still working away on the daisy blouse. I am getting closer, but I am also not rushing it, because as you have probably seen if you've been following along with my short series, I keep making mistakes, and I won't say that I've lost motivation to work on it, because that's not true. I am stubborn enough that I will get it finished, but I've learned that forcing myself to work on it is not going to get it finished, because all that happens is I lose concentration and I make mistakes. So I'm just doing little bits at a time, and sometimes that's like joining two daisies. We're getting to an interesting point, so I might do a little bit to include in the next stash busting update in long form format rather than short form format to explain that, because I do think it is just incredible, the construction of this piece. I mean, it's wacky, but it is interesting, so that you can see that as well, because I appreciate a lot of people have become very invested in this project. Perhaps more so than me at this point, but I am working on it. The only other work in progress I have still active is my Weldon's Pretty Gloves, which I think are going to be too small, and I keep putting off sewing them up. So I need to just do it and check, because they might block to be bigger, or they might stretch to be bigger because it's a cable pattern. But also knitting those fingers on double pointed needles, just so fiddly, those little quantities. And that's why I don't want to unpick them, because I'm just going to end up with like loads of tiny little balls of wool. So I will eventually get round to finishing those, I think. And then I'll just give them to somebody with small hands if they don't fit, because I have quite long skinny hands. And I haven't yet frogged all those projects I said I would frog and skeined up that yarn, because I had enough of winding yarn after I wound everything up the other day. I was not going to start unwinding yarn to rewind. That's still on my to-do list. Do I have the energy for that today? No, I have to go out this evening. Good pacing. Yes, well done. Well done, Claude. I am a quarter of a skein away from being under 100. Yes, I had to do a little bit of doctoring the terms of what counts as my stash to get there. But this has been a really useful exercise over the past nearly 2 years. I feel so much more engaged with my stash, so much more aware of what I have, so much better in tune with what I like to make and what I like to knit. And so the yarns that I have bought, I feel really confident are not only going to get made up and not just sit there languishing, being moth food for eternity, but also that the pieces I'm going to make are going to be pieces that I like and enjoy. I know quite a few people were sad that I didn't finish the Intarsia 1940s blouse that I was making from the remnants of making this blouse, but I just realised that I don't need another grey, black, cream and red 1940s blouse in my wardrobe. I have this one that I like, that I wear, that I prefer. So why make that other one when I could put that yarn to better use? I have also had to accept that my body is a different shape and size now, and so a lot of the projects that I half finished might not fit me, or probably won't fit me, and I might not have enough yarn to finish them. And that's difficult, but it's a part of it. Oh well, that is one of the benefits of knitting, is that you can rip it out and reuse the yarn much more easily than you can do that with fabric. So like that Victorian corset, I do still want to make it because I find it so interesting, but I'm not going to wear it because I'm not doing that sort of costuming anymore. I have all these dilemmas still going around in my head, but I have fewer dilemmas thanks to the stash busting process. So my next goal, because I like setting goals, seeing as now we're at 125, I think I would like to get to under 50. Or do I want to get to the point... I almost want to get to the point where I have a bag of yarn for mending, my bag of like stash for archive purposes, and nothing else. And everything I buy is just for the project I want to work on, or for projects that I have a pattern in mind for and I've bought enough yarn. I don't know whether that's realistic, because you always end up with odd bits, don't you? But I am feeling a lot better about donating or selling my stash to make space for things that I actually want to make. She says, stroking the emotional support duck. And if you have no idea what the emotional support duck is, then you should watch this video where I make the 1940s version of the emotional support chicken known as Douglas the duck. Thanks for watching. See you next time. So one of the things that I get asked a lot about is when I'm too ill to work on a project, what do I do? And the past 2 days I have definitely been too ill to work on a project. And generally, I'm always surprised by this question, because I'm like, are you not thinking about it? Because that's what I do. If I can't work on it, I'm thinking about things. I'm making notes, I'm looking for patterns that I like or want to make, particularly with the stash busting. I may be sort of looking at what I have in my stash, what I want to work with next, what sort of patterns could work for that. So most of Monday I was thinking, and I was well enough that I could sort of gently move around. So I did a little bit of organising, finding the needles I needed, which thankfully my needles are now quite well organised because I've done that previously when I felt better, although I couldn't find my interchangeable circular needles, which was really annoying. That was a whole load of wasted energy. And I found the patterns I want to use, and I looked for the needles I need for the patterns and the yarns that I need for the patterns that I want to make, and I started making swatches. And I know when I'm not very well, I cannot knit with fine needles. It's too much for my hands, I get too much pain. So I knew I wouldn't be able to do some of the swatching like for my 1940 stockings, which I want to make because they require number 13 needles. Too thin, not hope in hell. But what I could do was make the swatch for the Over It Slipover by Lily Kate France, which is one of the other things that's on my sort of coming up next to make lists, which used 5mm needles. So I found my 5mm needles, I got out a skein of yarn, batched everything up, ready to go, and then I started doing some swatches. I didn't get very far because I think I started them by that time, like that took me all day. That took me all day. That's the reality of it. It took me all day. And it took me about 5 cups of tea to get to the point of, I have these needles, I have these yarn, this is the pattern, this is what I want to swatch. So by the evening of Monday, I was able to start making this swatch. And it's because it's worsted weight yarn, I didn't need to cast on that many stitches. You know, I deliberately went for that because I knew it would be less energy and better for my pacing than the 1940 stocking swatch, for which I needed to cast on like 3 times the stitches and use number 13 needles. No, thank you. But having done all that prep work on Tuesday when I started to feel better and I was like, I can do some knitting today. Couldn't quite get out of bed yet, but I could do some knitting, could then start on the swatch for my 1940 stockings. So I've done a swatch in 2 halves. So this is the half for the stockings, and this is with number 13 needles, and I get the right gauge, which that's what we like. But I also thought, this pattern, I have loads of this navy blue yarn, loads of it, more than enough to make the stockings and something else from this booklet. So we have the option of gloves, which don't really think I want to make a pair of stockinette navy blue gloves, not interested. But the tension for the gloves, in case I ever do want to do that, is the same as for the stockings. So I could sort of, one swatch would do for the 2 of them. But for this scarf, it's got quite an unusual basket weave pattern, and it was made on number 7 needles, which are 4.5mm. So I thought, I'm going to need to swatch for that. So halfway through, once I sort of knew that I was definitely getting gauge for the stocking section, I started doing the scarf pattern, and my tension is definitely out. So I'm glad I did that, because I don't know if I ever will make that scarf, but that is an investment I've made in my future pacing. I wasn't up to starting a project, I didn't want to cast on anything, but what I could do was sort of help out future Claude by doing something now that would make her life easier. And that's something I do quite often. So you might have heard me talk about in my sewing task batching. I've essentially done that here with the swatching. I've swatched for the next couple of projects so that while I couldn't start them now, they are now ready to go. So long as I keep the needles in the project bag with the yarn, just read the pattern, find out how many stitches I need to cast on and go. But this didn't take very long, and I still wanted to knit. And by this time, my hands were feeling better, despite the number 13 needles, and I thought, do you know what? Before I start casting on for the project that I actually wanted to cast on Monday and wasn't well enough for, which is the Moan cardigan, let's make a hexie puff. So I started on a hexie puff, and I can tell the tension on this is looser because the small needles and the pain, I was having to hold them slightly different. Now, I wasn't actually experiencing pain, but because I was hyper aware of the fact that I might, I was being very deliberate to be mindful of it. So I was deliberately kind of holding the needles, perhaps looser than I would have normally if I was just going for it. So my tension is a bit looser, but this yarn is quite fine, so I think it's going to be okay. So this is how far I got in a couple of hours. Was that a couple of hours? It's probably about an hour, now I think about it. And on a good day, I could probably finish a hexie puff in an hour, but I deliberately went slower because I knew I was needing to pace myself. I suppose another thing, which has got about the Hexie Puffs, which has got nothing to do with pacing, is I suppose I should tell you the decision I've made about this yarn. Oh, they're all up there. As you may know, my beekeeper's quilt Hexie Puff blanket that I'm working on, I am following the design of a grandmother's flower garden quilt, which is a design you often see in English paper piecing quilts, whereby you sew the Hexie Puffs together in such a way so that you get these flower motifs. And there's a variety of styles of this, but the style that I like is where they have 2 layers of coloured petals and then the background is white. You can just do this and have white in between, but I like the big circle of 2 colours. And part of the dilemma I had was I'd bought all these hand-dyed yarns and they're all 100 grams each, but a Hexie Puff is only about 5 grams of yarn. So if I were to use all of this up to make Hexie Puffs, I would end up with 20 Hexie Puffs, which I don't really want, seeing as I only need 6 to go around a flower. But what I thought I could do is do a second layer. Oh, I don't know how many I'd need actually. I presume 12. Yeah, I think 12. Anyway, between 12 and 20 hopefully, and then that should use up more of this yarn and I can use the scraps for either half hexies to fill in the border, for the centres of some other flowers, and I'll make the most of the yarns that I've already bought so I don't have to keep buying more yarn just for the sake of having more flowers and more colours. And hopefully that means the quilt will be bigger by the time I'm knitting endless white Hexie Puffs to make the border, to make the background. Haven't decided which colour is going to go around which rosette yet. I need to think about that one. But I thought that was quite a genius plan of mine. Very pleased with myself for coming up with that one. I'm not really rushing the Hexie Puffs, but again, they're really useful for me for pacing because they're incredibly satisfying and quick to knit. So in between projects, or if I'm not well enough to work on my main project, but I still, because it requires concentration, Hexie Puffs do not require concentration for me, I can still keep my hands busy while resting my brain. I have since cast on for my 1940 stockings, and this was mostly because I'm trying desperately not to lose these number 13 needles because I've only got one set this long. So I thought, right, I'm going to put the project on them and put them in a project bag with the pattern, with the yarn and the swatch, so that when I finally want to get to them, I won't have to waste more energy trying to find the bloody needles. I haven't been able to do any knitting today, or rather I haven't done any knitting today because I've had other work I've needed to do. I'm making a Q&A video this week, so I've been looking through everybody's questions they've submitted, so I can sort of plan my answers and also, but also like check for any duplications. So I'm not just like, oh, reading it out loud and be like, oh wait, I answered that, you know. Some of them have really made me laugh, I must admit. Somebody asked me, what's your real name and where do you live? Like I'm going to tell you. I have just given up on today. Filming that video, oh my God. I filmed for nearly an hour, over an hour, longer than that. I don't think any of the footage is usable because I just get progressively more tired and start making less and less sense. And my heart rate alarm kept going off. Somebody was mowing their lawn still in the garden. And I've just had to stop. I just can't. I'm absolutely exhausted. And it's so frustrating to have put so much effort into a video or to try and film a video and know that it's just not going to work. It's just not going to be good. So I've put my pajamas on and I've retired to bed, where I've been faced by another dilemma. So one of the knitting projects I am desperate to make is the Moan cardigan by Engineering Knits. It just looks like such a comfy, cozy make. It's perfectly vintage, but not costumey. It's very wearable, that's what I mean. But I am having a nightmare with the tension. I don't know if American double knit weight yarn is thicker or if I'm just a really tight knitter, but I have gone up 2 needle sizes and I still cannot get gauge for this pattern. Let me show you. So 3 dots is supposed to be 3 inches. So I have my ruler here. I've definitely used the right US to millimeter conversion. So this row of dots is the section I used with 4.5, so US 7 when it should have been US 5 and 3.75 millimeter, and my 3 dots still only measure 2.5 inches. And I'm like, oh, well, maybe it'll stretch or block to fit, but like I have to pull it that far to be able to get it to be 3 dots equals 3 inches. And that's quite a significant stretch. And already, you can probably see if I hold it up, that's quite a loose fabric for the weight of yarn that I've got, this DK Elements. So I don't want to go up further than a 4.5 mil. Oh, I'm really zoomed in. Listen to my voice. That's the thing. I don't know why I thought I could film an hour-long video, which involved me talking, because my voice is so bad at the minute. I'm really struggling with speaking, which is not great for somebody who makes videos. So I don't want to go up another needle size, because I think that will make the fabric too loose and holey. So I could go up another size, right? Another pattern size, because I've looked it up and the tension that I'm getting at the minute, which is 5 stitches to 1 inch, would be a bust measurement of 34 inches. Did I do that? Is that right? Oh, 35 inches. So like we're talking 3 to 4 inches of negative ease there on me. And the pattern is designed to have 0 to 2 inches of positive ease. So I worked it out. I would need to go up 2 pattern sizes, but I don't have enough yarn to do that. So I bought this yarn a while ago, and I went on the website that I bought the yarn for to see if I could get yarn in the same dye lot. And that is part of the reason why I like to buy my yarn from Wool Warehouse. It's not sponsored. They do not have an affiliate program. It's nothing like that. They tell you, and they give you the option on their website, to choose which dye lot you're buying from, which a lot of online stores do not. So I looked it up, and I can get the same dye lot for these 2 shades, but not the other 2 shades I'm using in the cardigan. So that's one of my contrast shades, but annoyingly, that's also the main colour. And given that I am not only going up sizes, I would also be going up in terms of needle size, so the yarn wouldn't go as far in terms of meterage because I'm making bigger stitches using bigger needles. I probably can't even get away with the contrast colours. I wouldn't get away with 1 ball of wool. It's only just the meterage as given as the pattern with 1 more ball of wool would be enough to make 2 sizes larger. So I'd have to get 2 more in a different colour or a different dye lot. If I can get more yarn in a different dye lot, I could use it for the ribbing so that the colour change wouldn't be too noticeable, or it won't be the end of the world if the rib is a slightly different shade of grey or a completely different colour altogether. I could add a 4th contrast colour if I don't want to have to buy a different one of all of these, another one of all of these, because that's a little bit wasteful on the yarn. So I could just add a 4th contrast colour, and that's a way I could get around that. That would be fine. But I either have to order my different dye lot main colour and wait till it arrives to cast on, or I have to do something that I have done before, which is do a provisional cast on, start on with the colours that I have now, but then I'd need to order it for this. I can't make a start on this cardigan, can I? I need to order more yarn. Fuck! I really wanted to make this. The other thing is I could just make it a fitted jacket with negative ease, which is feeling very tempting just now. But I mean, like 4 inches of negative ease for a buttoned up cardigan as well. Particularly, what is so appealing and kind of integral to this design are these tuck stitches that make it really 3D. So if I'm stretching it so much that it loses all of the texture, what's the point? Bugger. Let me order some more yarn. So now my dilemma is, what do I make my 4th contrast colour? Because I'm on the Wool Warehouse website, and I've very deliberately gone for cool shades of green and grey. So I could go for this oyster pearl, but it's quite, I don't think, even in the shitty way I'm showing you, you can see that these are not going to work because that's a warm cream. So they have this shade Moonlight, but I don't know what you'd call that. Is it pink? It's sort of greyer than that in real life, or it is on my screen anyway. Do I want a pink in the mix with this? Yeah, I don't know. Do I want a blue? I don't really want a blue. French lavender. The thing is, I feel like the reason I went for these is because there's sort of a gradient here, including this one. Do you know what I mean? We've got, so in my gradient in terms of lightness, I've got 2 that are quite dark. So I kind of want something either lighter than this or in between these two or in between these two, which limits my options. Oh, I was like, oh, that one's perfect. I've already got that one. Unless I deliberately swap out one of these so I could have like a green, a purple, so I get more of a rainbow. Do you know what I mean? Oh, I wish I could go into a shop and look at them in person. Oh, fuck. I don't know. I'm too tired to make any decisions. I honestly think the best one is the French lavender. It's the only one that's kind of in the same story as these two. It's not as purple as that on my screen. Let's hope it's not as purple as that in real life. I think that might have to be the one that I go for. And I feel like green, purple, lavender, grey. I think it'll work. Let's do it. I'm going to order 2 more of the grey just in case, and 1 more of the purple. I'm going to see if there's anything else I want, seeing as I'm buying yarn. So I just bought £80 worth of yarn. I didn't need £80 worth of yarn, but I stocked up for patterns that I've already bought that I want to make. And they are expensive yarn projects because they involve things like mohair and cashmere. Well, it didn't need to include cashmere, but I thought if I'm going to the expense of buying Rowan, I don't think I bought Rowan in the end. Anyway, I bought mohair. I might as well make this a fancy project. So I bought cashmere. It's a cashmere blend, don't worry. But yes, £80 later. This is where I would like to thank my Ko-fi donors and the people who've bought patterns from my Ko-fi shop recently, because you covered half the cost of that. So thank you. But yes, it means I've got to wait. Thankfully, because I did spend £80 on Wool Warehouse, they have a 24-hour free delivery thing if you spend over a certain amount, which I qualified for. So I shouldn't have to wait too long for my yarn. But in the meantime, I was going to carry on with my Hexie Puffs. Cannot find my stuffing. I've looked on top of the wardrobe, so I've been to a lot of energy to try and find it, and I cannot find it. So I can't finish this one. And yes, I could take it off and put it on stitch holders and try and knit another one, but I'm just so frustrated. And that's not a good place to be. Also, I apologise, everybody and his dog has mowed their lawn today. My hay fever, oh boy. I'm looking at the mess I've made and need to tidy up. I'm pissed about this. I'm sure I have more stuffing, but it's in the loft, which I can't do. So I've got to wait for somebody to go in the loft for me. And I can't work on Moan for now. I went with the purple. I went with the French lavender. I'm hoping that will work. We'll see when it gets here. What else can I work on in the meantime? I could work on the 1940s stockings project, but I don't think I do want to work on that because that's fiddly number 13 needles. And given how today has gone and how I'm currently feeling, I am not up to that. I could work on the daisy blouse, but I need to film the next bit and don't want to do that in my pyjamas after the day I've had filming. So we'll leave that one for tomorrow. I could do my over it slip on, over it slip over, over it slip on, over it slip on, over it slip over, whichever. Or I could do something else, which is like from using odds and ends for the stash busting. Something quick. I think I'm going to do the over it slip over simply because the yarn and needles for that are in a project bag down there. And I do not want to have to get the yarn off the wardrobe again today for the sake of pacing. So that's that decision made by my physical limitations. So here I am in my boyfriend's kitchen, and I got the notification that that my parcel was going to be delivered literally within 24 hours. Oh yeah, I got that free delivery or something. I can't remember. Anyway, I wasn't going to be in because I was at my boyfriend's, and I was able to divert it to his local post office, which, I mean, Royal Mail, finally in the 21st century. But let's have a look at the yarn I ordered, shall we? Oh, did I buy 2 of those? Can't remember. Did I need to? Genuinely can't remember what I bought. I think that will go with the others. That's the thing, now I don't have the other colours with me. Great. But those two look nice together, don't they? So I'm hoping it will tie in. This is the DK Elements. So these are the ones that are a different dye lot. So we'll see how different they look. I've never done a project with real mohair. This is synthetic mohair. So I bought some because I want to do some more Fable knitwear designs, because I had a bit of a hit and miss relationship with Fable knitwear, because I had a terrible time with the Nutcracker jumper, and that project was only saved by the extensive notes of my friend Miss M Vintage. Thank you, M. But I do really like a lot of their designs, and I then made the Capulet blouse, which was fine, but I don't really wear it, and I'm not really sure why. I think it needs mending, that might be part of it, but also something about it means I don't wear it, and I haven't been able to figure out what yet. And normally I'm pretty good at putting my finger on what it is that's not working for me about a garment. Anyway, what I wanted to make were two other sort of more summery, oh, this is really white. I was hoping it was going to be more off-white. We might have to dye it. But I wanted to do a folklore ruffle top, which is sort of inspired by European peasant costume. So I did want a white, but this is, maybe it is more off-white than I'm giving it credit for, but we'll see. We'll see whether it suits me. But I also wanted to do the antiquity blouse. Why did I buy two of these? I feel like I didn't need two. Did I really order two? I mean, they were $19.99 each, so I don't think I would have ordered two if I didn't need one. But this is Fibre Spates Scrumptious 4-ply. And so the antiquity blouse, the sleeves, and some of the details are in mohair. And I guessed completely, because this was a reduced colour of Rowan's Kid Silk Haze, and so I sort of guessed the colour matching. But I'm pretty pleased with that, not bad. It's one of the risks you take when you order online. God, comparing the Rowan's Kid Silk Haze to the other mohair, which is Drops Kid Silk, the difference is incredibly noticeable in the quality. Oh, hello, they're back from their walk. Would you like to meet my boyfriend and his dog? Well, I had to explain that I have a boyfriend now because obviously the background's different. You don't have, I can cut that bit out if you don't want to. You don't have to be on Retro Claude.
As long as you don't go on OnlyFans.
Hey. Hi. I can blur your face, put you in witness protection. There's a mode in my editing software called witness protection.
Oh,
I always find yeah. More importantly, we should meet the dog.
Oh.
Sagan! Oh, hello, there he is. Today, I am in bed knitting. I spent the morning trying to see if I could make a crochet version of my emotional support duck. And it turns out I am not good enough at crochet to do that. So I made a start, but I think part of the reason why I'm finding it so frustrating is I don't think I have the right size crochet hook. Obviously, the emotional support duck was knit flat in pieces and seamed up, and I am now not only trying to turn the pattern from knit to crochet, I'm also trying to take a 2D pattern and make it into a 3D pattern, and I think it's beyond me. So I don't know if there's anyone watching this who has those skills that might want to give it a go. I mean, it's only like a fun, silly project. I was going to give the pattern away for free because I'm not a crochet designer and I don't know what I'm doing. But if you are a crochet designer and you would like to make the official Retro Claude version of the 1940s duck, and you want to sell it for your own money or whatever, that's fine with me. Go ahead. And if you want more details about how it's made and you want to collaborate or whatever, feel free to get in touch. Leave me a comment with your Instagram and I'll message you. How about that? In other news, my knitting's gone wrong. So I've started on my Over It Slipover, which looks like this so far. I really like this yarn. I'm very pleased with the yarn choice. However, I have a bone to pick with this pattern, and I've never done this before, but I've just emailed the email address for pattern support to double check that I am right and that I'm not going insane, because I feel like I'm going insane at the minute this week. Oh my God. Anyway, in the list of abbreviations in this pattern, it says the abbreviation SL means slip one stitch purlwise. Okay. The pattern starts, literally the very first instruction after casting on, S3. I looked back at the list of abbreviations. There's no abbreviation listed as S, just ST for stitches, SL for slip, and SM for slip marker. So what do you think S3 means? Because my instinct was like, well, it can't be slip, because slip is abbreviated to SL. And I went through the entire pattern looking for other instances when there are slip stitches, and they never use the abbreviation SL. They only use the abbreviation S. So it's not entirely clear, but then there's a note underneath the first instruction which says, throughout the pattern, pull yarn tightly across 3 edge stitches when slipping. So that implies that they are slipped. But if they are slipped, why are you putting the abbreviation S and not the abbreviation SL, which is not only generally accepted at this point as the abbreviation for SL, it's what you put in your own list of abbreviations. So that really annoyed me. So I've emailed the pattern support email address to be like, I'm just double checking. I'm not the one in the wrong here, and that you say slip should be SL, abbreviated to SL, and you write it as S consistently throughout the pattern. So once I figured that out, you then start with German short row shaping, which involves a lot of confusion about wrong side and right side. And I know I am dyslexic, and my brain cannot get the head around the fact that in the English language, wrong and right both start with a R sound, but one of them starts with a W. So when I see the abbreviation WS, my head does not think wrong side, because wrong. No. Anyway, what I should have been doing, I think, because later on in the pattern it says, double moss stitch edgings are now established. I should have been doing double moss stitch, and I've been doing rib because I've gotten in a pickle about my wrong and right sides. It only says that after you've worked 8 rows. So you're working the short rows, but you're also working a double moss stitch edging. Why are you only telling me that after 8 rows? Because now I've done it wrong and I have to unpick it. This is it. As somebody that doesn't make a lot of these seamless construction sweaters, you always, when you knit flat, you probably start with a rib. Even if you're knitting from the top down, you're knitting the rib of the neckline. So I was not knitting the rib of the neckline. I was knitting the border here. And had I realised that, I obviously wouldn't have assumed it was rib. I'm so annoyed. I had such high hopes for this pattern. It's just pissed me off now. Hopefully, it won't be that difficult hopefully it won't be too difficult to just unpick these sections 2 stitches at a time and re-knit them. I don't know, am I being unreasonable? Because obviously I am used to knitting vintage knitting patterns, which are vague, and you expect this sort of complication. Maybe am I holding modern knitwear designers to too high a standard in expecting clarity from the get-go? And I know I have multiple disabilities that affect my ability to read and process written information. But you can't use a screen reader. Normally, if I needed to comprehend complex information, I would use a screen reader. However, using a screen reader with a knitting pattern, I can demonstrate. So this is not the screen reader I typically use, it's just one I found quickly online. But for whatever reason, the PDF doesn't work with my screen reader. So this is what it sounds like when you try and use a screen reader to read a knitting pattern.
Row 1, S3, X5, PM, K6, PM, K61, PM, K6.
It's not reading anything in the brackets or the parentheses for Americans. So that's a great start.
PM, K6, PM, X5, S3.
Did you find that clearer? Would that be helpful to you if you were dyslexic like me? No, probably not. So, I don't know. This is just me moaning, isn't it? But I just feel like now I really wanted like a straightforward, relaxing project for today. And it's not going to happen. I'm going to try and fix this. So I'm basically laddering back here. Rather than ripping out the whole thing, I'm just ripping out the sections where I made a mistake. And I'm doing it 2 stitches at a time. So that one now needs to be a purl, not a knit. There we go. That one needs to be a knit. And then the same again. The only thing you have to be careful with is that you don't use the wrong strand. That makes sense. So you don't use row 7 strands for row 5 or something, and you get a pickle at the back and you get all these tucked stitches. I tell you, this thing, I better bloody well love the way it turns out. Okay, I fixed one half. Now to come around to this side and do this section. Knitting is so much easier when you get it right the first time around. I've just realised I've still done this wrong. It's supposed to be every 2 rows you switch the rib pattern, and I've done it every 4 rows. I really hate feeling this stupid. So I had a little cry. I feel a lot better. Sometimes you just need to get it out of your system. But it does mean that I am now so prejudiced against this pattern that I don't want to make it anymore. And I appreciate that's irrational, but I just don't want anything in my life that makes me feel bad about myself. And if the process of making this garment is going to make me feel self-conscious about my, whatever you want to call it, disability, cognitive issues or whatever, I'm never going to enjoy wearing it. So there's no point making it. That does leave me with a dilemma about what I do with this yarn. So I have done what I always do when I'm in a crisis, and I have turned to my stash of vintage patterns. I know I want some sort of slip over waistcoat thing, and I originally was thinking of maybe making a men's kind of pullover, but that would involve a lot of gauge maths, which I'm not in the mood for. I did look on Ravelry for some other sort of patterns, and I was really drawn to one by Sydney from Squid School of Vintage Knitting. But I thought to myself, if I want to make a 1940s inspired waistcoat pullover sort of thing, I probably already have a pattern for that in my stash, and I don't need to be spending more money on patterns. So I went through what I've got, and I've got 2. So I have this original 40s one, which is referred to as a Hug Me Tight, which I think is great. And that it's knit in double knit, but so is this 1980s one, which I love the styling of. It's obviously an 80s, so it does 40s style pattern, and because it's a modern pattern, there's lots of size options, and there's measurements. There's no schematic, but there are more measurements than there are for the one published in the magazine. This magazine is Needlewoman and Needlecraft. But you know, I was talking about tea cozies the other day. Look at this one. It sort of gives instructions for making, but that's it's embroidered basically. But I think this one is 1950s, because if you look at like the illustrations, and also look at this lady on the back, she's a 50s lady. Oh, there's also a couple of references to zips, which they have spelt Z-I-P, not Z-I-P-P, because zip is just an abbreviation of zipper, and in the 30s and 40s in Britain it was zip, Z-I-P-P, and they were rationed during World War II, so that's my logic for why it's 50s instead of 40s. But I like the texture of this one, although with this yarn I don't know whether I need it. Where's the swatch gone? I think stocking stitch will be fine, it just might be a bit dull to make, so I think I'm going to make this one. So my only concern is my yardage requirements. This is double knit, and it's knit to a tension of 5.5 stitches to 1 inch, and I've been getting 4.5 stitches to 1 inch, but obviously I was using larger needles. I'm sorry, the seagulls are going mad. Their smallest size is for a 30 to 32 inch bust. Actual size, it says in brackets, this is a loose fitting style, is a 38 inch bust. So I'm wondering if I just make the smallest size. I don't know whether I'm going to try and adjust it and sort of make it smaller, because the stitch counts that they're giving, even if I make the smallest size with my tension, I'm going to make like a 46 inch finished bust item, which is what they suggest for somebody of my size, which I would need the 38 to 40. I hope I'll have enough yarn. I've got 750 meters of yarn or thereabouts, and this would be, hang on, Alexa, what's 5 times 135? 675 of double knit. I'm going to give it a go and see. See what I think. This one, however, is knit in pieces and seamed up, so I don't know whether I want to do something clever and try and make it seamless. I'm not that bothered. I don't mind sewing up. Let's just do it. Let's just see what happens. Yes, the failed ranunculus dress is just in a heap over there, and I haven't done anything with it literally since the moment I took it off. But anyway, I'm not here to talk about that. What I'm here to talk about is an update on the over it, slip over, slip stitch, slipgate, whatever you want to call it, because I had a response from the designer. So if you remember, my problem was the abbreviations in the list of abbreviations for the pattern. The abbreviation for slipper stitch was written as SL, but it was never written like that in the rest of the pattern. It was just S and then the number. So I got in touch with the designer to clarify, and she said, yeah, sorry for the confusion. The abbreviation says S1 for slip 1 stitch as an example. So if it says S3, it's slip 3 stitches, slip 2 would be S2, etc. And I thought to myself, okay, fair enough. But then when I went to look back at the pattern, that's just not right. It says SL. It doesn't say S1, it says SL. And that's very easy to prove by just copying and pasting the 2 characters and putting them into a document and changing the font. It's not a 1, it's an L. So I replied with screenshots to say, like, look, it is wrong, there is a typo there, but I haven't heard anything back. So part of me feels really vindicated that it's not just me, I'm not going crazy, there was an error in the pattern. Whether there's an error in the pattern or not is sort of beside the point. For whatever reason, I could not understand the pattern. Whether that's the way it's written or whether that's me is kind of irrelevant. It wasn't working for me, and it was probably never going to work for me, or it wasn't going to be a fun experience to make it work. So I'm not going to make it. It's no skin off my nose, it's no skin off the designer's nose. She still gets the money. It doesn't matter to her whether I knit it up or not. And you know, as a consumer, that's the risk you take sometimes. Sometimes you buy a pair of shoes and they don't fit when you get them home, or you think they fit perfectly in the shop and then when you walk around in them they give you blisters. Do you know what I mean? It's just one of those things. So chalk it up to experience, I guess. But what I thought I would update you with is my version, because I say version because I very, very loosely had to follow this pattern, and I've taken a lot of inspiration from some other vintage patterns as well. My own slip over, hug me tight, whatever you want to call it. I think when I left you, I was talking about knitting it flat in pieces, and I sort of realised that that's beside the point of this project. The reason I wanted a sleeveless pullover type thing was not so much because I'm desperate for one in my wardrobe, but because I wanted to practice some techniques I don't usually get to practice, including seamless in the round construction, German short row shapings, all those things. So I have made this. It's several weeks later, just so you know, so I haven't done this in 3 days, but I've knit it from the top down seamlessly. And this pattern doesn't have any shaping in whatsoever, but I have included a very little bit of shoulder shaping. I don't know how that will affect the way it looks in the end, but I wanted to practice it, so I've included it. It's my project, I can do what I like. Because this pattern was designed for DK weight and my yarn weight is worsted, I've had to play with the tension quite a lot, so the stitch counts are a little bit all over the place, and it's been causing me a few nightmares, because when you've got the pattern instructions to increase, because it was knit bottom up, and you're having to decrease, that was a lot of maths to figure out. But I've gotten to the rib at the bottom, and it all seems to have gone okay. I had to make a decision about where to join the bottom of the armholes, because it doesn't really tell you. It just says knit the button bands and then sew it up, basically. So I sort of had to figure it out. And I mean, it's a very vague pattern. They fit it on half a page, the instructions. So I've done my own interpretation. I don't know, I'm hoping maybe this might become the sort of prototype for a written pattern of my own. We'll see. We'll see whether I'm up to that, or whether I can figure that out with the grading and things to make it size inclusive. But it's something I would like to do, and I think particularly after the disaster of the ranunculus dress, I've been wanting to design my own knits for a really long time, and I haven't felt like my skills were ever there yet. But I sort of realised it's one of those things, you're never ready. Do you know what I mean? You just got to try it. So I thought this would be quite a good one to start with. Anyway, one of the things that had happened yesterday was I finished the rib and I'd put the buttonholes in according to the directions for this pattern, sort of adjusting for my different stitch counts and things. And then when I went to overlap it, it was much too big on the waist, and so it's got a V neck, crossover neckline, and it just gaped horribly like that. So I haven't got the button bands on as anyway, and I know that might draw it in a bit, but I thought, you know what, I'm just going to move the buttonholes over. So I tried to do the thing like I did with the rib on the slip over thing that went wrong, where you just ladder back the section that you need to change. But because the buttonholes, creating the buttonhole uses more yarn than just basic rows, I had like a saggy bit of yarn left over, so I had to rip out the whole thing, which was a bit of a shame. But I've now moved it over considerably, so it's sort of there now, and it was about there. So it should hopefully have a much bigger wrap over at the front. So yes, this video is going to be really long. It sort of ended up spanning 2 months. What I mean, it's June now, and this is all of May, most of April, and a bit of June. So I don't really know where I'm going or where I want to finish. I sort of had it in my mind that I want to have some numbers to take off the total, particularly because I bought yarn in this episode. Just don't know whether I'm gonna get there or not. So maybe I just publish it with the total as it is with the new yarn that I bought, which I don't know what that is. I'll need to count it up. Or do I try and finish this in the next couple of weeks and only publish the video once it's done? We'll see how long it takes. Because I want this video to go up in June. So if I don't finish this before the end of June, you'll see it half finished. How about that? Compromise. Love it. So an update on my little waistcoat thing. I attempted to pick up the stitches for the button band, and I did the buttonholes and I finished the button band, and I just wasn't happy with the way it looked. It was really flaring out, and I've done some research and I've come across an excellent video, which I will leave in the description, from Suzanne Bryan, might be Susanna, can't remember, about how to pick up rib for a button band. That was very useful. So I'm going to try again, but the first step is blocking this. So I really was hoping that I could finish it for the video, but it's just not going to happen because I need to block it and wait for it to dry. And while it is June, it is only 20 degrees this week, but it isn't raining. No rain is predicted for the next 5 days, which is probably the longest stretch we've been without rain in Britain since October, and it's June the 19th. So unfortunately, it's just not going to happen that I'm going to be able to finish it for the end of June and get this video out and all of that. So I'm just calling it. I'm just calling this video. It's what you have to do sometimes. That does mean I don't have a satisfying, I've got this much off the total, because I bought yarn this month. I've also reclaimed the yarn from the ranunculus fiasco, and that is going back into the stash. So that's 500 grams of yarn, which is 10 balls of wool. And I've just counted up all my other bits that I bought for that, so that I got free delivery on the yarn for the Moan cardigan. And that's 9.5. So 19.5 added to the total from last year, which, according to myself from the last video, is 123.25. So 142.75. Yeah, that sounds about right. Obviously, don't feel great about that. But to say how much yarn I bought, and to say it all fits in about 2 boxes on top of the wardrobe now, I'm feeling okay. So I think that's it for this month. Thanks very much for watching. See you next time. I've made a little bit of progress with my button bands for this 1940s inspired waistcoat. So for whatever reason, I've knit one half longer than the other. So that meant I had to pick up more stitches along one edge than the other. So I've just sort of done some sneaky decreases and increases to even it out. I think it'll be fine, but I've used this video from Suzanne Bryan, picking up stitches, perfect button bands. It's been very helpful. So I've done some little things like I've started the row with 2 knit stitches because one will roll away and things like that. It was a very nice little video, very informative. I've now got to make my buttonholes in this horizontal ribbed section to correspond with the buttonholes, the vertical rib along the bottom here. So that's my next challenge. Now here we have some footage of me trying to show you how I picked up the stitches and decided on the location for the buttonholes, but my £20 Amazon tripod has given up the ghost after 4 years of hard use, so the camera just slowly... I tried again, but I'm not really sure how much of this you can see. So I have finally made a start on my Moan cardigan from Engineering Knits. So I've gotten as far as knitting the rib on both the main part of the body and for the sleeves. And I've done it like this because I'm having to use 2 dye lots for my main colour. See my previous video. And I sort of wanted to get a gauge of how much yarn it was going to take me to do the ribbing. So I've done the bottom, but there is also 2 button stands and a collar that I would need to do in this shade. But I have done the cuffs and the hem in less than 50 grams. I've got another 50 grams of this dye lot. So I think what I'm going to do is or at least try and do some maths and figure out whether I'm going to have enough for the collar and the button band. I think I will. My concern then is, even if I have enough of this dye lot, will I run out of my other dye lot for the main body? Because unfortunately, they are quite noticeably different. Huh? This one is lighter, this one. And no, that's not just the... Oh, maybe it is just the lighting. Anyway, I can tell the difference with the naked eye, so I don't want it to be too obvious if I can avoid it. So, this is my new gradient of colours. I wasn't sure where to put my new French lavender. I quite liked the idea of it sort of being dark green, light green, purple, and then grey, so that it looked in the, like, stalks of lavender would, naturally. But because this is darker than this in tone, I actually think it looks better that way, so that we get a gradient of sort of light to dark. Yeah, I prefer that. So I think it's going to work. Does the purple really jump out there? Is the purple darker than that? Should it be that way? Is that better? They say, don't you, that you should take a black and white photo to figure these things out. So let's see. No, the green is definitely darker, but only just. So this is the order. So I'm about to start on the dots pattern on the main body. So that should give me an idea of how much yarn I'm going to need to complete like one repeat. The whole point of buying new yarn was so that hopefully I could have some projects where I didn't have all this headache and stress about yarn quantities and meterage and all that comes with stash busting. And yet still, I've bought new yarn for this project and I'm still in this position. So it turns out I've done this project wrong too. So I don't know what a tuck stitch is. Well, at least I thought I did. And I've done my first round of dots to see how I like my colour scheme. And I'm not thrilled with the purple. I do think it would have been better without it, but it is what it is. And anyway, I've gone wrong. So I wanted to double check my gauge, and I am still getting the gauge I was getting before, where 3 dots is 2.5 inches, not 3. But my row gauge was significantly longer. So wow, that's not great. And I realised it's because I've been doing these tuck stitches wrong. It's very subtle what I've been doing, but I've not actually been doing the tuck bit, so that's why it's longer. So I was like, oh god, I'm gonna have to rip all this out, but actually I've just done a little test and I can just ladder back and change the way I've done them so that they actually tuck on the back like that. Can you see that? So yes, that's a lot of laddering back I'd have to do, but it is still less work than ripping it all out and re-knitting it. My second dilemma for this is that I definitely don't have enough yarn. So this is 4 dots. and it took me 1 ball of wool to get this far. So I've done the maths, and for this size, was like about 6,100 stitches I got out of 50 grams. Now, I have to do this 3.5 times more. So each one of these is 1 ball of wool, and I have 1, 2, 3.5, let's say, of this left. That leaves me 2.5 for the sleeves. Maybe it will work. Bear with. So yes, 50 grams, 6,100 stitches, approximately. I need 3.5 for the rest of the body, which leaves me 2.5 for the sleeves. So 6,100 times 2.5 equals 15,250. Now, to knit the sleeves, just to the sleeve cap shaping, it's 1,500 stitches. Can make the sleeves shorter, I guess. Could make the body shorter, make it more cropped, miss a repeat out. I don't know. But before I worry about any of that, I've got to redo all my tuck stitches. Oh, and again, here we go. Phew, hang on in there, little tripod. So I have finally finished fixing the tuck stitches on this. It's taken me a weekend, but I'm finally ready to carry on with my next stripe repeat. And I've been thinking about the fact I'm not going to have enough yarn, and I do think I have a plan. So I have 2 dye lots of the grey. Between the 2 dye lots, I think I'll have enough. So what I'm going to do is, before I start on the sleeves, I'm going to finish the body of the cardigan and knit the button band and the collar to see how much of my second dye lot of grey I've got left. And then if a couple of stripes at the cuff of the sleeve are in the other dye lot of grey, I don't think that will be the end of the world, because as you can see, the grey is never really next to each other. I mean, apart from sort of over the little circles. So I think it should be okay. It's still going to be tight, so I might have to knit the sleeves top down to see how long I can make them. These things are never straightforward, are they? Some other things. So my last episode of Stash Busting has just gone up, and I woke up this morning and I actually had a refund from Lily Kate France. She just issued it through PayPal, and I saw she'd left a comment about, oh, the pattern is being updated, and I hadn't realised that. So that was nice. She didn't need to do that. But also a lot of you left some really insightful comments about dyslexia, knitting patterns, other sort of disabilities that affect your ability to read or comprehend information. So one of the things that somebody suggested was that, particularly, I got quite a few about wrong and right side. A lot of people talked about how confusing that is, and a lot of people suggested thinking about it as right side and worst side, so that you've got the W for WS. Somebody else also suggested thinking about it as they do in German, which means right and left side. But unfortunately, I have this sort of dyslexia where I can't tell my left from my right, so I don't think that's going to help me. But we'll see. I think I'll try and think of it as worst side and see how we go. A lot of people also suggested things like highlighting or circling the size you need. And it's one of those things, I don't know why I've never done that before, because I know that's a thing, but I think it's because, and I've done it on printed patterns before, but I think I've just gotten out of the habit of doing it because I'm either using original vintage patterns, in which case I don't want to write on them, or I'm using digital patterns these days. So some people said that they completely rewrite the entire pattern so that it's more friendly for them to read. And that's something I might contemplate doing as part of my pacing. So like on days when I can't knit, or on good days when I can use a computer, I might sort of do that for myself in the future. We'll see. But it was also reassuring to see that a lot of you also commented about your struggles with modern knitting patterns, and I'll have to look up who commented this, but somebody described it as a paint by numbers. Modern knitting patterns have become so jam-packed full of information, and in some ways that's a good thing because it's often more sizes, but also the instructions have become so specific, whereas in a vintage knitting pattern they might say something like work 1 by 1 rib for 4 inches. In a modern knitting pattern they will literally write it out like row 1 K, 1P, 1 star, repeat to end sort of thing. And while if you're a beginner, that sort of information is really useful, if you're a more advanced knitter, it just makes it more complicated than it needs to be. And as a result, you get this incredibly detailed, zoomed in sort of picture, but a bit like when you zoom in, things get pixelated. The same thing sort of happens, so you can't visualize what you're doing. And I've realized a lot of my confusion or mistakes that I made when I'm using a modern knitting pattern is when they don't follow the established pattern of what I think, you know, the order of operations that I think a knitting pattern should be in from my experience, which is mostly vintage patterns. And it's, you know, it's because being dyslexic, I find interpreting written information difficult. So I'm relying on my previous experience, and I also am relying on my visual memory, because that is one of the pros, if you like, of having dyslexia. One of the reasons you struggle with written information is because you are good at 3D, in-person, practical, tangible objects. That's why I'm good at sewing, that's why I'm good at pattern drafting, that is why I'm good at knitting and enjoy it, is because my brain works on 3D planes and I have that shape and space perception that some people don't. But that does mean I do find it difficult to interpret written information into the way that my brain works, or is most compatible with my kind of brain. So for example, like with that slip over, I didn't realise, if you like, I was doing a border here and not a border around the neck, and that's where the confusion came. But that's because just from reading the written instructions, I couldn't visualise what I was being asked to do. And because I'm working on Moan today, I've looked at Micah's pattern from Engineering Knits. You won't be able to see it if I hold it up, but that she includes little diagrams. So when you split for the front and back and the fronts and back, she includes a diagram so you know what you're doing. And it's one of those things, I really appreciated that, because although I know that a lot of cardigans are made that way, there is still something about, you get to a point and you're asked to do some random decreasing or cast off stitches and you're like, why am I doing that? Why do I need to do that? And not understanding why, or needing to know why before you can do something, is a very neurodivergent thing anyway, not just dyslexic. Like, okay, why are you asking me to do that? You know, it's got to make sense to me for me to be able to do it. I can't just do it blindly because I don't know what's happening. So I think going forward, I won't just write out instructions in knitting patterns. I'll try and read through the whole thing and see if I can draw some diagrams too. And I know one of the things that always trips me up is if I'm doing a seamless top-down construction, the right and left shoulder, the right and wrong side, and getting them to line up and join up and everything. I just cannot when it's written flat, because I'm not familiar enough with it as a technique. I get so lost as to where I'm knitting. You know, I'm like, is this the armhole? Is this the neck hole? I don't know. So diagrams, I think, will really help with that. And so I can sort of have an arrow, which is like, you're starting here, or this is this bit. I'm still learning how to navigate a lot of things around my disability, because my disability changes every day, changes week to week, year to year. The symptoms I experience now as a disabled person are very different to the symptoms I experienced 3 years ago, 5 years ago, 10 years ago. So I have to keep everything under review. Just because there was a time in my life when I could read a pattern and didn't have to underline which size I was making, the fact that I need to do it now is not better or worse, it's just different. And you've got to do what you've got to do to keep doing the things that you love. So in the same way that I didn't need a wheelchair 5 years ago and I do now, if I have to underline things in a knitting pattern, if it means I get to keep on knitting, that's what I'll have to do. Hello. So my Moan progress. I've done one row too far, but I'm up to dividing for the armholes and I'm on my 3rd ball of wool. I'm saving myself an inch compared to the pattern, but I don't really think that's going to make a difference in the scheme of things. So the sort of body length is obviously graded with the sizes, but being a short person, I don't, and not actually having a 42-inch bust, I don't really need the extra length. And my row gauge is about right compared to my stitch gauge, which is massively out knitting. So I think now I'm dividing for the front. I'm not sure I love my colour scheme. It's reading very Halloween to me, and I don't really like Halloween. What do you think? I mean, I'm still going to wear it. Who am I kidding? Yes, so I misinterpreted the instructions and I've done one row too many. So I need to unpick the last purl row, and then we're dividing to make the fronts and the backs and everything. So I'm I've tried to do more maths and I just can't get my head around it. Yes, I could make a spreadsheet. I was going to say I can't be bothered. Maybe I should. Maybe I should actually make a spreadsheet and figure out how many stitches I'm getting out of a ball of wool and whether this is even worth it. Because the thing is, I considered knitting the sleeves top down, but I think that it's just going to look really visually different with the dots pattern if I do it the other way around, because it's hardly noticeable, but it matters to me. So I don't really want to knit the sleeves top down. So I'm just going to have to figure it out. Oh, okay. Do I unpick this row first or do I do the spreadsheet first? Let's do the spreadsheet. Because I haven't got long, I've got to go and vote. Here I am weaving in the ends on my finished waistcoat. Thankfully, there weren't too many to deal with, and I promise I'll get myself a new tripod. Oh, yeah, there it goes. And again. So I still need to trim them, but I have woven in the ends on my little waistcoat thing. And it's funny, when I tried it on first, I really didn't like it at all. I was like, oh God, what a waste of time and energy and yarn. And then we had another patch of rain. The day I finished it, it was like 28 degrees or whatever. And now it's raining and cold again. And I'm like, oh no, I love it. It's perfect. It's exactly what I wanted. I've still got to decide on what sort of buttons I want. But yeah, I'm thrilled. I think it will. I also think part of it is it doesn't go with everything, the styling, and obviously with the short sleeve length, it needs a shirt underneath it or a blouse, and I don't have any of my sort of long sleeve wintry blouses out at the minute because it's supposed to be summer. So I just need to decide on the buttons and trim the ends, and then it will be time for a final reveal in the garden for the first time in a very long time. Let's hope there's a pause in the rain. Yes, but with this one done, I have been focusing on Moan, which I did a 3 needle bind off for the shoulders. I just prefer to do that than seaming them up. I find I get a firmer seam and a neater seam. And I feel like because I'm a short person, right? This seam is visible to a lot of people. I like that one to be a 3 needle bind off rather than mattress stitch. This might be play havoc with the mic. Oh, but I haven't done the neckband or the button band and the collar yet, but I'm liking the way where the neckline is sitting on me. I find sometimes with very high neck cardigans like this, the neckline doesn't sit in the right place on me, but this one looks great. Yeah, I'm not sure about my choice of dots colours. I feel like from a distance, this green fades away. This is fine, but then these two just really pop, and I wanted a much more gradual gradient than that, which is a bit of a shame, but oh well. And yeah, I do feel it does have that sort of like commercial American Halloween witch costume. It's often these sort of purples and greens, isn't it? and black. So maybe, again, when October rolls around, I'll feel differently about it. But I am now onto the sleeves, and by my calculations, I've gone backwards and forwards about 12 times on this, but I think I am going to have enough yarn of my first dye lot to complete the sleeves, and then the second dye lot will just be the button stand and the collar. By my maths, I needed 3 and 3.75 balls of wool, and I've definitely got that. I mean, fingers crossed. I think part of it was I hadn't accounted for casting off stitches for the armhole and shaping and things like that, and shaping for the neckline, so that did save some of the grey yarn. So hopefully it'll be enough. But I'm in a complete tangle. I'm knitting the sleeves 2 at a time from either end of the skeins, so that I definitely know where I am with the yarn, at least, even if I do run out. And you might have noticed, yes, I've got a million ends to weave in. I've made a start on them. I just don't want to trim them until I block it, just so that I know that they're really securely in there and they're not going to wiggle out in the wash. And it does include in the pattern directions for how to avoid having ends to weave in by carrying the yarns up. But I don't like doing that, basically. I would just rather cut it and deal with weaving in the ends than have 5 live balls of wool that I'm managing. I think it's partly because I do most of my knitting in bed, and like they just end up everywhere in a mess. So I'd rather just snip them and weave the ends in. It's possibly more wasteful of yarn, but yeah, you win some, you lose some. But the fit I'm really pleased with. So as a reminder, I ended up going up 2 needle sizes and 2 pattern sizes. So I've made a 42 with 4.5mm needles, and I currently measure 38 round the bust. And I've still got the button band to go on, so that'll be another inch. But like it's not massive, it's not snug, it's just the sort of 0 to 2 positive ease that I wanted. I would rather have for this style of cardigan, I would rather have a bit more positive ease so it doesn't gape. So all that fretting and all that maths last month and the waiting for the new yarn has paid off, will pay off. I will end up with a garment that I'm happier with in terms of fit, if not in terms of colour scheme. Knitting's supposed to be relaxing. Yeah, just to say, I'm not doing fabulously at the minute in a million ways. Fatigue, brain fog, mental health. It's just been a little bit of a tough patch for me over the past couple of weeks. So the amount of progress I've made in my knitting, I'm really pleased with, actually, all things considered. And as usual, all my other plans for Retro Claude, Claude Tries New Things, Comfy Claude, all those things have just not happened. I'm just not there yet still, and it's 6 months into the year. But my health does have to come first, I think. I need to remember that like the reason that I do this as a job is not to grind myself into the ground. It's so that I have the freedom to manage my health. And yes, that comes with some financial trade-offs. If I make fewer videos, I make less money. But it means that if I need to, I can take a month off and there will still be a job waiting for me at the end of it. You will still be waiting for me at the end of it. So thank you very much for that. Thank you for my supporters on Ko-fi. Thank you for, I've been selling lots of sewing patterns at the minute on Etsy. So bless her, my mum is going backwards and forwards to the post office for me. So thank you if you've bought a pattern or anything like that as well recently. I really appreciate it. And hopefully this video will go up in July. Let me know in the comments if I made it. Okay, I'm carrying on with my sleeves. Okay, so I've trimmed the ends on my waistcoat, and now I've gotten out my button collection to see if we can't find, because I need 4 buttons to match. So this is the browns. I don't think metal is right, and I don't think white is right. I suppose, well, I don't really have anything orangey. No. Just looking at the flecks in the yarn to see. Let's start with the browns. Oh, quite like those. There's 4 of those. There's only 3 of those, and they're the wrong shade of brown. Oh, you cannot see that. That's good, isn't it? Here we are. Much better. So, yeah. Don't hate it. Not enough of those, and they're the wrong colour. No. I feel like this kind of plasticky one just looks cheap and nasty and a bit dated. Dare I say it? Those are probably too big. Got sort of like little... No, again, they're just a bit nasty. See, something like coconut buttons would be nice, but I've only got 2 of those. I've got 3 of those. So, the million-dollar question is, will these buttons fit through the buttonholes? Just. Hey, I think we have a winner. Oh, those are pretty. How many of those do I have? They're slightly smaller. No, I don't like that as much. Oh, I quite like these domed ones. Oh, I think they're just the wrong shade of brown. They're a bit darker. But also, look at these green ones, these square ones. I mean, they're cute, but they're probably too small. Do I like the green? Because the thing with a 2-hole button like this is there's no shank, so I'd have to make my own shank. Oh, they are cute. Do I go for the green? Let's have a look. Oh, I like it. I like it. All right, decision made. I'm glad I opened that bag. No, they're too light. Yeah, definitely these. So I was sure I had some brown buttonhole thread, but apparently I don't. So instead I'm using black linen upholstery thread. Oh, I've zoomed in so it won't autofocus. There we go. So I don't expect these buttons will be under a massive amount of tension, but it is nice to just use something a bit sturdier. And of course this worsted weight yarn was not going to fit through the shank of these buttons. So we're working with what we've got. And now my only dilemma is making sure I put the buttons in the right place so that it fits and that the buttonholes line up. So I've started with the obvious one, which is in the rib to go through there. It's covered in dog hair. This is my life now. Oh, I like that though, that's cute. Okay. And sure, I could have used a silk or something prettier, but... Oh, I'm stressed. Don't think the yarn will fit through there a second time or a third time. So there are the buttons sewn on. Really pleased with my choice. So with the buttons on, this is how much yarn I have left. I've got my scales in front of me, so let's see, 32 grams. So I had 400 grams of this, which means I've used 368. Is my maths right? I've just accepted now that my mental arithmetic cannot be trusted. 368, I was right. Oh, I like it when that happens. So that means, divided by 50, 7.36 balls of yarn used for my little waistcoat thing. But I've also made a couple of hexie puffs over the past couple of months, which I don't think I've counted off the stash yet. So I don't know how much yarn I've used. Apparently 3 grams. That can't be right. This must not have been 100. Okay, well, let's just not count those hexie puffs then, shall we? That's a shame. But I was at 142.75. So if we say 7 1/4, I'm rounding down ever so slightly for the 1940s waistcoat. I know it wasn't actually an 80s pattern, but it was an 80s does 40s pattern, so I'm counting it. Which should leave us at 135.5. So the new total going into August 2024 is 135.5 balls of wool left in the stash. And I'm feeling good about that because I'm very nearly done with Moan, so that will be another 9. Is there anything else I'm working on currently? Not really. Oh, the daisy blouse. I think once I finish Moan, I'm going to focus 100% again on the daisy blouse, and hopefully I'll have it done for autumn. I feel like it's more of a spring sort of thing, but it would be nice to finally have it done. And as well, I think then that would sort of be an even 3 years since I started working on it. Or is it 2 years? It'll have been a long time. Anyway, this is a really long video and I've still got to show you my finished waistcoat. So hopefully it's not raining and not too hot. I'm going to put it on and model it for you. Woo! I swear, it's not a retro claw knitting project unless I have to unpick a substantial amount of work, at least twice. But I finished my sleeves only to realise my dots don't line up with the body. So I'd forgotten, the instructions are really clear, there's a different number of dots in the sleeves for my size than there is in the length of the body. So if you want them to match up at the shoulder, you have to adjust for that. So I did that. I adjusted my sleeves, forgetting I'd adjusted the bodice to have one less row of dots because I was nervous about the yarn quantities and I'm a short person, I wanted it more cropped and all those things. So I made this modification to the sleeve dot pattern unnecessarily. So now the sleeves don't line up. I finished with a dark green and on the body I finished with a purple. And I did contemplate just leaving it, but I actually think, because it's just going to be one offset, I feel like if it was more offset, it would be fine. But because it's going to be just one offset, I'll lay it out flat and put some B-roll in here, Claude, don't forget. I can't just leave it, basically. So I have to add another stripe, but that means I have to add another grey stripe as well, and that is 1.5 inches. So it's going to make the sleeves 1.5 inches longer. But thankfully, these are not full length sleeves. They sort of come to there on me. So another 1.5 inches won't be the end of the world. And I also, thankfully, have enough yarn to be able to do that after all that. Like, I've not even touched one ball of wool. So that's reassuring. So to make this work, the only place where I can add this extra stripe is before the shaping for the sleeve. I'll have to make this section a bit longer and then do the shaping for the armhole, for the sleeve head. So that means I do have to undo all of this on both sleeves, but I think it's going to be worth it to get the effect that I want. It's going to be a pain to unpick all these stripes because I have been cutting the yarn, so I'm going to end up with like a million little yarn balls like this. But I have enough leftover yarn that that's not going to be an issue. So it's nice weather today. I'm going to go sit in the garden with a cup of tea and start unpicking. The light aircraft are out today. So I've unpicked my sleeves. The final row was quite tricky to re-pick up because it was a tuck stitch row. So before I did anything else, I re-knitted it before I lost any of the stitches because I couldn't be dealing with that. So now what I've got I've got loads of these tiny little quantities, and because now I'm having shifted my pattern, whereas before this did 4 rows, the stitch count is now going to be different, so it won't do 4 rows. Like, this is the final one, there's hardly anything there. It's not going to be long enough. So what I was thinking of doing is I want to try and reuse these scrappy bits of yarn in this project if I can, so that for a future stash project I've got more quantities to work with and easier, you know, rather than have all these hanging about. So what I think I'll do is I'll do the first one of all the coloured stripes from the skeins, and then it should mean the one I previously used down here I can now use up here, if that makes sense. Got my tea. 1 ginger, 3 ginger. It's a change for me. I didn't put any cold water in it though. No, that's too hot to drink. So normally if I've done sleeves 2 at a time, I find ripping back almost impossible to end up with them in the same place 2 at a time, but I think I've managed it for these 2. So I've got to purl back and then we'll start redoing all the stripes. Thanks, Rockstar. Okie dokie. So I have finished the button bands and the collar on Moan. This is the issue with trying to try these things on. I need to put my hair up so you can see. Now I did modify the collar quite a lot, just because I've made a couple of vintage knits with a collar like this and they never sit right on me. Oh, and they never sit right on me. So, have I done these the wrong way? Oh, bloody hell. No, I haven't. Okay, well that makes me feel a bit better. I added just a touch of short row shaping through the back neckline. This is because I know that I personally have a very rounded upper back section as a result of my scoliosis. So I need a little bit of extra length to get a collar to roll over, to fold over. I also made the collar considerably longer. And like I say, this is just because of my rounded upper back, because I added extra length with the short rows. That means I need extra length to then fold back and cover them up so that it folds in half. And I'm really pleased with how it sits. I wonder if it's out. So this green cardigan is one of the ones where I've made this sort of knitted vintage collar before, and you can see even with me tacking it down, it just doesn't want to sit the way like a collar should. It just wants to roll up. So I think I've successfully avoided that with my modifications. Oh boy, did I have a nightmare with the button bands though, because, and we've been talking about this a lot, so it's kind of fitting. I really struggled, not with right side and worst side this time. I managed to get my head around that perfectly fine. This is the right side, this is the worst side. My issue was with the left and right fronts. Which of these fronts is the left and right? Because if you take it off and look at it, that's different. The one on the left hand side as you look at it is not the same as the left hand side when you wear it. Does that make sense? Basically, I got my left and right confused, and the button band instructions have you do an Italian cast on to cast on across the bottom or the top as you're knitting the button band. And I've never done an Italian cast on before, and it was just a lot to get my head around. So the way it works is, I mean, the method of construction for the button band is incredibly clever. So they, Engineering Knits has you pick up stitches along the edge with your circular needle, then cast on across the bottom, and then essentially to stop you having to sew on the button band, you knit two together as you go along. So you're sort of almost knitting it diagonally at an angle, and then it rotates round. It's very clever. But like I say, I've never done an Italian cast on before. I was getting confused about my right side and my worst side facing, and the left and right. It was hard. It was really hard. And I did it wrong the first time. And I was so furious with myself because I've been trying so hard to improve on these and be aware of my own shortcomings, failings, whatever you want to call it, in terms of this skill. And I was really upset that I'd started picking up stitches on the wrong side, and then I just realised I can just do, I thought I'm going to have to undo it all and whatever, and then I was like, no, I can just do the right side first instead of the left side or whatever. It doesn't matter which order I do them in, as long as I do the right thing for the right half of the cardigan. It doesn't matter whether I start with the button stand with no buttonholes or I do the one with the buttonholes first. Crisis averted. So I've got to add the sleeves and I've got to weave in all these ends, but we're very nearly there. I'd also like to say thank you for all your kind comments about the colour scheme in the previous video and about how it doesn't read Halloweeny at all to many of the Americans in the comment section who said it was more Scotland, heather, stormy days. I will take it. Okay, so I spent most of last night weaving in all the ends on the body. I'm not trimming them yet because I want to block this first. Also partly because the dots, where I've woven them in over the dots, the tension's got a bit funny on some of them. So I'm hoping with blocking that will sort of relax it out a bit. But of course, I've still got even more ends to weave in on the sleeves. And I've been thinking about what I want to do about this because it's just, I mean, I'm going to weave them in, don't get me wrong, but I'm trying to think, is there a way that I can reuse these really tiny little bits? Maybe through needle felting them? Or can I like cut them up and reshed them and make felt with them? I'm not sure. I'm going to carry on mulling that one over as I carry on weaving in probably 100 more ends. Probably time for an audiobook. Okay, one sleeve has all the ends woven in. On to the next. I did at least have the sense when doing the sleeves to carry the grey yarn up the side, so that has made things ever so slightly quicker. But I still have been here a good few chapters. I have a fringe, I have an undercut, and I have finished weaving in all the ends, almost all the ends. As I went to set this up, I noticed a few I hadn't woven in yet, but I've woven in nearly all of the ends on Moan and sewn it up. So when I first tried it on, yeah, the sleeves are still sleeving. Okay, so I don't know what I've done. Hopefully that's not too feedbacky on the microphone, but I think I might need a shoulder pad, or I need to change how I sew in the sleeves. So I sort of gathered them in, and I think what I want to do actually is pleat them into a square. So this is one of the jumpers I made for my Home Fires jumpers project, which I suppose is kind of still ongoing. There's still patterns from that show I want to make, but I don't know if you can see the pleat here. It's a box pleat, but it hasn't got the points meet on the wrong side, if that makes sense. So what I've done, I think, is an inverted box pleat, and this is a true box pleat. And that I found has given a much clean a line to some of my 40s knits. And I think I just did it wrong on this one. I also think because I made the bigger size, I've got a little bit of drop off. And as a result, this silhouette is quite 80s. I haven't got enough space to show you. Better? Do you see what I mean? I can't decide. Maybe with buttons it will be better, and maybe with blocking I can bring the shoulders in a little bit. But I don't know whether to block it first because it stopped raining, and so there's sunlight today, it's still not going to be dry in time. So do I try and redo the sleeves first before I block it? I still don't love the colour scheme, unfortunately. I think I'm gonna try and redo the sleeve heads and then block it. Is that right? I don't know what I'm doing. I don't know. Does that look better? It's kind of a little pleat in comparison to the sort of volume of the rest of it. Is it giving Blade Runner vibes? Or is it just the fringe? So I have washed and I'm now blocking. I haven't got any pins in it or anything because I find when it's made up like this, that doesn't really work for me. But I did what I often do when I'm low on energy. And now I think about it, somebody commented, somebody warned me, but I don't know if you can see, like in here, this yarn has just completely felted. It's not shrunk, but it's felted. So like where I'd woven in the ends, like there, can you see? It's just gone really thick and lost all its stretch and elasticity. I think it's still going to be fine to wear, but like that, yeah, that's a woven in end. These are a couple of leftover ends. They've just, I've never seen a yarn behave like this, and I can only think it's because this was supposed to be eco-friendly or whatever. It's got some sort of like viscose, lyocell, something like that. But how bizarre. And it's completely changed the nature of the fabric. It's got no airiness, no breadth to it. It's become really solid, more like a jacket. I'm just hoping it's gonna be all right. Oh shit, why did I do that? Well, I know I did it. I did it to save energy, but it'll be such a shame. See, like in some places it's not too bad. What did it say on the yarn band? Yeah, it does say hand wash only. And it's Tencel, not lyocell. Oh yeah, lyocell. Tencel is lyocell. Okay, I was right then. But that is so bizarre, and it's 60% lyocell. But why would the lyocell felt? Because I didn't do anything to it that I wouldn't do with 100% wool. As in, I used wool wash, cold water, minimal agitation. So I've never seen viscose of any kind, whether it's rayon, synthetic, real, whatever, this eco-friendly version. I've never seen it felt. It's most bizarre. I still got the swatch in here, yeah. Admittedly, this is where I did the dots wrong, but like if you compare the sort of lightness and airiness and stretchiness of that to the sort of density. I mean, the rib still stretches. It's just the dots pattern that feels a bit grim and really heavy. Maybe it'll make it more hard wearing. I don't know. So as I've sort of come to a pause on Moan now with the blocking, I decided to do something else. That's not all of it. There's 2 more here, and there's still this much left of my ranunculus. I haven't been able to bring myself to redo the actual sweater part of it, or to frog the actual sweater part of it, because I'm still mulling over whether I want to try and save it or not. I have sort of put it on and worn it a couple of times, and it just doesn't feel like me for a variety of reasons, which is a real shame. But I am essentially leaving that decision for another day. And I said I had some ideas for what to do if I frogged it in one of my shorts. And originally I wanted to make a dog bed for Sagan, because as you know now, I'm a dog person. But I don't think I'll have enough. This is 4-ply, and all the patterns for dog beds I've been able to find are like super bulky. So I was going to have to quadruple strand it to crochet a dog bed, and I didn't really want to do that. As well, I wanted a knitting project because, I mean, I have a long-term crochet project I'm avoiding in the daisy blouse. And so instead, I've looked up some patterns for dog coats, and I've made a start on one. So this pattern called for DK, so I'm holding it double. And it's a bit dense, so I reckon I've sort of slightly more Aran weight, but it's working with my 4mm needles. I've already done the pattern repeat wrong, or I did my second repeat of the pattern I did wrong, and I offset it, and so now I'm just sort of basket weaving it. I'm like, meh, okay. But yeah, this was a free pattern on Ravelry, and I don't know whether this will fit Sagan. I don't know whether Sagan will tolerate a dog coat, but I also thought it's one of those charity projects. I've looked up a couple of dog rescues, animal shelters, I think you call them, in other parts of the world, but like cats and dogs homes, that take knitted dog coats, and I found one in particular that wanted large dog coats. So I'm going to make a large dog coat, and if it doesn't fit Sagan, it hopefully will fit some other poor pooch. I was sceptical about how much a dog would change your life until I had one in my life, and I have never known love like it. To the point that here I am knitting coats for dogs I haven't met. I don't even knit things for some of my family members. Anyway, I'll look up the details of this dog coat pattern. It's called something like dog coat. And I'll put them on the screen here. So if you want to make one, you can too. Maybe that would be a fun knit along, a sort of charity knit along project. I should also say, if you've been following with Stashbusting a little while, or just Retro Clawed for a little while, you'll know that I have ups and downs with my mental health. And one of the things that often helps me is doing things for other people. And my options are limited by my condition, and knitting for charity is one of the things that brings me joy day to day, because I like knitting, but also is manageable for me even on really rough and really dark days. And it does wonderful things for my self-worth, I suppose. I don't know, it's good for me. It's not just, and I don't mean to say that in like, oh, I'm such a good person, look at all this charity work I do. No, it's good for me in that it reminds me, it helps me find meaning in the darkness. I don't think I need to elaborate on that anymore. Interpret that however you like, quite frankly. That's all I'm willing to say. It helps me find meaning in the darkness. I tend to start to struggle with my mental health more in the winter, so maybe I'll schedule a sort of charity knit along, and I'll look up some places that accept knitting as donations, and I'll hatch a plan. Okay, so I'm just about to film a reveal for Moan, so I've got all dressed up. I'm kind of going Blade Runner vibes and leaning into it, and I must say I am loving it. I'm really pleased with the way it came out. I still haven't got my buttons. I ended up ordering some from AliExpress. So wherever possible, I try not to buy things from abroad online. It's just one of those little things I've done for a very long time in my own personal climate journey. However, there are occasions where I'm going on Amazon UK, eBay UK, Etsy UK, and looking for things like buttons, ribbons, fabrics. And I know it's drop shipped from China. And sure enough, you check AliExpress, and there it is, available to buy to customer for sometimes 1/10 of what I would have paid. So in those instances, I do just order it myself from AliExpress because I'm cutting out the middleman. I don't know, but I try not to do it. I don't actively shop on AliExpress, but if I'm looking for something and I find a lot of results coming up and I'm like, that's drop shipped, then, and I'm wanting it, then I just go to the horse's mouth, as it were. That is to say, I found some buttons that I like, that I think will work from Moan, and they're coming from AliExpress, so they're not here yet. So I have to do the final reveal without the buttons, so I'm just going to pin it shut. It is what it is. It's time to weigh up what I have left over from Moan, because what I want to do with this leftover yarn, and if you're a Ko-fi member you will already have seen this, is I want to use this yarn because so many of you were so complimentary about the colourway and the way that you liked it, that I thought I would make this the Ko-fi members giveaway for the year. So if you don't know, it's turned out to be about once every year at around this time, knit something, and to say thank you for my Ko-fi members, I, let people enter a giveaway and they might have a chance to win something I've made. And it's just a little fun way for me to possibly make things I wouldn't make otherwise, help with my stash busting, and also just to say thank you for those people who support me over on Ko-fi, because they are, I think I looked at it the other day, and depending on the month, they are over 50% of my income now from YouTube. I think we've got 200 members and I'm so incredibly grateful. The least I can do is knit them something. So let's see how much yarn we've got left and what we're working with. Using my mum's new kitchen scales, don't tell her because she got fed up of me pinching the other ones. So these two are the different dye lot to the ones that I actually ended up using. So we have 50 of that and 17 grams of that left. So what I need to do is keep careful track of this in Ravelry, otherwise I'll end up using this odd as an end in the wrong project and all of that. So enter totals. So we have 67 grams of that. We have 50 grams of the dye lot 1938 in the same whatchamacallit. And how much else? 51 grams. Let's just say we've got one of those. Now this is where it's going to get complicated with all the little bits from unpicking. Let's start with the purple because I can definitely remember what colour that is. So we have 16 grams of that one left. This one is called something like aloe. 21 grams of that left. This dark green, we have 11 grams of left. I think that's Olive Grove. So that makes this Ocean Spray, and we have 19 grams of that one left. Okay, so I bought 50 grams of each of the colours, so that one should be easy to figure out. So 50, take 19. So I've used 31 of the Pebble Shore. I haven't brought my notebook or anything, I'm so unprepared. So 31, add 34, add 29, add 39. So 133 grams of the colours left. No, used. And then 33 from the second dye lot used. I originally bought 7 and I've used 6. So 6 times 50 is 300. So add another 300. 33, add 133, 466 grams of yarn I used for this sweater, divided by 50 gram balls, 9.32. So yeah, that makes sense. 9.32 balls of wool used. I still don't know what the total was. I've completely forgotten.
So the new total going into August 2024 is 135.5 balls of wool left in.
135.5. So let's round down and call this 9 1/4. So 135.5 take 9.25, 126.25. We've gotten to the new total finally. So the total, and I will update my little thingamabob. Maybe I should make a spreadsheet. 126.25 grams of wool left in the stash. We're very close to being under 100. So like if I use up all of that blue cone, that's 10. The daisy blouse I think is going to be another 7 or 8 at least. So that would be 18 gone if I use up all of those. I've got at least 3 or 4 here for the Ko-fi giveaway. Can we get to under 100 by the end of the year? Oh, no, wait, that isn't the new total. Because let me tell you what I found. So when I was going through my sewing things the other day, I found some of this vintage, I guess, but sort of like 80s, 90s vintage. Rowan Sea Breeze undyed 4-ply cotton. And now actually I should check how much is here and whether these are actually 50 gram or not. Yeah, that one's 51 and that one's 54. So it looks like they are sort of like complete. So that's 2 to add to the total. So we're actually at 128.25. So the reason I'd kept this in my sewing supplies was I think I'd contemplated using this as piping cord rather than buying piping cord when I was doing Little Dorrit. That was quite a while ago. So it's literally just been in a box in my sewing room with other braidy cordy type things. I was like, that's actually knitting yarn. I should do something with that. Really, it needs to be counted in the stash. So I'm doing it. I'm being honest. I'm counting it in the stash. I do think, however, this would be perfect to just make dishcloths out of, or tea towels or something. So I think that's probably what this is going to become, because I don't know what else I'd do with it. I mean, I suppose I could make baby clothes with it, but because it's sort of naturally and undyed looking, that's very sad beige children. And I don't want to make anybody a sad beige child. So, yeah, I think it will go to a practical use. Could also crochet it, I suppose, couldn't I? That would be quicker than knitting. But yeah, I think that means it's it for this month. At least we finally finished my own, apart from the buttons. And I'll let you know, I think I might have to reinforce the button band because it's a horizontal stretchy one. So when I button it up, it's just going to pull like that. So I might have to do some grosgrain ribbon magic. But with it being quite a narrow button band, I've never done it where you put the buttonholes in the grosgrain ribbon. I could try it, I suppose. If that's a video you'd like to see, let me know. And if not, oh well, I might make it anyway. Sorry. Thanks for watching. See you next time. I'll leave you with the Blade Runner moan look. Although, very difficult to channel Blade Runner when you live in the middle of nowhere in the countryside, so it will be in my back garden as usual. This is the best angle we're getting. Ignore the mess. I would normally attempt to at least hide it, if not tidy it up, but it's not been a good week, unfortunately. It's almost like the weather really changed from August into September, and it's almost like my body smelt that winter was coming and made me crash. As a result, it just went nope. So I've been struggling, and that also means that I haven't been able to complete my previous installment of Stashbusting. I'm not naming them by month anymore because this happens. It's just frustrating because I finished Moan. I'm just waiting on buttons. It was really difficult to find grey buttons, and I need to do the weigh up and all of that and the final Stashbusting totals. But if I were to attempt to do it, it just wouldn't be a standard of performance, if you like. It just wouldn't be of a quality that I'd be happy to put out, because I would literally just be standing there like, yeah, I've used 3 balls of wool. See you next time. Which is not a great note to end a video on, so I'm pausing on that one for now. which is frustrating, but I know I am blessed with an audience who understands that. So thank you for your patience. But that has left me in a bit of a, I can't think of the word. I don't really mean lurch, but like when you're sort of suspended precariously between two things. Because do I cast on a new project? Do I try and finish one of my many works in progress now? I'm working on the dog coat, which is going fine. I've just gotten a little bit bored of it. It's quite repetitive. It's quite mindless sort of knitting, which has been good this week, but I've not done much else apart from knit in bed, so I'm just a little bit done with it. I've also, which is quite common for me when I flare, I've broken out in like eczema or dermatitis or whatever on my hands and fingers, and that yarn is particularly kind of toothy and scratchy, that blue yarn, and so it's just irritating a lot, particularly on this finger because I tension my yarn on that finger. So that's not been great. I could work on the daisy blouse, of course, and actually I'm really frustrated because I really wanted September to be, after I finished Moan, like me bashing out some long-term whips, so sort of like a finish it February but September. So I really wanted to get on with the daisy blouse. I really wanted to get on with my Hexie Puff quilt and just a few other things that are hanging around, and sort of either make a decision or put them to bed or whatever, or like the things I decided to frog in Finish It February, actually frog them and things like that. But I don't have the concentration for the daisy blouse. And Hexie Puffs I've been attempting to knit today, but it's the fine needles. Again, these are 2mm needles. When I'm really tired, I just can't do it. Or I have to take so many breaks that it's just more frustrating. You know, there's currently like 60 stitches here and I can only do 60 stitches at a time. So I'm having to knit around and rest and knit around and rest. It's meh. So I have got some other knitting projects on the go, which I'm knitting for a show, actually. One of them is currently blocking, and it's been 2 days, it's been 3 days, and it's still not dry, Britain. And the other one is this crochet granny square, or granny triangle shawl. It's much more teal than that in real life. It's more like this colour. How bizarre.
Alexa,
Bedside lamp off. That is so strange. I've had this before with teals, though, in this camera. Anyway, it's more teal in real life. And so this is sort of going to be like a Victorian travelling shawl. And I did a little bit of research to see if I wanted to try and use a Victorian pattern. And I didn't. But yeah, granny square triangular shawl thing in stripes. Perfectly historically accurate, according to my research. I suppose it's more Edwardian, this piece. But anyway, I could work on that because that's in acrylic, because stage, it gets sweaty, it'll get dusty, it needs to be able to be washed by somebody who doesn't know what they're doing. So it's in acrylic. I actually think it's one of these is real wool. I think the black is real wool. That could be interesting. Anyway, that yarn hasn't come from my stash. It's come from my mum's stash. She has an extensive stash too. So I raided her for that because I needed DK weight and I don't have a lot of DK weight. So I've been working on that, as you can see. I still don't like granny squares. I still don't really like doing them, but it's serving a purpose now. But because it's not from my stash, it's not stash busting. I don't know what else I have to say about all of that. And as always, when I feel like this and I don't want to do anything, or I'm not able to do something, or I'm not able to do much, I'm just so frustrated. And I have to keep reminding myself that even if I am only doing one row at a time on a Hexie Puff, they are getting there slowly. Even if I am crocheting this, and if I am having to use acrylic to crochet this shawl, which hasn't come from my stash, in this moment, it's fine. You know, but I don't know where I'm going with my own personal sort of wardrobe projects. Hello. I've just seen hanging on the end of my bed, I've got yarn that I bought just there for those, Fable knitwear. That's what it's called, those Fable knitwear patterns I've bought. So possibly I can swatch for those. It's just whether I can get the needles out. I'll need to check what size they are. Success. both the antiquity blouse and the folklore ruffle top that I've got the yarn for over there in bed are 4mm needles, and I know I have kicking around here somewhere some 4mm needles, so that should mean I don't have to try and get the box out from under my bed, which is really heavy. So I think I'm going to make some swatches. I'm going to make some swatches. Some swatches, but the yarn I have for the antiquity blouse also is in skein form and needs to be wound up. Do I want to wind it by hand? No, of course I don't. Who am I kidding? Definitely not well enough to do that though, so I might just have to do the swatch for the folklore ruffle top. I could also look for other patterns I want to work on. That's often what I do. And I do have some things on my list that I want to find, like I want to find some patterns to use up my leftover yarn from Moan, because I've got quite a lot of it after my... I've realised what happened. So if you've seen that video, you'll know I did the tuck stitches wrong. And I made the gauge doing the I made the gauge swatch doing the tuck stitches wrong, and then did all my yarn calculations and sizing and tension measuring off that gauge swatch where I'd done it wrong. So of course I wasn't getting the right gauge because I wasn't actually scrunching the fabric up in any way, so I wasn't getting any of the 3D texture. So I was, God knows what I was doing. But as a result, you haven't seen it yet. Well, maybe you have. I haven't filmed it yet, but you might have seen it. The resulting cardigan fits with plenty of room, and I probably could have made the original size I was expecting and not have had to buy any extra yarn, which is kind of frustrating because now I have all this yarn I have to figure out what to do with. But yeah, I want to find a pattern for that. But I thought that could be quite a fun thing to make something as a Ko-fi members giveaway, to say thank you for my members for supporting me, because it's weeks like this when I'm able to do so little, and I sit here and I get those emails from Ko-fi about such a body supported you on Ko-fi, such a body bought something from your shop, that I am just so grateful for this job and for you all supporting me. I can't tell you, it's, yeah. Let's not get too philosophical, but because the mood I'm in, I will just cry. So I'm going to see if I can find these 4mm needles and start on swatching. So actually, they weren't where I thought they were, but I was able to find my interchangeables, including the ones that I haven't put back yet from Moan. So, killing two birds with one stone here, tidying up after myself, and I'll show you, sir. Although one of my, I don't know if you can see that, one of the cables came out of one of my interchangeable cable sets, and it didn't even like snap, it just completely came out, and I was so frustrated, and my partner fixed it for me with some special glue, which is like industrial strength or something. Anyway, oh yeah, I should add, so it's always weird launching a relationship on social media. Not that I've ever done it before, but when I've seen other people do it, I've gone, that's weird. But I wanted to make sure that my partner was comfortable with it. You know, I didn't want to force him into doing anything he didn't want to do. And I gave him the option. I was like, oh, do you want to be, you know, do you want me to not mention it at all? Do you want to be in it? Do you want me to blur your face? Do you want your voice to be in it? And so he was like, no, I don't want to be in it. If I am in it, you can blur my face, that's fine. And I said to him, do you want me to use your real name? And at first he was like, yeah, I don't care, that's fine. And then he changed his mind and he was like, oh, actually, no, please don't use my real name. And so I offered him the choice of his own pseudonym, and he chose Woody. So now I have to tell everybody, this is my partner, Woody. Yeehaw. So yes, Woody fixed it for me. which was very nice of him. So, got me 4mm needles. I've actually just realised that it's probably better to use my interchangeable set anyway, or to at least have gotten it out, or taken the energy to find it, because if I finish this gauge swatch and I don't get the gauge I need, or it's obvious I'm getting no on, I don't have a fucking ruler. Oh no. So scrap all of that, because that's not going to happen, is it? But anyway, this yarn. It's Drops Kid Silk. Unicolor. 75% mohair, 25% silk. And it says soft, luxurious in super kid mohair and silk. I will say this one was cheap, relatively. I bought more expensive Rowan reduced for the other one, and it's a lot nicer quality than this. So I don't think this is going to itch me or irritate my dermatitis. You can see skin splitting, that's how bad it is. Oh, is this going to shed everywhere? Okay, here goes. So if I need 20 stitches to 10 centimetres, is that a lot? That's 5. I think I'm going to need a bigger needle than that. I doubt I'm going to get... Well, let's cast on 30. Might have overestimated my yarn tail. Oh, I'd forgotten. Let's hope I don't make any mistakes. Knitting this really makes me realise that whatever that yarn was that I used for... Oh, it's out of shot, but it's hanging on the wardrobe. My God, Ghost Whisperer. I was going to say the pattern was called Park Williams, but that's the designer. Ghost Whisperer by Park Williams. It's definitely not real mohair. It's definitely synthetic. This project is knit in the round, so I should really swatch in the round. Oh, I am not sure about this already. Oh no, they look so pretty.
I'm not quite sure how to help you with that.
I tell you, she's on one at the minute. She's not listening to me, and then she's listening to me when she's not supposed to be. So if you've never... Oh God. You've never done like a swatch in the round. I, of course, learned this from Roxanne Richardson, like I learn everything about knitting from Roxanne Richardson. But if you do it on a double pointed needle or a circular needle, rather than have to make like a massive chunk of knitting, you can just sort of like leave a little loop. Yes, it means that I've got all these like yarn loops that you have to keep managing on your swatch, but you get a more accurate result, because I know my gauge in the round is definitely different to my flat gauge for stockinette, because I'm a continental purler, don't you know? Not that I'm bragging or anything. The second row's gone a bit easier, so I was worried about this being very white, I seem to remember when it first arrived, but it seems to be knitting up okay so far. I mean, it feels nice. It's not hurting my finger. When I went to the loo, I found a tape measure. So I need 20 stitches to my 10 centimetres. It's quite difficult to measure this. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Well, 10 is bang on 5. 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19. Have I just stretched it too far? Possibly. And it is... My cast on edge, I don't know if you can see that, is definitely warping it. So I think it's close enough. I didn't want to do more than this because unpicking this is not an option, this sort of yarn. I didn't want to use too much of my kind of leeway in terms of yardage on a swatch in case, because if something goes wrong, I am just going to have to cut it out and start again probably. But yeah, 4mm seemed fine, so yay. Touch itchy maybe? What I do is like something like that. Have a little bit of a test. See how I get on with it. Because I wore, dramatic, I wore my, oh goodness knows what it's called, from the Shetland Trader. I finished it about a year ago and it's in Shetland yarn, and I wore that yesterday for the first time in a long time. Fucking hell, it's really itchy, and I don't know if like it's because I'm not very well that I'm noticing it more, or if it's always just been that itchy. But yeah, I just don't have the tolerance for it at all, so I might try soaking it in some of the things that are supposed to help, like vinegar and fabric softener and all those sorts of things. But for now, it's a outerwear garment only, long sleeves worn underneath. Don't really know what I'm going to do now. It's about 5:30 or something, so might get the iPad and start looking at things, or just watching something, doing a little bit of crochet and a little bit on my Hexie Puff, because I don't think I want to be casting on like 200 plus stitches in the round in mohair at this point in my life. I think one of the things that my stash busting rationing journey is teaching me is that if I want pieces in my wardrobe, handmade pieces in my wardrobe that I'm going to wear and love, then I need to buy expensive yarn. There are some instances where I don't care. But like the feel of this, it's just extraordinary. And so if I am going to be buying less stuff, if I am going to be using less stuff, and a lot of the stuff in my stash is stuff I bought. I only really started knitting as a hobby again in 2018, so I've not been knitting that long, and a lot of the stuff in my stash is stuff I've bought as almost a beginner knitter, and I've become a yarn snob basically in my old age. Well, it's not even so much snobbery, it's that in the same way that in my sewing I don't want to wear cheap nasty polyester clothes, and I don't want to be working with polyester, and I don't want to be working with craft cotton, and I don't want to be working with, I don't know what else, old bed sheets, I guess. Now when it comes to my knitting, I don't want to be working with cheap scratchy yarn, even if it's real wool. It is starting to itch a little bit, but it still feels quite soft, so that's good. So I'm staying with my partner, Woody, for a little bit, and I'm still trying to find angles in his house which have nice natural light, but don't show too much of the mess. Because it's one thing like showing your own mess on the internet, but showing somebody else's is a little shady. Is that what I mean? Anyway, I thought I'd show you before I carry on, because I've made quite good progress on the dog coat. So, oh god, this looks so blue on camera. It's not that blue. So I've divided for the arms. So this is the bum of the dog down here. So this is the front legs that these holes are for. And I made them slightly bigger, this gap. And that's partly because the animal shelter, that's one of the things they asked for. They had like a list of requirements that they wanted from their coats, and they were like nice big leg openings so that they don't chafe. So yeah, sure, I can do that. I just cast off, I think, one extra stitch, so it's a bit bigger. And I mean, like, I'm going to cast on the same amount again. That should fit. It should fit. So I've got to join these all back up now by casting on over the gaps and knitting. Then I think there's some more shaping, and then I knit a collar, and I'm going to have to modify the collar, but I am still really struggling. And admittedly, I didn't sleep brilliantly today, so that's part of it. But like, I know they talk about the October slide, but like September for me has been infinitely worse for the past couple of years. So maybe I'm just going to have to rebrand it the September slide. What else? Fucking hell. So the reason why I'm probably going to have to leave the collar for another day is because, like I say, I'm going to have to modify it and I don't think I have the brain power for that. In our discussion about knitting pattern and crochet pattern readability, one of the things a lot of people said they did was they copied and pasted it into a Word document. And I have done that for this pattern because it came free off of somebody's website. You could pay to download the PDF ad-free version, which I mean I could have done, but money is tight for me. So instead I copied and pasted it all and deleted all the adverts and all the bits, and there's multi-sizes, so I deleted all the numbers that weren't for the largest size and all that sort of thing. So I have my own Word document typed out, just black text, white background, just the numbers I need. And it definitely has been helping, but I don't know how I'm going to be able to interpret those instructions for the collar and modify it. I'm sure I'll figure it out. It's just not a problem for today. I have already managed today, though, to finish the subtitles on my Stashbusting video for episode 3. So I'm not doing them by month anymore. I'm doing them when they're ready because the pressure of doing a monthly was a bit much for me. So this is episode 3. It will have gone to Ko-fi members already. And I'm just given like the first few weeks in September I've had, I'm just so pleased I got it done. And I've already pre-filmed Claude Tries New Things for this month as well. So I've just got to do all the gubbins on that, you know, the thumbnail and description and all of that. Come up with an engaging title. Again, those are not tasks for today. Let's finish this. Or as much as we can. So, my AliExpress buttons are here. They're okay. They're a bit of a warm gunmetal brown compared to Moan. See what I mean? It's not quite the right shade of grey, but I think because of the green, it sort of works. And I think the rounded domey shape really goes with the dots pattern. My only concern is I bought 1.5 mil. They just fit through the buttonholes. Okay. Some of them are snugger than others. Yeah. The quality isn't great, but then am I being more picky about the quality because I know it came off AliExpress, and if they'd come off Amazon, would I not even have bothered to look? Oh, they'll do, right? Now, I don't think they're the sort of buttons I can sew on with yarn. They're shank buttons, but I don't think the shank is going to be in focus. There we go. Don't think that hole is big enough for me to sew it on with yarn, so I think I'm going to have to use thread. Which is fine, but I still don't know what I'm going to do about the reinforcement because it's definitely going to need it. Do I sew the buttons on first and then do the reinforcement? Really, I should reinforce the other side as well because that is also ribbed and is also going to pull. And then I should sew the buttons onto that. And I don't have any grosgrain this wide. Typical. Okay, well, that one's on hold for now then, isn't it? Let's order some grosgrain. And so here we have the finished dog coat. So I've seamed it up. I tried it on Sagan before I seamed it up, so I have no idea whether it will fit him now, but it's very stretchy, so I think it will. And I just wanted to show here, what I ended up doing was I knit to here flat So I joined here in the round so that I could do some short row shaping, because it became quite obvious that, like, you see how now it curls up because there's extra length here, and it looked like it was going to need that quite desperately on Sagan. So I've done like a polo neck like this that folds back, and that seems to be what the dog rescue asked for in their video, but they modelled that on a much smaller dog. So like if you imagine, like, the dog's ears were sort of almost there, whereas there's a lot more neck on a big dog. So I don't know how far this will actually go. So it might be that we don't need to turn it back. I will, at some point, get Sagan to model it and put the footage in here. But yeah, I'm really pleased with it. It was a really fun little project. Like I say, it's very stretchy, but like the pattern said this was the largest size, and I don't know if you've seen a picture of Sagan or if you're familiar with Vizslas. They have quite a broad chest, but then they're very skinny after the ribs. If you've got a more round dog, maybe like a Labrador, with a sort of tummy or like a broad rear end, this would not go anywhere near this pattern in the terms of the large. So I'm going to bear that in mind when I look for patterns for the knit along, because this was one of the ones that actually included sizes for larger dogs. A lot of them didn't. They were sort of like Chihuahua size and that was it, or maybe like French Bulldog size at the biggest. So I might be writing my own, who knows? The only thing I don't really like about this is that there's no edging on these openings, and because if you've got a dog with long legs, to get the leg in through there can be quite difficult, and so you have to really stretch it. So I think that's probably deliberate, but I am worried that as I stretch it over time, it is just going to rip with no reinforcement. Anyway. This is how much of the blue yarn I have left. So shall we get the scales? Somebody, I can tell you who, Mad Luna, sent me a super thanks on my last video pointing out to me that I have been doing my stash busting calculations wrong since I reset the total. So I was at 125, I was at 100.25 50 gram balls of wool. I bought 19 and a half, so which should have taken me up to 119.75. I used 7.25 for the 1940s waistcoat, and then I used 9.25 for Moan last video. So if we add, they think I should be at 105.18, but I think that must be a typo because that doesn't add up. So 103.25. We are so close to getting under 100 that this dog coat, it will have to have used like 160 grams of wool. Is that right? 162.5 grams of wool. Now, there was originally 500 grams of this blue stuff. Let me angle you down so you can see what I'm on about. Okay. There is 171 left, including the cone. 329. That's 6.58. Let's call it 6.5. Is that right? Have I just lost a thingamabobby of wool? I can't believe it. I need something to put this in because it doesn't want to fit on this scale. Have I lost one of these? Oh, of course, because there's still some left in the jumper, isn't there? That's why that doesn't add up. So, no, that's not going to work. I need something with higher sides. Ah! This is infuriating. So I found this. This is like a wine cooler thing. 189. Does that mean we've still done it? 3.75! Oh my God. Okay, so minus 3.75. 99. 99.5. We did it. Look at this terrible angle, this terrible lighting. What a way to celebrate. Oh my god. I really hope I'm right. And what's more, I've even made a few hexie puffs. Annoyingly, I didn't weigh this and it was over 188. So even if I'm a bit out, that's roughly another half that's gone from here. Not quite half, but how long have we been doing this? How long? A really long time. A really long time. What a better way to celebrate than with some cute dog footage. I can't believe it. Thanks for watching. See you next time.
Oh, good boy. Good boy, Sagan. Good boy. Do you like your coat?
Again.
Good boy. Oh, thank you.
I'm having a bit of a strange day. They're doing some work to the electricity supply in the village, and so we don't have any power today. So no internet, no electricity. And while I can charge my laptop battery, or I was able to charge it overnight, editing software is so power hungry that I can't actually do any editing without it dying. So what an excellent excuse to stay in bed and knit all day. The one worst aspect of that is that I can't boil the kettle, so I can't drink any tea. That's the only way today could be improved. But I thought I'd talk to you about my stash busting because, as you saw last time, we finally got to under 100, which has been my goal for a really long time. And like a lot of goals, when you achieve them, it's sort of a bit like, what now? Because I still have a lot of things that I want to get rid of or want to knit with or projects I want to make. And quite a few of them now are, rather than yarn I had in my stash for years that I didn't know what to do with, it's yarn I've bought recently with a project in mind when I've fallen off the stash busting wagon. So they're sort of sat there ready to go, which doesn't have that sort of creativity problem solving aspect of it, which is why I enjoy stash busting so much, you know, looking at leftovers from another project and going, what am I going to make with those? Having said that, I've still got loads of things on my to be made list, current work in progress list. Obviously we have the albatross around my neck, which is the daisy blouse. It's so nearly there. I'm sure if I really worked on it, it wouldn't take me very long. It's just, I think I'm going to need Finish It February again. And I think subconsciously I'm waiting for Finish It February to really kick myself up the backside and get that started. And it's just because it requires so much concentration, and I haven't had that. I haven't had the brain width, and I've got so many other things going on currently, both retro clawed projects and other projects, that when I get time to knit or sit down and do my sort of crafting for me, you know, which is just my sort of cozy time, I don't want to work on the daisy blouse. So I'll show you what I have been working on. You might remember I found this dishcloth cotton in my sewing stash when I was wrapping up for Moan. And I have made some quite good progress because I thought I said I'd knit dishcloths, and I've knitted dishcloths. These are sort of loosely based on a Pearl Soho pattern that was free online on Ravelry. But I looked at them and I went, that's a mitered corner square with a I-cord little loop at the top. I know how to do a mitered cornered square. I know how to do an I-cord. So I didn't really follow the pattern instructions. I just knitted until it was about the right size and then did the I-cord loop at the top the best I know how. I don't know how to describe it. It was one of those I thought, meh, I can manage that. It's been very nostalgic for me because one of the first things I ever learnt how to knit was a corner to corner knitted squares, garter stitch squares, which I made when I was probably 7 or 8. and my mum sewed them up into blankets and they went to a homeless shelter. I can't remember. And she made one for me and I kept it for a very long time, but it did eventually fall apart. So yeah, this was quite nostalgic to do this, but also it's just really fun sort of mindless knitting, because every row you're doing an increase or a decrease and you sort of see it progress. And yeah, it's very satisfying making these. I haven't used them yet. Obviously I've got the ends to weave in still. And I had a bit of a dilemma because I also made, oh hang on. So I also made this, which is a little overexposed soap saver. That's another aspect of the no power, no lighting. So you get what you get, I'm sorry. So this is a little drawstring bag basically, and you put your scrap bits of soap in, you know, when they get too small to really handle. I'm trying to get one out now. So, you know, like little leftover bits of soap like that. They go in the bag, you drawstring it up, and then when you're washing your hands or your face or whatever it is you use bar soap for, you lather it up through the bag. And I saw somebody recommend this for little children who struggle to like teach them to wash themselves. But I mean, I am 30 years old and I find it very helpful. Might also be something, I suppose, if you do have, like, for whatever reason, disability grip issues, this could be an option. And I just saw this pattern when I was looking for dishcloth patterns in the sort of like home cleaning section of Ravelry, and I thought that's cute and a bit different. So I gave it a go, and yeah, it didn't use very much yarn, so it was a great stash buster. But it used so little yarn, I've had enough to make 2 more dishcloths, and I've just done some weighing up downstairs. There's 45 grams left of this. I had to use a little bit on one of my, you can see where the join is, on my second dishcloth, and I didn't know whether, because there's a cardboard cone in here as well, how much I would need for another dishcloth. Well, the other dishcloths weigh 25 grams, so it looks like even if the cone weighs 20 grams, I should have enough for at least a third dishcloth. And then that will be 2 of these gone. I mean, there might be some oddments left. Maybe I'll make another soap saver. Or I've also seen some of those crochet reusable like cotton pads. Now I do have some fabric ones of those, and they are such a nightmare to clean that I really don't know whether it's efficient for me with my energy limitations, or whether it's right for me given the amount of makeup I wear, which is not a lot. My point is, maybe there might be a better use for this leftover bit of cotton, if there is any. Did I bring the needles up? Yes, so I can cast on another dishcloth. I'm not counting this project as finished just yet until I decide what's happening with this. And I am also working on, I still have to do, the grosgrain ribbon has arrived, so I still have to do the grosgrain button band on Moan, but because I want to make a separate video about that, I haven't started on it yet because I'm in the midst of so many other things. And I'm also genuinely a little bit unsure of what I want to do about it. So let me explain why to begin with. So usually, oh look, I'm wearing the perfect cardigan to demonstrate. So here we have a cardigan with a reinforced, in this case this is Petersham because it's not got a straight edge, button band. And you see how this was machine knit, and they've put the ribbon on the top and they've sewn the sewing machine buttonholes through both layers of the Petersham and the fabric. Now, as you can see, machine made buttonholes are rectangular. Now, in my hand knit garment, I made the buttonholes using the yarn over buttonhole technique. So they're circular. Don't know if that's in focus. So me trying to, usually what would happen on a hand knit cardigan is you pin the grosgrain on, in the appropriate position, you mark where you want your buttonholes, you take it off to your sewing machine, you sew the buttonholes in, then you match it up and hand sew it in place to the knitwear. But because I've got circular buttonholes and they need to stretch quite considerably to get my buttons through, me trying to sew a reinforcement around that buttonhole when it needs to stretch so much, and to essentially put a square hole on a round hole to get a round peg through doesn't really make sense. So I have contemplated other things I could do. So I could just put the grosgrain up to the point of the bits that need to stretch, but then they're still going to stretch out when I wear it. I've considered making eyelets, but then usually with an eyelet you sew around. I don't know what I'm going to do. I don't know if this is going to work at all. I know in Roxanne Richardson's video, my go-to for all things, she uses very thin grosgrain either side of the buttonholes. But I've not quite got enough space. Even the thinnest grosgrain ribbon, I don't think I could fit there. It's going to take some experimenting, which will make a fun video when I eventually get round to it. I'm just not there yet. So I do occasionally wear this cardigan just without the buttons, which is fine for now. So that one is still on hold. And then the other thing I'm currently working on is a proper stash busting project, and this is partly to do with a collaboration which you might have seen and you might not have seen, depending on timings of everything. But I've shown you this sewing pattern before. This is one of my stash busting plans, and I'm trying to make this cottage tea cosy out of my oddments of Shetland that I have used for lots of things previously. However, don't know if you can see this, I don't really have enough yarn, so I'm having to get incredibly creative with how I use it, including like I'm having to do some colour work stranding, having to do some contrast stripes, I'm having to do some intarsia for the windows, and it's not straightforward at all. I'm hoping it'll look great, and I'm hoping I do have enough yarn to make it work the way I want to make it work, at least. But I also still do want to do this one. It's just, I don't know. I'm getting to the point where I don't have anything in my stash. And even for this one, when I was looking at it, I was like, I might have to buy yarn to use up these odds and ends, which is fine. Like, I'm allowing myself that within the stash busting. New yarn to help use up oddments is great. It's perfectly make, do and mend. It's perfectly rationing, coupon friendly, all that sort of thing. But it just feels so strange to me that after so long of doing this, I'm finally in the position where even just sort of stash projects, I'm like, I might need new yarn. Or where the balance of yarn used in my projects is now getting less and less to do with stash. So what do I want to work on today? Well, the cottage is very cute and cosy, and it's a little bit time sensitive, so I should really work on that. But I do kind of want to start my next dishcloth, just because those are so easy. So what I might do is I might do like a little bit of a Pomodoro technique and do 25 minutes on one, have a rest, do 25 minutes on the next. Like, my phone is dead. I forgot to charge my phone overnight because I don't normally do that because I'm afraid of it setting on fire. So I can't even like watch or listen to anything. So we might just be sat here in silence all day knitting. Okay, so that's how far I got in 25 minutes. I'm quite pleased with that. These are so simple. You just knit into the front and back of every stitch until you have enough stitches. Hang on. You knit into the front and back of the first stitch on every row until you have enough stitches. I'm going for 80 across on the diagonal. I found that's about the right size for my tension and whatever. Obviously varies depending on what needle and yarn you're using. And then once you get to your desired number of stitches, you switch from increasing to decreasing in the first stitch. Although I find it looks neater to do it in the second, so knit the first one and then do knit two together. I think I've done it differently on both of my dishcloths. One is knit two together and one is slip knit. But now onto this one. Oh, and I've also discovered that I do have an audiobook downloaded, but it's Feel Good Productivity by Ali Abdaal. So it's not fiction, I suppose. That says enough. I have a problem. I did think that a number 9 needle was a bit big for 3-ply yarn in a vintage pattern. Didn't think anything of it. Didn't do a gauge swatch, of course I didn't. Gauge is roughly about there, but here's my issue. It says tension is 7 stitches to 1 inch. Classic vintage sort of 4-ply weight, perfect. However, it doesn't say whether that is over the moss stitch or the stocking stitch, because in places my stocking stitch, that's what I'm getting. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. No, actually, no, I'm not. I'm getting 6. But I'm getting a lot bigger than that, for whatever reason, on the main body of this. It says the width of the tea cosy should be 11 inches, including gussets. Now, God knows what that means, but without gussets, it's 16 inches. So it's huge. It's less of a tea cosy and more of a tea bucket. I don't even know. A tea tent? Yeah, less of a tea cosy and more of a tea tent. So I don't really know what I can do about this. Obviously I could re-knit it down a needle size, but I'd have to unravel all of this and all of this. And given I didn't really have enough yarn for this in the first place, shit, I should have known. I'm really expecting you to get 7 stitches to 1 inch. My other option, of course, is to try and make the other tea cosy. And for that one, it says I need 1/2 ounce of brown, yellow, rust, turquoise, or any colours available. So probably got 1/2 ounce of blue, probably got 1/2 ounce of that yellow, probably got 1/2 ounce of this green, got a little bit of purple left, got some yellow. It does also say are any colours available, so I suppose it's a repeating pattern. I can just use what I have. Might have to be what we do. I mean, I did think it was big. From base of to top of roof, 10 inches. So the length is about right. Whoops. I had a stroke of inspiration about my tea cosy. So you will have seen this video. I bought some acrylic double knitting yarn for a project I was working on for a show, and I've got a lot of it left and I haven't known what to do with it. And then I remembered that I had another vintage tea cosy pattern. This one is from a bit later, 50s or 60s. It's twice the price. It's a Best Way one, and the code is in the 2000s, so we're looking 50s, 60s as opposed to 40s. But these are so similar to some of the tea cosies that I've seen in Call the Midwife, and I have also made a lot of this style of tea cosy before, and there's a crochet option. So my plan is to use my leftover acrylic from the show project I was working on to make one of these tea cosies, because they require double knitting. Now I didn't have, but obviously you need 2 colours. Mum to the rescue. So my mum knits a lot of baby hats projects. So I'm thinking I might do a sort of Halloween-y themed crochet one and then do pink and white like the original instructions suggest. So that's more of the vintagey style one, because pink and white is one of the colour schemes they recommend. It's not quite the right shade of pink that I've got. It's upstairs. Oh my God. So I've finished my 3rd dishcloth and I've weighed it up and it took about 25 grams. Did I make it bigger than the others? No, I don't think so. So I've got to weave the ends in on all of those, but I've still got 14 grams left of this, which isn't enough to make another dishcloth the same size. So I could try and make a smaller dishcloth, but then if I make them any smaller, they won't cover my hand. And I've been looking at, so this is about 50 meters. When we get into that category with the stash busting, the pattern options are very limited. And the only thing I've found so far that I want to make is a knitted pumpkin. Now, it's not exactly pumpkin colour, but you do get some gourds that are white. So I'm hoping it's going to be okay. And the pattern I found is written to knit flat. And I don't know whether I can be bothered to knit it flat or whether I try and cast on in the round. Oh, let's just knit it flat. I can't be faffing with that, actually. What size needles was this? 3mm. Perfect, what we've already got. So, in case you're wondering, this is from Peach Unicorn Designs. It's called Halloween Pumpkin by Peach Unicorn Designs, and it's a free pattern. They have a crochet version as well, and I did consider trying to crochet it, but I don't know, I'm in the mood to knit. So we're going to make a little pumpkin, and then this will be gone. Now, somebody pointed out, I think it was actually Mad Luna who pointed out originally that I'd done the stash maths wrong, that in my new under 100 total, I'd forgotten about this. So what we're going to do is we're going to use this up and then pretend it never existed. So we're just going to stay at 99.5. Wait, is that my car? It was thankfully not my car. So I'm going to make myself some spooky Halloween decorations. Hopefully I've got time. It's the 15th of October today, so hopefully it will be time. Like 15 days to knit a mini pumpkin should be fine, right? Don't know what I'm going to do for the stem. Part of me is tempted to just knit it in this and then colour it in a different colour. I've got something that's Shetland yarn, that could work. I did look at like making crochet reusable things for my face, but I know I won't use them. I just know, I'm sat here thinking like, oh, maybe I should, but I just know I won't. I know I won't because I don't have the energy for that. And I know it would be better for the environment if I used something reusable, but I'm disabled and I'm pleading disability on this one. Okay, I'm going to cast this on. Where else am I up to? Oh, yes. The poll for what I should make from my leftovers from Moan for the Ko-fi giveaway has finished. And so I didn't think about the fact I would need to say this out loud. Ratieto. Pronunciation. Now I know what it means. There we go. Ratieto. I wasn't that far off. So yes, this is Ratieto by Cello Knits, which is an arm warmer pattern, and it translates as hodgepodge, and so it's designed deliberately for odds and ends and to try out different stitch techniques and different stitch patterns. So I'm going to have a lot of fun making this one. It was originally made in felted tweed, Rowan felted tweed, so I don't know how it's going to look in my very shiny, slippery Yorkshire, West Yorkshire Spinners elements. I don't know how it's going to look, but hopefully it will still be a fun project and somebody will want it and they'll win it on Ko-fi. I haven't cast that on yet because I'm trying to get rid of this that doesn't exist. I also have a plan now for the leftovers from the Victorian waistcoat, which will be, I got cut off, didn't I, by the battery dying, which will be the vintage tea cozy, this one. So at least now this project has been saved. I finished my dishcloth. I finished my oh fucking hell! Basically, I have finished my dishcloths and I'm going to proceed with this pumpkin. And then I will make a decision when the pumpkin is done and we are back at 99.5. Is that okay? Yes? Yes. The puppy's here. Should we wait? Hello? Sagan, are you okay? Oh, a slipper! Thank you! Thank you, Sagan. You brought me a slipper. Aren't you a clever gun dog? Yeah, yeah. Do you want to come up? Yeah. Bye then. So the last bit of footage that you saw then was the 15th of October and it is now the 26th of November. And I've been very ill. Had a really bad flare. had a lot of very scary symptoms. I know that there are many people watching who will understand that, and I don't need to explain myself more than that. It's just been really tough. So it's been challenging. I feel like disingenuous because I've said, oh, I've been so ill, I couldn't sit upright, and then I'm about to show you all the things I've done. But I had sort of 2 very intense weeks of not being able to do anything. And by anything, I mean care for myself, stand, walk, sit upright. And then I've had a month or so of a lot of bed rest, a lot of recovery, a lot of taking it easy, and also a lot of last minute stress because you will have seen the video. I've been involved in putting on a show. The show was last week, and so I'd sort of deliberately cleared my retro clawed schedule through October and November to be just doing a little bit of gentle knitting, and that I'd done that deliberately to avoid a last minute crunch and panic and stress for the show, for which I was making a wedding dress, and of course that didn't happen because I had to spend 2 weeks in bed. Anyway, let me show you what I have been able to do. So the leftover cotton, I did knit up the leftover cotton into these pumpkins. Oh, and that one's already coming undone. I didn't stuff them. I didn't sew them up. They weren't ready in time for Halloween. So I don't know now whether I want to unravel it, try and use this for something else. I don't know what though. Again, awkward quantities. And I have a little bit of the negative associations with this now because I was working on it just before I got ill. Do I even want to come back to it? Do I even want to finish it? Do I just want to bin it? And I very rarely just bin yarn. I think for now, I'm just leaving it as it is. I am going to say that the yarn is used up, so we are still at 99.5 with the Stashbusting total, and just leave that as it is and come back to this with a little bit more emotional distance. There will be a theme here in that the total is not going to change. Spoiler alert, I probably shouldn't have told you that because then you won't wait till the end of the video. Please don't click away. But I haven't finished anything. As much as I've progressed some things, I haven't been able to tick anything off. So the other thing we were talking about in that video is the failure of this project with the 1940s tea cozy. Ooh, that's not how paper works. And the switch to making this version. This had originally intended to be a project that I released at the same time as my friend Engineering Knits released her latest analysis of the Call the Midwife knits. And of course it wasn't finished because I was unwell and I had to abandon that project. So that's been frustrating because it's not some, when I agreed to do it, when we talked about it, me and Micah, I did, fully caveat that it might not happen because of my health, blah, 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 blah. I still feel fucking terrible for not getting it done and letting her down. I know she won't see it like that, as much as I tell myself, and as much as you can tell me in the comments, oh, you're not letting anybody down, blah, 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 it doesn't change the way I feel. It just doesn't. Still, after all this time, it doesn't get any easier. It doesn't get any easier to have to say no to things that you were excited about, that you wanted to do to help the people around you. It just doesn't. It just doesn't. I'm not giving up hope on this project. There will be a Call the Midwife Christmas special, so maybe I save it for then. This is how far I've gotten. This is the leftover pink acrylic from that Victorian waistcoat edging, white from Mum's stash. Yeah, I like doing this technique with the, that's the wrong side. So it's like you're doing stranded colour work or Fair Isle, but you just pull it nice and tight and you get this sort of ribbed effect, and it's very insulated and very warm, which is ideal for a tea cozy. Again, coming back to work on this after such a break, after knowing that it was for a deadline that I missed, has been difficult. I haven't come back to it yet at all, but I do want to finish it because I believe in that video, and I also know that finishing it and facing those difficult emotions will make me feel better in the long run, because it will mean that I didn't completely, renege on my promise. I was planning a Halloween crochet version in orange and green, don't think it's going to happen. I don't think it's going to happen. What I have worked on mostly, and what has brought me a lot of pleasure, is working on this project for the Ko-fi members giveaway, because obviously in this period where I haven't been able to work, I've been incredibly grateful for my Ko-fi members who pay monthly to be a member, and they get advanced access to videos, and they get little behind the scenes snippets, and they get the chance to win something every year that I've made. And they voted this year for this Ratjetel. It's Dutch pronunciation. It's a Dutch word, sorry, that I'm struggling to pronounce. To use up the odds and ends from my Moan cardigan, which I haven't made that video about the grosgrain ribbon. And this has been very rewarding because in this difficult time, when I'm incredibly grateful for their support, it just was very fulfilling to work on something that was showing my gratitude to them. Someone will eventually get these. So I have finished the first wrist warmer. I also think for me, there was a little bit of nostalgia here about knitting in the round on DPNs. This is so specific and weird, but when I first got ME, when I was a teenager, I taught myself to knit socks with a kit I bought off Amazon. Talked more about this in my Q&A. And that kit came with DPNs, and I knit about a pair of socks a week for a very long time. And that kept me sane during that period. And it was just quite therapeutic to come back to knitting in the round with DPNs, this being a wrist warmer. It's sort of, and with all these more complicated techniques, there was a nice neatness and sense of accomplishment to think about how far I've come in those 13 years. And it's kept me going. I have a lot of ends to weave in still on this project, but I thought I would model it for you. So this is the first one. Now they're deliberately odd. So this is written per the instructions in the pattern, but the designer only gives you instructions for one of the odd gloves and then says, this is how you make one, have fun, work on the other. So it's a very free and personal pattern. So I just did it as written, partly because I really loved the way it looked. I loved the combination of the textures and the Fair Isle and the things on the glove that they'd written the pattern for. So I recreated it in my colours from Moan, and I had previously talked about how I didn't like or was sceptical about the colours I'd chosen for Moan. And this has really proved to me that actually what I didn't like was how much grey there is in that cardigan, how the grey dominates. Because I love, with more of the lighter colours and more of the purple and more of the greens popping, I love these together. I love the grey as an accent. I just didn't like it as the main colour. I will say these were supposed to, they're like one size fits all, but I got Woody to try them on, and he's got sort of, there's no way to say this without sounding weird, muscly manly forearms. But I have very delicate wrists, basically. I have very thin, delicate wrists. And so he tried them on and they were quite snug. And I think it's partly because you've got this Fair Isle section right at the wrist. And so it's not as stretchy as some of the other sections. So while I had hoped that this would be a good choice for a Ko-fi giveaway because it would fit anybody, I actually think, unfortunately, it is going to very much be a sort of ladies' medium size, which is frustrating because I really would have liked it. I didn't want it to be limited by size at all. But that just means I'll have to do more Ko-fi giveaways and I'll have to make more things for my members. I've made good progress with the second one. It's inside out. I've had this conversation before. I don't know whether with you or with somebody IRL, but I knit in the round inside out on DPNs, and a lot of people have found that very confusing, but that's the way that book that I bought. Hide the knitting, the puppy's here. Sagan, hello, leave it. Oi, mister, what did I say? Good boy. He did not leave the knitting. What was I saying? Oh yes, I knit inside out. Anyway, this is progress on the second one so far. I have looked up my own... I've repeated some of my favourite bits of the first one, basically, and just sort of changed up the colour scheme or the colours that went together. I am drastically running short of the darkest shade of green. So it's edged in it at the bottom there. And I want to have it at the top as well to match this one. That's the darkest green there. So yeah, we're about there. So I'm saving it, but that does mean I'm having to use more of the grey, which is what I have the most of left in this one. So this one will probably sway a bit darker overall. I'm hoping to avoid that. But as the knitting progresses, I have less and less of all the colours left. So it's proper stash busting here. We're doing proper scrappy knitting. But I have this much of the grey left and a full 50-gram skein, another one. So unfortunately the two skeins of grey I have left are from different dye lots. So if I do make anything to use it up that is just grey, I'll have to do that, what do they call it, helixing, spiralling or whatever, with the dye lots. I think that's everything I wanted to say. As I said earlier, nothing to take off the total. We are still at 99.5. It's just been a difficult few weeks, month, 6 weeks now actually that I think about it. So thank you for your support as always. I did get to have a really nice day. The other day it snowed and we were able to get out in the snow. I stood there for a few minutes before going back inside and sitting in the car and admiring the view. But Sagan wore his new dog coat, which he likes. It's still in one piece, he hasn't chewed it yet. And so I was able to get some really sweet footage of him in his blue coat playing in the snow. So I will leave you with that. And I will also say there's so many things I talked about doing this year in the next couple of months that haven't happened, one of which is the charity dog coat make along. I still want to do it, but I think it's going to have to be postponed because I am trying in December to do Vlogmas. We'll see. Anyway, thanks for watching. See you next time.
Come on then, Sagan. Oh! Have you got your coat on? Is it snowy? Yeah! Good! Whee! Is it cold, Sagan? You like that? Double gloves, hat, shawl, yell, 1940s waistcoat I knitted, 1940s pullover I knitted, dog in coat that I knitted. Go on! The absolute seasonal confusion of stinging nettles. New growth stinging nettles, these have been cut back but have been snowed on.
Oh, it's been a little while, hasn't it? The customised mug I got for Christmas. Emma Bridgewater. I thought what we would do today is a little bit of a stash busting update, because obviously I was working on my Vlogmas Winter Christmas project, which I didn't get finished during Vlogmas, but I did finish on New Year's Eve. Now, of course, I was supposed to be doing my live stream that I have done several times before, the not New Year's Eve live stream. Unfortunately, I crashed so hard after Vlogmas. Well, it wasn't even after Vlogmas, it was after Christmas, I think. I had a week of socialising. Family, friends, family, backwards and forwards, lots of driving, lots of things I don't normally do. And I paid for it with 3 days in bed, which happened to be the 30th, the 31st and the 1st. I'm sorry that I missed the live stream, but it did give me plenty of time to finish knitting. I say knitting because it's blocked, it's not entirely sewn up, my 1930s ski jumper. Now, this is the front, which I'm absolutely loving. I have made a start on the buttons. So the buttons are knitted, and so they're little squares like this, which are garter stitch in the white, stocking stitch in the green, and then you roll them up and sew them down, and they end up looking like this. These are the ones for the sleeves. They're smaller on the sleeves, and then they need sewing on. Right, knitting these took bloody ages. Sewing them up, I'm only halfway through, and I've been working, I've probably done 4 hours of work. So it probably is like half an hour per button, and there's 16 buttons. Very frustrating. But anyway, as a change from doing that, I decided I would knit the collar on this pattern. Now, I don't know if you've spotted it or not. That is the collar opening. That's the head opening. And yes, I know it's got a vent, so you can get it on. I'm going to spin it round so you can see just how small it is. And that includes some extra stitches for an overlap. Vintage knitting patterns, eh? So I'll be redoing that, but having sort of pinned it together and tried it on, I do think it will at least fit in the bust, which was one of the things that I was worried about. When it comes to this neck, I don't really know how and where I can add more stitches, because I'm going to need significantly more stitches. Do you know what? I didn't actually try it on without the neck in place, because it's not ribbing either, it's just stocking stitch and garter stitch at the edge. So I'm going to rip it out and try it on again and see whether I just do if I just finish the edge, you know what I mean? Okay, not perfectly done, but hopefully done enough to stop it unravelling while I try it on. What's happening? What's happening? So obviously I've got stitch. Can you hear? But it's very close as it is. But I think that's the issue. The instructions said to pick up 5 stitches in that gap, which was about like 1 stitch for every 3 rows. And I'm definitely going to need more than that to get this to fit. Okay, well that was useful. But yes, that was a disappointing moment, as you can imagine. I was like, what? No, no. But yeah, I mean, like you can see, look at that. 5 stitches in that gap, and I need all that length. I'm going to have to pick up probably 8, if not 10. Anyway, that's that one. What I do want to talk about is my plan for my leftover from the Christmas jumper, because I have this much left, and including this ramen noodles that I've just unpicked from the collar to finish that off. I've got the sleeves over here. I've still got to weave in the ends. I'm a little bit nervous about the height of this sleeve cap, but then maybe it's supposed to be a slightly dropped sort of style. I think it will be fine. I did modify the sleeves, they had you increase from the cuff. This might be the wrong side. Anyway, so the stripes on the sleeves on this pattern are not symmetrical. They're asymmetrical, so you have a left and a right sleeve. So I need to remember to not mix them up. But they had you increase to 60 stitches and I ended up increasing to 64 just because where I've gained weight, I've gotten much fleshier arms, which is new to me. And also the fact of this is that I'm probably likely to wear a t-shirt underneath it, if not a long sleeve top. And so I just wanted that little bit more room in the arms because I hate that when you've got multiple long sleeves and they bunch up around you. Oh no, horrible. So I wanted to try and avoid that by making the sleeves a bit bigger. So I just cast off, did very simplistic sleeve head shaping where it asked you to cast off 2 stitches at the beginning of every row until you had 20. So it's literally just like a diagonal line. It's just a slope like that. But because I'd increased 4 more stitches, I did the first 2, I did 3. I cast off 3 stitches at the beginning of the first 4 rows as opposed to 2 stitches so that the sleeve head was the same length and the same width as it would have been originally. Now I look at it, I think I probably could have just gotten away with doing 2 and had it be a bit longer, but oh well. So this is blocked. I didn't do the best job in blocking this just because I didn't have the space here and I was having to leave it on the floor, which meant that Sagan was prone to treading on it and I didn't want him to tread on the pins. So I've had to like shove it under a table, under the coffee table, so we can't get to it. So like I haven't done my best job blocking it, but this yarn is quite drapey. So I don't know whether this as a concept for like a ski sweater is going to have worked, which is on me. Like I should have thought about the fact that I matched the yarn to the pattern based purely on aesthetic. I wanted this mottly effect like in the original, and I didn't really consider the properties of the fibres. One of the things about the stash busting that makes it quite boring for me, or has meant it's not that it's boring for me. It's a different challenge and it's a challenge I enjoy, but when it is always the same challenge, oh my God, I've just seen the beer cans in the background. Woody, if you're watching this. Anyway, the challenge with stash busting is always about the yarn, finding a pattern to fit the yarn. Whereas previously, what I have enjoyed about knitting is I find patterns that are challenging and interesting to me, or that include techniques I haven't done before, and then I look for a yarn to fit that pattern. While I enjoy the challenge of stash busting, when it's always that same challenge, and that is not the way I prefer to do things, which is to start for the yarn and find a pattern, I prefer to do it the other way around, just becomes a little bit unsatisfying after a while. Despite loving ticking everything off, I don't feel like I'm learning new things or experimenting in my knitting. I'm just knitting hats to use up yarn. Guess who's just come home from their walk? Hello, hello, leave it, leave it, leave it, leave it, oi, leave it. Welcome to what Woody calls my contemplation chair, because I sit here when I'm filming, basically. But it's time for a stash busting update. Actually, I finished knitting these before Vlogmas started. And these are what's going to be the Ko-fi giveaway, the Rattiator, I think it is, mittens by Cello Knits. So I used my scraps for these from my Moan cardigan, which still needs its button band putting on. But it was a really scrappy project. I love the way these have turned out. Sometimes I do find scrap projects just a bit, I don't know how to describe it. They're just a bit intense for me. There's too much going on with all the colours and the sort of lack of logic and structure to it and pattern to it. As somebody who has a brain that likes pattern, I don't always get on with. But I think because they sort of marry each other in a way, I mean, you don't have to knit them like this, but I did. They're harmonious. I think, yeah, there's like a balance and harmony to them, which I find sometimes scrap projects can lack. And I'm really pleased I was able to achieve that. So I still have a lot of ends to weave in. Shall we try them on? That's this one. So yeah, this is the second one, which I was halfway through in the previous stash busting update. Got my watch under there, but like you can stretch them out and have them like right the way up the arm, but because of the different stitch textures, you also can bunch them up so that they're sort of deliberately almost like ruched. I'm really pleased with them. I think they turned out really well. I think I mentioned this in the previous installment, but I came to realise that the part of what I didn't like about Moan was the grey. There was too much of this grey, which I like a lot more when it's used, when it's not as prominent in the colour scheme. But I used up, this is all I have left of each of the colours. I have the most left of the aloe, but the darkest green, which I was drastically running out of, I literally had a length left of that was probably only a couple of centimetres long. It was so near the wire, but I did manage to get like because you do this pattern round the top that I knew I wanted to use the green with to match the other, but then you have to come back and do the thumb and do the same thing, and I was terrified I wouldn't have enough left to do the thumb, but I did, it's fine. So yeah, I'm really happy with how they've turned out. They need the ends weaving in, they need blocking, and then they will be ready to do the giveaway. Hopefully I can get that done this month. So this is a giveaway for my Ko-fi members to say thank you for supporting me. I've had so much support on Ko-fi through Vlogmas. I'm so incredibly grateful. I can't tell you the difference that has made for the future of this channel to have like an injection of support like that. Fabulous, thank you. I really appreciate it. I'm so glad I can keep doing this for you and we still get to hang out here and talk about knitting and sewing. So these, once these are finished, you have to be a Ko-fi member, so you have to be paying regularly, monthly on Ko-fi to enter the giveaway. But all that aside, let's talk about the actual stash busting. So I've weighed everything up already, and I have used 101 grams of yarn, so that's 2 balls of wool. I have a full skein left of this grey, and like the odds and ends here, and this much grey. Now, these two are different dye lots, which is really annoying. So if I want to make anything out of these two together, I'll have to do something clever with the spiraling or helixing or whatever it is. But these I think I'm happy to call used up, and I will probably just include these when I give away the mittens for mending. I might keep a little bit for myself for mending Moan and then sort of send you some mending yarn in case you have to mend the mittens. But yes, using 101 grams used already for the mittens, that is enough to call 2 balls of wool off the total. So we were at 99.5, which takes us down to 97.5. However, left over from my Christmas jumper, oh, I can update you on that actually. I have 4 balls of wool, 4 full skeins. So we used up 2 from this project, taking us down to 97.5. Adding another 4 takes us to 101.5. So we are back over 100. Really annoying, but c'est la vie. Now I do have a plan for the leftover yarn from this, but I'll get on to that. I'm halfway through sewing up the side seams. Well, not even halfway through. I've made a start on sewing up the side seams, but what I wanted to talk to you about was I made a decision about the collar. And I realised when I looked at the pattern illustration, the collar in the pattern illustration has ribbing. It's a ribbed, like, little stand collar. And I experimented with a few different things. When I ripped mine out, I just finished it like this one, actually, just with a row of garter stitch. And I didn't like that on this. The balance was off because of the really strong horizontal line and the fact that it was so close there. It needed more length. So I knit a little bit of rib and I'm much happier with it now. And I used a tiny bit more up than I previously would have. So it was like, yeah, I needed to join on a tiny little bit extra to cast off, and that was different to the originals. That doesn't really change the totals there in terms of stash busting. It's looking like it's going to fit, which I'm really excited about, but you can kind of see this yarn is very drapey. So I don't know whether this will be a success just because of choosing such a cotton drapey yarn, but we'll see. I still think it's going to look cool, and I'm really pleased that I tried it and I did it in Vlogmas and all that sort of stuff. It's just a bit disappointing when things don't turn out exactly right. And as well, when the reason it didn't turn out right is because you had to choose a yarn that was in the sale because that's all you could afford. It's like, oh, if only I'd spent the extra money and had it be better. Yeah. Anyway, there's just so much sewing up on a project like this that I'm a bit burnt out after making all those buttons, which are now all done, thankfully. I'm struggling to find the motivation to sew it up. And I think particularly as well now I've got that like, well, it was a Christmas jumper and now I want to work on new things in the new year. And I've got Finish It February coming up. And so I'm thinking about that and what I'm going to do about the daisy blouse and all that sort of thing. So it's sort of not really in the forefront of my mind at the moment, this project. And it's so stupid because I could probably bash out the sewing up in an afternoon, just like stick a film on or whatever and do it. Anyway, it needs sewing up, but the knitting is done. And of course, I'm thinking about what I want to make with the rest of the yarn. And this sort of ties into not just this stash busting challenge, but the rationing challenge I'm doing as well. Because I've been thinking about what I really need in my wardrobe. And I do not need more 1940s knitted sweaters. As much as I love to knit them, if I'm buying yarn, if I'm using the yarn in my stash, I'm trying to be more mindful about making things I actually need. But the thing I desperately need at the minute is underwear. And while I am sewing some underwear as well, I did wonder, obviously not knickers, I'm not going to knit. Well, I could knit some 1940s vintage knickers. That's a thing. But what I thought I'd do, there are more patterns at least available for bras. And the thought of a knitted bra, it's not beyond the realms of possibility. And I even found a pattern on Ravelry that was a bra designed with the yarn that I bought to use for this project. So it's not the most far-fetched idea to knit a bra. But the pattern I've gone for is actually by Naked Knit, and it's called the wrap top or bra because it's a bit longer, because I thought really, I looked at the design of the pattern and it's knit top down and you knit it to your size. So you kind of keep going until it fits basically. And I liked the sort of different construction of that. I also thought, because I've got these two colours of the green and the white, there's an opportunity to do something quite fun with the design then and have like one half be green and one half be white. And it mattered. I didn't really just want to do stripes, to use up the yarn. I thought it would just be a bit more creative for me. No, I did have to buy this and it wasn't inexpensive. It was, I think, £8 or something like that. But it does come in a lot of languages and it seems to be a really well thought out designed pattern. We'll see how I get on with it. You know me, and modern knitting patterns can be a bit hit and miss. But I haven't made a start yet. Oh, I did make a gauge swatch and I'm struggling to meet gauge. Hang on. Now, naturally, for a bra, you need quite a firm gauge. You want a really supportive fabric. And so in the pattern, they recommended using, I think it was a 3.5. So this yarn is double knit weight and they recommended using a 3.5mm needle. And I was nowhere near gauge with that. So I went down to 3 and I am still, or was it 3.25? Anyway, it doesn't really matter. I used the recommended needle size and I couldn't get to gauge. I went down a size, I still can't get gauge, and I'm gonna have to go down to a 2.5mm needle, and I don't have any of those here with me. So, I mean, that's really small. It's really small, and I don't know whether, because the nature of the pattern is you knit to fit. So if my gauge is out, it's not the end of the world because I'm going to be going by the measurements. Do I really want to double knit wool on a 2.5mm needle? Because this section here with the 3mm, it is very firm. So, I need to wait. I'm going back to Mum and Dad's today so I can get the 2.5mm needle so I can give it a try. But I think I have to do that before I can make a decision, which means I don't currently have anything that I'm actively knitting on the needles. I've only got like sewing up projects, weaving in ends. Starting to get itchy fingers. I would love it as well if by the end of January I could get to under 100 again. But this is my conflict. I don't want to be rushing to make things just for the sake of getting the total down. I need to think a lot more mindfully about what I need in my wardrobe and what I really want to make and what I really want to knit because of the rationing. So it might just be that we don't get to under 100 and that we have to sit at 101.5 this month. I don't like it. What that teaches me is I should do some sewing up and some weaving of ends, really, doesn't it? That's what I need to focus on. That's what I should do.
So I haven't got any of the buttons on yet. So this is just a fit test, really. Oh, okay.
That looks awesome.
Do I look 1930s and sporty?
It looks like you're ready for Christmas.
Oh, too late, damn it.
So it's March and the Vlogmas Christmas jumper is finally done. Now, I'm not entirely sure I can call this project a success. Are you tilted? You need to come down a little bit, don't you, darling? There we are, that's better. I have tried it on. It does fit. I'm just not entirely sure this project suits me. I feel like when they said in the pattern that it's to fit up to a 38-inch bust. I mean, it does fit. I'm about a 38-inch bust now. But the illustration they give it has a lot of positive ease, and this has negative ease on me at 38 inches. So the silhouette is not the sort of like cozy ski wear that I was expecting. It's much more, I don't know, I feel a bit more like a kind of, what are they called? Roquettes? I feel like it's like a sexy, you know what, that's what it feels like. It feels a bit like the sort of sexy Halloween costume version. I feel like if I had like some white sparkly hot pants or something and a little hat, I wouldn't look out of place in a kick line when I wear it. So styling this is a bit of a challenge. It's also just the case that I don't really tend to wear colours this bright, and so I don't have anything in my wardrobe that really goes with it. So we'll see. I'm really pleased it's done. It was a lovely project to make. I really loved working with this yarn, and that's, I think part of it is it's really comfortable to wear, and then I catch a glimpse of myself in the mirror and I'm like, oh, that's an interesting look. So I don't know, I might make another jumper in this yarn at this gauge, but with positive ease and sort of in the cozy mindset compared to my saucy little number. I don't know. Oh, am I making any sense? I don't know. I suppose what I'll do is I'll film a little bit of footage with me actually wearing it, and then you can decide for yourself what you think. So is it, I don't know, you'll have to let me know. We'll do like a poll in the comments. If it feels 1930s ski wear, you can leave me a skiing emoji. And if it feels like a showgirl number, you can leave me the dancing lady emoji. How about that, eh? Or maybe if you have tips on how to style it. What do I need? What do I need to wear this with? Oh, Oh, I did thrift a belt to go with it, and I'm quite pleased with that. It sort of looks kind of military, to kind of match the vibes. When it comes to stash busting, I am so out of sync with this. Because I've been really ill, I'm sort of filming these. I had all these half-finished videos that I had to abandon, and so I'm filming these all in a really weird order. So I can't remember what you've seen or not, or what you know about yet. Needless to say, Finish It February did not go to plan. More on that next time. For now, my December knitting project is finished. And you'll have to let me know what you think. Stash busting. I'm here to talk about stash busting. A slug of tea. So, technically, actually, I'm not quite ready to count off the stash busting total, the amount of yarn I've used for the daisy blouse, because I have to make covered buttons. And I've ordered the button moulds, but they're not here yet. I still have to block and sew everything up. But I've got a whole unopened skein of the yarn left, the white yarn, and an almost full skein of the blue left. Because in case you weren't around when, through the whole saga of this daisy blouse last February, I tried to finish it and then I realised I wasn't going to have enough yarn. The yarn was out of stock everywhere in the UK, and the manufacturer weren't manufacturing more at that moment, and so a follower, and there was also a whole load of complications because of Brexit, which escaped me in this moment, but basically a follower in the Netherlands called Micah sent me a little care package, and she bought 2 for me just in case, and so to have that much left from the first one, if I was cutting it fine. If I'd made any more mistakes or if I'd lost any more daisies, then I wouldn't have had enough. So once again, thank you, Micah, for saving this project. And given that I've got a whole skein of this left and almost a full skein of this left, I was wondering if I make Micah a thank you present out of them and send it back to the Netherlands. I mean, it might be a bit random. It's like a year later. She might have moved or something. I suppose I can get back in touch with her. But there's also a part of me that does want to drag and hoard this in case the daisy blouse ever breaks. Do I take this out of the stash and put it in the mending pile? I've got a couple of yarns that I keep for mending. Would I need a whole skein for mending? Is that wasteful? And do I just keep these as spares? I'm tempted to do that just because of the work and effort that has gone into this project. I think that means we can take 9 skeins off the total. I'm so out of sorts. I can't remember. I don't have my notes. But I would still like to make a thank you gift for Micah because she really saved my skin, blouse, daisy blouse, and she didn't have to do that. So maybe instead, hang on, my mum's ringing me. Where were we? Yes. So I think I'm saving the yarn just in case I need to repair the daisy blouse or adjust it, make it bigger, because I think that would be doable. Might have to get a bit creative with how I cut it apart and things, but I think I could adjust it if I needed to. So in terms of a gift for Micah, this is not Engineering Knits Micah, by the way, this is a different Micah. It's just a coincidence that they share the same first name. I have contemplated whether I want to make something else out of daisies, because I mean, this project has been an albatross around my neck for so long. But actually, once I started getting into the rhythm of it, I did really enjoy the process, and I'm really uninspired by knitting at the minute. And I've really been enjoying crochet. And as you know, my issue with crochet is that as much as I enjoy the process of crochet, I don't tend to like the finished product. I don't like the way granny squares look. I find it looks really heavy and lumpy. And every time I say that, people tell me like, oh, you just haven't found the patterns that you like. And I'm sure they're right. And I've never previously had the inclination to look very hard. I don't really like doing amigurumi. I don't really like, I mean, I've crocheted blankets. I don't mind crochet interior things more. So maybe that's what I need to look into. But yeah, crochet clothes are just stiff and lumpy to me. Like, I've got a double knit weight cardigan on and I'm like, ugh, it's so lumpy and heavy. I prefer my knitwear lighter weight, I suppose. So I wonder whether I could make maybe a bag or something. I suppose I'd have to line it, but that could be okay. One to think about. I swear, trying to find an angle in this house where I'm not entirely backlit is almost impossible. This is the best I can do for today. But I wanted to talk to you because... do you know what this is? Of course you do. It's done! The daisy blouse is done! What a relief. You will have seen the video about this by the time this stash busting episode goes up. So I won't go over everything again. I would just direct you to that video, should you like to watch it. It's quite an emotional watch, I'm not gonna lie, and this turned out to be quite an emotional project, but I love it. I'm so pleased it's done. I think it's stunning, it's full of mistakes, and I don't care, and I have no idea when I will ever wear it. But there it is. In terms of stash busting, now, I was totting this up the other day, so I originally had 5 skeins of yarn that I was using up in the daisy blouse. I bought 1 more off Ravelry, and then I bought 2 more, or I was sent 2 more by Micah in the Netherlands, a follower. Now, I have this much of the blue left, and I did have to crack into my second skein that Micah sent me, only for a little bit though, only to do some of the buttons. I've accidentally made 1 extra button, but it's always good to have a spare, so I'll hold on to that. So in total that's 8, and I think I've come to the decision that I'm going to take 8 off my stash busting total, because you might remember when I did my reset a little while ago, a year ago, 2 years ago, I can't remember. I talked about there are things in my stash that I'm keeping, not because I want to use them up, but for mending. And I think given how much work went into the daisy blouse and how delicate it is and how fragile, I'm saving these specifically for daisy blouse mending. So they are no longer in the stash busting stash, they're in the mending stash. So that means I can take 8 off the total. We were at 101.5. I need to start writing this down again. I'm pretty sure it was 101.5. Let me check. Yes, 101.5. Take 8 is, oh my God, 103.5. That's right. Oh my, no, 93.5. What's 101.5 take 8?
101.5 minus 8 is 93.5.
Right. So we're back under 100. Yay! Calls for celebration, right? I have a confession to make. Now, before you get mad at me, I haven't broken any couponing rules, and I haven't broken any stash busting rules, because there are no stash busting rules other than trying to use up as much as possible. And also, all the yarn that I acquired for very good reason, in that a friend got in touch with me and a lady in her village was having to go into a care home for health reasons, and her sons were destashing her entire stash, and she was a professional knitter back in the day, and she had so much quality yarn, vintage, modern, you name it, and this very kind friend of mine contacted me and said, would you be interested in any of it? The sons are raising money for charity by they're just accepting donations. So take what you want and donate to the charity that the sons are involved with. But I couldn't resist. And I've just totted it up. I took 36 50-gram balls of yarn. 36. Now, in my defence, a lot of it is 2-ply cashmere. Look at that. Look at the chartreuse. It is so unbelievably soft. It is so unbelievably soft. And as you know, I like to knit 2-ply patterns. I like using it for vintage projects. It's hard to come by in anything that isn't really delicate. To find like a high twist 2-ply I find quite difficult, and this is a high twist 2-ply. Or I should say lace weight yarn. It's just gorgeous, and I couldn't leave. I mean, I left a lot behind. I could have taken more. I feel like under the circumstances I was very restrained. But I have all this 2-ply cashmere. I have no idea what I'm going to do with it. I have a packet of Adria Fill. I'm probably butchering that pronunciation, but it's Italian, superwash, Aran weight, navy blue. Part of the reason why I took this was because there is enough for like a sweater or a jumper or something. Maybe not quite a cardigan. I also got some, she'd obviously started something. Looks like a tank top. Oh look, oh no, don't get emotional, don't get emotional. I'm getting quite low on variety in the stash, and I'm getting quite low, like I say, I have hardly any heavier weights, and I've come to realise that I like to pick and choose what I want to work on depending on where I am with my health and my mental health and things. You know, fiddly 2-ply lace work has its place in my crafting rotation. It just doesn't always line up with where I am in the moment. So having a variety of options to choose from is a big help. But what I was really excited about when I found this is this. So this is Patterns Capstan. And this is, it says on it, for Aran knitting. It's an Aran weight, but it was specifically designed for knitting Aran jumpers. And I have a little bit of a soft spot in my vintage knitting pattern collecting for vintage Arans. So I have this one, for example, which, I mean, look at that sweater. How cozy is that? Oh, it's over there. Hang on. Oh, okay. But I also have this, the Aran book from Patterns. Now, this went viral because it's got some really hilarious patterns in, including one that I saw decades ago, probably, in like a BuzzFeed article of ridiculous vintage knitting patterns or something. Head to toe, Aran, bobbles, knitwear. Very 60s. I mean, hilarious. So when I found a copy of this book, I was like, right, I'm having that. And all the patterns, all these patterns, these vintage patterns ones specifically, patterns, they all call for this yarn, Patterns Capstan. And it's one of those, I've been desperate to do a project where I do a vintage knitting pattern with the vintage yarn that it was intended for. Finding a sweater quantity of the appropriate vintage yarn has never happened before until this moment. I'm so excited. I'm so excited. I can't believe it. So finally, not only am I getting to make one of my wacky, eccentric vintage Aran patterns, I've got the original vintage yarn to do it. Now, I don't unfortunately have enough to make this one, and I've been looking through my Aran book to see what I would like to make. And originally I thought I would make one of these. They're sort of raglan. There's a men's version and a ladies version. You can have a polo neck or a crew neck. But I've realised something. So this pattern book is pre-decimalisation. So I mention this a lot. A lot of my understanding of when vintage patterns are from, or how I date vintage patterns, comes from the introduction of the decimal system in Britain, and the metric system. So we have the decimalisation of currency in 1971. So when you get a pattern like this, which has both of them on, for about a year or two before, they started publishing the price in both. So before the switch over, people were accustomed to seeing 3 shillings is 15 pence. So that's how we know. This pattern book is probably 1969 or 1970. Now, the decimalisation of the textile industry happened gradually through the 70s. So the textile industry, the sort of final switchover was supposed to be 1975 or something like that. I can't remember the date exactly. But my skeins of the yarn are in 50-gram skeins, and this pattern book, the skeins are in 2-ounce skeins. So while I counted them up and I was like, oh, great, I've got 15 skeins or 16 skeins or however many it is, I can't remember. And I was looking through the patterns going, oh, okay, so I have 15 skeins in my size, I can make this jumper. But actually, that's 15 2-ounce skeins, and a 50-gram skein is a little bit less than 2 ounces. So to be on the safe side, I've decided to do a pattern which only calls for 13, and hopefully it'll be enough. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to make this men's cardigan. The idea is that this will hopefully fit Woody. He loves a cardigan. I've okayed this with him. I also hilariously sat him down before I cast on and was like, we have to have a discussion. Are you going to break up with me? At which point he was mortified and I had to explain it was because of the knitting sweater curse. If you don't know, it's supposed to be a curse. You start knitting your boyfriend, significant other, whatever, jumper, a cardigan, and shortly afterwards, before you get time to finish the jumper / cardigan, the relationship ends. So it's supposed to sort of be like a jinx. You start knitting them a cardigan, they break up with you. So I double checked. I was like, are you planning to break up with me? He didn't find it as funny as I did. Whoops. Anyway, hopefully it will be for Woody. Touch wood. If not, it will fit me. It will be a bit big on me, but I'm hoping that it will sort of just look slouchy and cool and oversized. But I'm so excited. I have never, ever had the opportunity to make a vintage pattern with the yarn it was intended to be knitted with. I should say I have quarantined this. I have been very thorough with the moth possibility. I haven't found any sign of moths. I haven't seen any evidence of moths in any of it. And it is quarantined away from the rest of the stash just in case anyway. It's so cool. I can't believe it. I'm so excited. But yes, that does mean we have to add 36 balls of wool to the total. So what did I say we got to? 93.5, add 36, add 30, 129.5. What's 93.5 add 36?
93.5 plus 36 is 129.5.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
I have still got it. I have no idea what I'm going to make with the cashmere yet, or the navy. I want to work on this. I want to work on this one first of all. I'm desperate to make a start. So, wish me luck. I can't believe it. And if, by any chance, I don't have enough yarn to make the vintage Aran one, the cardigan for Woody, I also have this patterns, which is from the 80s. The recommended yarn for this one is Patterns Beehive Aran, so it's not the same, but it's sort of like an 80s cropped Aran, and I just thought that was a really nice, in terms of like vintage Arans, that there's like an updated one for the 80s. I love it. And I got this in a charity shop years ago, and I've been holding on to it, wanting to make it. So I might make this out of the navy. I know you're not supposed to make Arans out of colours they're supposed to be cream. But anyway, I might make this out of the navy if I've got enough. Possibly not. But how cool is that? I might buy yarn to make it anyway. So yes, we're up to 129.5. I mean, at least the good thing about heavier weight yarn is they knit up quick. So in the comments on my last stash busting video, somebody asked me to do an update of where I am in terms of works in progress. Because with the daisy blouse finished, which is one of my longest running works in progress, that dramatically changes things. And as I was going through Finish It February, I was also having thoughts about some other long running projects and what I want to do with them and thinking about some things. So I just thought I'd share my thoughts with you basically. So currently my works in progress are my vintage Aran cardigan and my wrap bra / top. So my other works in progress now, I only really have three. I have three. So I have a current project which I leave at my parents' house. It just sort of saves me lugging all my stuff backwards and forwards. So I have a sort of knitting project at my parents' house, which is a work in progress, which is a little shawl. Can't remember the name of it now, can I? And I printed out a hard copy of the pattern, which I left at my parents' house. I tell you what, TBC on that one. A shawl pattern is a work in progress. I have a half abandoned sock, which I want to get back to. It was just, I got to the point of doing a heel turn and put it aside, and it stayed on the shelf because I didn't really want to work on socks anymore. I am now in more of a mood to work on socks. So I might revisit that project, but I think I'd rather finish one of these two before I pick up another project, if that makes sense. I don't think I've necessarily got the brain space for 4 active knitting projects. I've got Sagan at home here with me today, and he doesn't like to be left without Woody, so he's a bit nervous, aren't you, puppy? Are you gonna come and say hello? No? Yeah, so he periodically gets up to wait by the front door, only to go back to sleep again. But the only other thing then that I have as a work in progress is my Hexie Puff blanket. And speaking of Sagan, I'm reluctant to carry on with it. And I know there will be people who are like, I told you so. And there'll be people who will be like, no, because they love seeing the Hexie Puffs. And I love it too. My issue is, so does Sagan. Sagan loves anything that is filled with polyfill stuffing, toy stuffing, whatever you want to call it. And it's like crack to him. Once he gets a sniff of that polyfill, he will not stop until every shred of it is out. Hold on. Can I borrow Ted? Can I borrow Ted? Say hello to Ted. Do you understand my concern? Whoop, there he goes. Because, sorry, let me get comfortable again. Because the daisy blouse is a lot of work, and I knew it would be a sort of years and years project, and I started it before I met Woody and by extension Sagan. So it's not right for the life I lead now, because I don't want it to get destroyed, as it instantly will. And I also just know that there'll be people who will be like, oh, well, you know, put it somewhere where Sagan can't get to. He gets everywhere. He gets everywhere. And it's almost impossible. Like, I've tried to keep him off my bed, off my electric blanket, everything. This dog is so needy that if it smells of you, he will burrow his face into it. So it's just not right anymore. And I bought a load of yarn specifically to make Hexie Puffs with, which is hand-dyed sock yarn. And there's a part of me that would rather just make it up into socks, because I wear hand-knitted socks all the time. I really enjoy sock knitting. Sock knitting was the thing that got me into knitting in the first place, really, as an adult. Well, as a 17-year-old. As a chronically ill 17-year-old, it's a different thing to being a 17-year-old, right? She says, drinking her electrolytes. So what do I do about the Hexie Puff blanket? Because as much as I enjoy knitting them and as much as I enjoy making them, and they are so tactile and squishy and lovely, I could never leave that blanket out ever unattended. And given my own memory issues, fatigue issues, object permanence issues as a result of my disabilities, the reality is I'm going to forget. I'm going to forget, and it's going to get torn to shreds. So do I say goodbye to the beekeeper's quilt? And if so, what do I do with all the Hexie Puffs that I've made so far? I know that you can do like exchanges and stuff. I've seen on Ravelry that, you know, people send them off and stuff, but mine are made to a different gauge than the actual original project, and they're a bit bigger. Because I contemplated sending them to Engineering Knits, because I know she is also making a Hexie Puff blanket, but like I say, mine are bigger. And because I don't have it here, it's, you know, wrapped up nice and safe from the moths back at Mum and Dad's. I really need to go and look and see how far I've gotten and how many I've made, because it might be that I can use those to make something else, like little seat cushions or something to go on the stools, or I don't know. But my real question is, in terms of stash busting for now, do I use up the yarn I bought for the beekeeper's quilt in a different project? In terms of like active projects that are here, I'm preferring this one at the minute to the bra, partly because the tiny needles on that have been really hurting my hands, but also I'm at the point where I have to take all the stitches off my circular needles and put them on waste yarn to try it on, and I can't really do any more until I try it on, and I'm sort of dreading trying it on and checking the fit in case it's not right and I have to rip back, so I'm sort of procrastinating. I know I should just bite the bullet and do it, but here we are. Sometimes you just want to sit and knit and you don't want to be faffing about with things. So I'm working on my Aran Patterns 1960s cardigan, which may be for me and may be for Woody. Having realised that I'm procrastinating on this project, it means that it's motivated me to actually do the fitting and see where we're up to. Although I do have my Tesco's shopping arriving any moment, so maybe this is a poor choice in that sense, but maybe I just get them off the needles and wait to try it on until after my groceries have been delivered. I realised the other day, as I was talking about the my current works in progress, a sort of work in progress update for stash busting, I missed one. Now, you may remember at the end of last year I was talking about trying to take part in a collaboration with my dear friend and very understanding colleague, Engineering Knits, about tea cozies and Call the Midwife. Well, I left the project on hold in the hopes that I could someday make that video or turn it into something, and it never happened. So I just decided, like, right, okay, do you know what? I'm cutting my losses. I'll finish it and it will just become a part of stash busting. So I cast off. I had like 3 rows to go. That was what I'd left. I cast off, but I haven't sewn it up. And I've got quite an amount of this pink yarn left, and I've got a little bit of the white. And so I've got to sew it up, but that won't use all of that up. And then I thought, let's make a pom-pom to go on the top. So I've been back to Mum and Dad's, where most of my crafting supplies are, and I've got my biggest size pom-pom maker, and hopefully this will put a little bit of a dent in the leftover pink as well, and then maybe we'll be able to count off like 50 grams or something, especially seeing as we've added quite a lot recently. But anyway, the sewing up has to be done first. So I think that's close enough for one half. Feels pretty dense, so let's start on this side. Okay, the moment of truth. Possibly not the best decision to do this outside when it's really windy, but... So now we slot this in, like that. We're certainly able to get it tighter than doing it with bits of cardboard or something. Et voila! Nice fluffy pom-pom to go on the top of my tea cozy. Oh my god, it's huge. Do you think it's too big compared to the tea cozy? Oh my god, so silly. I love it. A stash busting update. My 1950s or 60s style tea cozy is finished. Look at the pom-pom on the top. Ah! I love it, but I don't have a teapot to model it on. So use your imagination. I don't really know what I'm going to do with this. I haven't secured the pom-pom on very well, and I might come up with some other situation where it like buttons on or fastens on or poppers on or something, because I know, are you likely to wash a tea cozy? I suppose it might get tea stained, in which case you'd have to take the pom-pom off. But because this style of tea cozy had deliberately had a gap, because they were expecting you to put like a little doll in there or something, very bizarre. They seem to think that I could go into a shop and buy one of these, specifically a doll for a knitted tea cozy. Anyway, I haven't been able to find one, hence the pom-pom. So I wonder, unfortunately there's a gap, ideally, where I would put a popper. So I might just have to leave it as it is. It might get donated to a prop store. But in terms of stash busting, I have this much yarn left, and I've counted it, I've weighed it, I've weighed it, and it's 22 grams. Now, I've gone back through all my previous videos, because if you remember, I bought this yarn to do a trim on a knitted costume I was doing. And I was like, oh, when I'm done with that costume, I'll add whatever's left onto the total of the stash. And I never added it on. So while I have used up some, I actually now have to add on 22 grams. So we were at, where were we? We were at 97.5. We added 4, which took us to 101. We took off 8, 101.5. We took off 8, which took us to 93.5. We added 36, 129.5, 129.75. 129.75, so okay. I also thought I would show you, just before we wrap up for this episode, I finished the back of my Aran cardigan for Woody. I need to block it. As you can see, it's very curly, but I don't have a vessel big enough to soak this in. I've got some wool wash here, so unless I use the sink, but I'm always nervous about the wool wash staining the metal sink, so I might have to take it home and back to mum and dad's and block it there. Not ideal. Unless I buy myself a washing up bowl, I might do that. Might go to the pound shop tomorrow. But yes, 4 months into stash busting, we are significantly higher than when we started the year. I think my next project might be a knitted baby hat or preemie hat or something out of this, so it's gone. Let me know your thoughts about what I should do about my beekeeper's quilt, my Hexie Puff blanket. Do I keep it? Do I abandon it? Do I adapt it? Apart from that, I think that's everything. Thanks for watching. See you next time. One of my failed stash busting projects was a vintage tea cozy based on a 1940 sewing pattern that I have in my collection. Oh, look. Oh, whoops. Here it is. You might remember previously I tried to make this cottage and it ended up much too big. And I thought, rather than try and remake the cottage, because I haven't got any yarn in my stash that's really appropriate for that, I would try the second pattern. So this is called a lantern cozy. I could have used the same yarns that I had been trying to use for the house one, but actually I didn't really think that they had high enough of a contrast, or I didn't have enough of the quantities to knit the colour repeats in the way that I would like to. So what I've actually done is used another abandoned stash busting project. So you might remember, oh God, it's all in a pickle. So I'd been originally been wanting to make a 1940s sweater from these odds and ends of this King Cole merino. It was a very inexpensive yarn that I bought for a couple of my first ever 1940s knits, including one that you see me often wear, which is this graphic Greek key design one. But I abandoned that project because when I started thinking more mindfully about, I really hate that term, when I started thinking more carefully about what I actually need in my wardrobe, I don't really need any more 1940s short-sleeved sweaters. I have plenty that I like to wear already that are in good nick or in good rotation. So it didn't feel like a good use of the yarn. And particularly, it didn't feel like a good use of the yarn to make a sweater that was so similar in colour palette to one I already owned. You know, if I wanted a black, white, red and grey sweater, why would I reach for this one over the one that I already have, which, if I'm honest, I preferred the design of, and I love the way that one fits. So this project got shelved. I might come back to that pattern and that style of jumper. I might just do it in a different colourway, so that I don't have two really similar jumpers, which seems kind of pointless. So I've been frogging this and using up oddments, the bits that were left, and so I've talked about this before. I often have an upstairs and a downstairs knitting pattern, and this is because stairs are difficult for me, and so I kind of sometimes get stuck. So it's ridiculous to admit. I get stuck upstairs or downstairs, and I sort of have to wait to rest to be well enough to do the stairs again. And so I always try and keep something knitting upstairs and downstairs so that while I'm resting, I can at least do a few rows of knitting. So this has been my current upstairs knitting pattern, knitting project. And I also use this like if I'm waiting for things, for example, when I'm working on my laptop, if I'm waiting for things to export or load or download or upload, I'll often just sort of do a few rows on this. And so like in maybe like a few days, this is how far I've gotten, but I'm loving the way it looks. So sort of that will eventually be the hole for the handle. So this is sort of like half of it. I had to restart because I did the repeat wrong. I misinterpreted the instructions. But the back looks like this, which I also think looks really cool. So it's fascinating to me, having just made that sort of 1950s or 60s tea cozy with the sort of quilted effect. This pattern sort of achieves a similar springy quilted texture but with a different stitch, and it uses, like a lot of 1940s colourwork, slip stitches. So this looks a lot more complicated than it is, but it is essentially rows of stocking stitch and reverse stocking stitch and a few slip stitches, and that's how you get this lantern and this kind of 3D scrunched effect. I think it looks really effective. I love the way it looks with this colour palette as well. It looks really kind of graphic and modern, but like in a 1940s modern way. Does that make sense? No, that doesn't make any sense. So like essentially what I mean by that is if you think about 1930s colour palettes, there tends to be lots of very light pastels. It doesn't tend to be dark colours heavy. And so by the 1940s, as fashion changes, obviously things kind of pendulum swing. We go from, in fashion, lots of light, floral prints, very summery, kind of very sort of feminine and bright, and also quite traditional, I would say, prints. And then we come into the 1940s and we tend to get a lot heavier silhouettes, heavier fabrics, bold colours and lots of colour blocking. And so in the 1940s, to people who had grown up with florals and pastels, bold colours and graphic prints felt really modern and really of that moment. And so that's what I mean. But when I say this feels modern for the 1940s, it feels very of that moment. I'm sorry, the lighting is bloody terrible. So I've been really enjoying this little project, and it's just ticking along in the background. I'm going to use up some yarn that I've had in my stash for a very long time. I don't think I'll use up everything, like I haven't even started frogging this section yet. So, but it does require a pom-pom, and it does require a pom-pom, and it does require a cord to drawstring it up. So I might use more than I realise. And the oddments, again, they might just be saved for mending that other 1940s jumper I have in this yarn. But yeah, I'm really excited about my second vintage tea cosy. It's becoming a sort of little bit of a thing. But yeah, you can see here, these holes on the edge, you sort of run a cord through and draw them up, and that's how you get that tea cosy shape. So in terms of what else I've been working on, I have tried the bra on, and it does fit, I think. It's quite difficult to tell still, but I think it's okay. I don't know whether it's an ideal fit. If anything, it might be a touch big, but I think it will be okay. It's really difficult to tell, and it's one of those, I don't really want to model it on the internet just yet, because it's a bit precarious, shall we say, currently as it is. That is something that I think now I could finish quite quickly, but I am enjoying knitting my Aran cardigan so much that I've kind of paused on working on the bra. The stitches are still on hold, so what I might do is have a little break from it, try it on again before I make any further decisions about where I go with it, so I have a little bit of distance. So as of yet, nothing really to tick off the stash total. I should also say I'm doing more sewing at the moment. I'm managing to do a little bit more sewing, and I'm really excited about sewing again. And so as a result, my knitting, crafting time, if you like, has gone down, partly because I have to do so much more resting of my shoulder when I sew, but also because my thinking and crafting and making time and energy is mostly going towards sewing. So the stash busting might slow down a bit this year. But that's okay. Would be nice to get under 100 again. But I think, okay, so here's the thing. I've been really proud of myself in what I've managed to achieve in this stash busting mission, journey, challenge, whatever you want to call it. And I feel I have personally gotten out of it what I wanted to get out of it. I've made a lot of things I would never have normally made. I've tried a lot of new techniques. The yarn all fits in one box now, so I no longer have concerns about it getting eaten by moths or other pests. It's all nice and safe, and I feel I have really gotten on top of it. I am now starting to get that, and I talked about this previously as well, it is becoming less inspiring for me because I've done nothing else but stash busting. And I've bought some yarn for some projects that I haven't made yet, like I bought some yarn at the end of last year for Fable knitwear projects, I think it was last summer, that I haven't gotten around to making yet because I almost feel bad for wanting to make them. And of course I made the Christmas project, which I bought new yarn for. I feel almost bad for kind of abandoning stash busting and focusing on projects where I just bought the yarn, and yet the slog of trying to find patterns to use up odds and ends has gotten quite dull now. I don't mean dull as in boring, as in like less shiny and appealing to me. When I think about how excited I felt when I found that patterns capstan to make the vintage Aran cardigan, and the other day when I was going through my pattern stash because I was looking for something, I was coming across all these vintage patterns that I have in my collection that I'm desperate to try and make, just because I'm curious about the construction or the styling of them or the fit, or you know, I want to try and do some things. I have loads of patterns that call for types of yarn that are less popular now, like crepe and boucle and things like that. And I'd love to try knitting with those sorts of yarns, or try and source them. I don't even know where I would get them from. And so I'm finding myself drawn away from the number crunching of the just sort of trying to get through the numbers. It's less satisfying to me now. I think because we made it under 100 and that was kind of my goal. And then I bought a whole load, well, I didn't buy it. Somebody gave it to me and I donated to charity. Acquired a whole load more yarn again so that I'm over 100 again. Kind of like, do I want to try and get back under 100? Is that sort of the aim for me? Is that kind of the sweet spot in terms of that's capacity, if you like, in the stash, and once it gets over 100 I need to look at stash busting? I'm just not sure. And I love making these videos, and we've got such a community now of stash busters and people message me all the time and leave comments about, oh, you inspired me to look at my stash and use what I have. And there's a part of me that feels really fulfilled by that, you know, like I've done my bit to convince people to turn their back on consumerism a little. Or at least to just help them find inspiration in new ways, or bring their attention to patterns to use up odds and ends that they might not have known about, that sort of thing. I'm really proud of that. I'm really proud of what we've achieved here, I suppose. And I don't really know how I go forward now. One to think about. One of the things that I was looking for when I was back home the other day was something from my vintage pattern collection that I could use my 2-ply cashmere for that I got from the charity sale. Now, the thing with 2-ply is that you get a lot of yardage for your weight. So does this say? No. But generally I think it's 800 meters per 100 grams. So it was a popular choice during coupon rationing because, of course, the rationing was done by yarn weight, so by however many ounces of yarn. So 100 grams of 2-ply yarn goes a lot further than 100 grams of double knit. And as a result, you see a lot of 1940s patterns that are in 2-ply, and 1950s actually. So I went through and I was looking for some things that I thought could work with these colours and with the sort of small quantities I have. Now, most of these call for 5 ounces. An ounce is 28 grams, so we're looking at what, 140 grams. And these are, doesn't tell me how many grams they are. I assume they're 50 grams. I can weigh them and check. But a lot of these are single colour, or, you know, they would work best as single colour. So I have this one, which I think is really sweet, but it's a small size. It's only for a 32-inch bust. And yes, I could adapt it and modify it and all of that, and that could be a fun little challenge for me, but this one would goes up to 36, it says 32 to 36. Sometimes, like, they just say for larger sizes, go up a needle size. Like, literally, this one says for larger sizes, for 34-inch bust, use number 9 needles, and for 36-inch bust, use number 8 needles. I suppose with lace, changing the gauge is not so much of an issue. So yeah, this is a best way one, probably late 40s, this one, by the numbering system, and the fact that the paper's shiny again. But I'm not sure. The issue with a lace pattern is it's quite difficult to change colour and do stripes, and I would probably have to do some sort of colour work here to get these to work. I love this one. So this is a pearl yarn, and I have no idea. It must be like a shiny rayon. Maybe I should try and see if I can find any information about that yarn, but I love the look of this one. I love the square neckline. I love the ribbon. There's so much about it. And I mean, 6D, it's twice the price of the Best Way ones. And yes, it's got a colour image on the front, and that's probably why. But also, look at the size of that compared to that. Well, I've got a few more 40s sorts of ones. I'm considering this one. This might be 50s, late 40s, early 50s, because I feel like, I don't know if you can see, it's sort of got lace panels. I feel like that could work with a colour block. And then I've got this one, which is like a round yoke. Cute, right? I mean, round things don't generally suit me. But I feel that one, it's got a raglan sleeve shaping, so I think it could work. But also, wouldn't that be quite cute to do in a solid colour and then have those little bobbly bits be accent colours? So my sort of more 1950s style ones, I love this one. This one is so delicate and sweet. Called a tuck-in 2-ply jumper. And at the top it just says, if larger size is required, use number 11 needles to produce a tension of 8 stitches to an inch, as opposed to 9 stitches to an inch. So that seems perfectly doable. Again, it's just, I don't know how, with a diamond pattern like that, I'd be able to do a colour change. And I'd need 7 ounces, and I definitely haven't got 7 ounces of a single colour. So my other 1950s option, this is from A Woman's Weekly little booklet, is that one in the top corner there. Look at that. Cap sleeved for holidays. The effective stripes in 3 colours are very dashing. So they are using grey, pink and mulberry. Now I don't have grey, pink or mulberry. Well, I suppose this could kind of be a mulberry. Is that mulberry? I don't know. But I could do something like that. What's the sizing like on this? Oh, 17. So that would be 35, 36 and a half. So it might be a bit small for me now. I don't tend to do 50s knits. I don't tend to do 50s vintage at all, really. I just find 1950s stuff doesn't suit me as much, or a lot of 1950s silhouettes are either really frothy Mad Men Housewives type stuff, which I don't like. I don't think it suits me. It's also just not me. It's not even, it might suit my body type. It just doesn't suit who I am. I've never enjoyed anything that feminine, really, in terms of styles. Even my sort of more feminine summer dresses that I've made have tended to be simpler of line or more structured and angular, which is what I prefer to wear. So unless I do the very fitted, tailored, wiggle dress sort of silhouette, but I don't think that suits me either. But I do like my Poison Girls Rizzo tops that I've made, and they're both a bit on the small and short side now because of the boobs. So I wonder whether a 1950s sort of alternative, an original one, I mean, I'd really like to make that one. That one's gorgeous. I still have my massive cone of 2-ply lamb's wool as well, and one of the things I want to do is re-knit one of the, well, all the 2-ply things I made that got shrunk in the washing machine. It's been years and I still haven't gotten around to it. But that's because I started stash busting, and I have that big cone of 2-ply, and that is, you know, like several, I think that's maybe representing like 20 balls of wool in the stash at this point. Really what I need to do to make a decision is weigh up how much I've got. Oh, there's one here that looks like it might have yardage on. Oh, 50 grams. Doesn't look like it has yardage. These are probably 50 grams then. So I've got 2 of those. I've got 2 chartreuse, although it looks like that one might be partial. I've got 2 red. I've got 3 of this colour, and then that one which is slightly different. So I might get 140, so I might get 5 ounces, but then that's not enough, is it? Oh, and I have 1 of those. As I'm sat here looking at these as well, is of course my other quandary, whatever, is that I already have a 1940s lace jumper, colour blocked, in this sort of colour palette. Right? I don't really need another one. So maybe that's a reason to do the 1950s one. Because it says 3 stripes, but there's nothing to stop me doing more than 3 stripes, is there? Oh, I don't know. I've been recording for 15 minutes. Currently in a very weird phase of my life. Basically, I'm in the middle of a theatre project. We get in this weekend, we tech next week, and we open next week. I'm stressed. And that doesn't leave very much time for knitting. But I find when I'm stressed, one of the things that really helps is knitting. But my cardigan project that I'm working on for Woody, I'm about to do the shoulder shaping, and it has to match up with the other half and all that sort of stuff. And it's just not very conducive to, firstly, warm weather, because it's June now, but also just like the frame of mind I'm in. I can just about keep track of the cables without thinking, but also then to be starting, because it's a V-neck cardigan, you shape the armhole and the neckline simultaneously. Just don't think it's going to happen in the next 2 weeks. So I've been working on some different projects. I have on the table behind me, can you see? Sort of. There's an organza bag there. A sock project, which I picked up at Mum and Dad's. But I've also been working on my other 1940s tea cosy. So here we are, here's the pattern. Do you remember I tried to make the cottage and I had gauge issues and it went terribly, so I've been making this lantern version. And yeah, I really like it. I'm really pleased. I really love how graphic it looks. It's not my usual style at all. And I've used quite a lot of yarn, of those odds and ends at least anyway. Oh, how come this is covered in fluff? Depressing. Anyway, I like it. And I think I did that trick like where you hang it over a doorknob and twist them together to make the cord. And I really, you can see in the original one that it looks really similar. So the only thing I want to do is make pom-poms. So they have 2 pom-poms. And I reckon I can get 2 pom-poms out of the yarn I have left. The only issue is, I bought a set of pom-pom makers and I'm sure there were more sizes and there was one down from this. Can I find it? No. So this says 68. So I think that's probably going to be a bit big, but I'm wondering whether it's better for me to make them a bit big and then trim them down. Anyway, I'm supposed to have 2 pom-poms on the end of my ties. So shall we sit here and try and make 2 pom-poms? Because then we'll have something to tick off in this stash busting episode, because firstly I've been sewing and then I went on holiday, and so my sort of knitting progress, my stash busting progress has not been great. Oh, I also bought yarn while I was on holiday. Should we talk about that? So where we were on the canal barge, it's a little sort of historic canal village called Braunston, and there was an art shop in there right on the canal, and I popped in. What did they have? But hand spun 100% mohair. £4 for 50 grams of mohair. And they had 2 in the same dye lot. This is called mustard. No idea what I'm going to make with it, but what an amazing souvenir from a holiday. Hand spun, locally produced mohair yarn. I got a few other things. So cute. And then a lot of the canal barges had like brass plaques on them for like the canals that you've done. So we were on the Grand Union, so we got a Grand Union one. Don't know where I'm going to put it. Don't own a canal barge. I'm the sort of person, I'm normally really thrifty with my money, apart from when I'm on holiday, when I just buy. It's like I'm like a different person. I'm like, ooh, knickknacks. But anyway, 100 grams. So we've got to add 2 to the stash. Hello. I'm staying with my mum and dad this week because Woody is away with work. So I thought I would take this opportunity to show you. You might remember in my previous stash busting update, I mentioned that I have an ongoing project that I keep here at my parents' house. And I conveniently couldn't remember any of the details, nor did I have it to show you. So I thought I would take this opportunity to get the pattern and show you what we're dealing with. Oh God, we've got an international pronunciation coming up. Ravienna knits. So this is the everyday companion shawl. These pictures are terrible. Look, the printer's running out of ink, but I don't know if you can see. That's what I'm trying to say. Ravienna, I'm presuming. Ravienna knits. One of the reasons I wanted to go for this pattern was it's a one skein wonder. So 100 grams if you've got a beautiful yarn that you want to show off, this is a great option. But also they give you, Ravienna Knits gives you instructions to make it to however much yarn you have. So made to your yarn amount instructions are included, and they talk you through how to do all the calculations for it. You know, they have a graph, and the pattern is laid out so that every step has one skein instructions and then made to your yarn amount instructions, and it refers backwards and forwards to, you know, the chart that you filled in. Where's my chart? So look, here's my chart for my yarn requirements. It's a really well written and well thought out pattern. And the only thing I would say is it took me, and this might be me, I'm normally really good at memorising pattern repeats. I think it was possibly because I was doing a little bit and coming back to it and doing it like several weeks later when I was here. But I couldn't, for the life of me, memorise this cable pattern. I've got it now, thankfully, but I was having to, like, I'm having to tick off where I am because I, for whatever reason, couldn't get my head around this. The yarn that I chose for this, I've got another international pronunciation coming up, is Kammerhose, and it's this Ökologisch Sommeröl, which is organic summer wool, it translates as. I've used this a lot. This is the yarn I used for the daisy blouse. This is the yarn I used for my rainbow jumper, which I shrank in the wash. I want to make another one of those, but I would need to buy new yarn. So this is part of the stash busting. There's some things I would like to make to replace some things in my wardrobe that, or projects I would like to remake, but I'd need to buy yarn for those, and I'm holding off until I'm back under 100. And the colour, oh gosh, that's the colour. But it's this lovely green, and I originally bought 3 50-gram skeins of this thinking it would be enough to make a vintage jumper. It, of course, would not have been enough to make a vintage jumper. But it's gorgeous, it's coming up a slightly more teal on the camera, but it's kind of greener. And this is how far I've gotten. So as you can see here, this marker, you can see where the join is. So that was when I started the section. It's to do with the made to yarn requirements and stuff. So I know that, you know, this section, you can see I've got a slightly wavy edge, but I adore the sort of shape of this. Mine's going to be quite long as a result of having 150 grams and not 100 grams of yarn. But I do really love it. And look at that cable pattern. I always forget how much I enjoy doing cables. I don't know why, but I do find the process really, really soothing, as it were. The only thing was I realised that I'd misinterpreted part of the instructions. There's a sort of slip stitch, and then you increase into the slip stitch while you're doing this skinny bit, and I did that increase incorrectly. So my slip stitches at the edge look a bit weird, but I've consistently done them a bit weird, so that hopefully at least it's the same. So I've got another ball of yarn left, and I've got about halfway through. So it's going to be very long and skinny, but that's okay. If I wear it more as a scarf, I'm fine with that. Alternatively, I might just knit until I decide, like if I fold this in half to the start of this section, if I decide, like, if that's the centre back, if I put that there, I'm like, oh yeah, that'll be long enough for a shawl. Do you know what I mean? I might do that. I might just knit until it's long enough rather than use up all the yarn just for the sake of it, you know, because I can always put this green into another scrappy project or something. Yeah, that's the everyday companion shawlette. So I'm working on my, it's so funny, isn't it? I've been procrastinating for the longest time to sew the elastic together for my knitted bra. Literally all I've got to do is do some zigzagging and zigzag some ends together. In my defence, we're in the heat wave still. And this room where the sewing machine is gets incredibly warm. So it's been part of it. It's been a combination of so much weaker as a result of the heat that I've been having to really limit my stairs, but also it's just so hot in here, so hot in here. So I've got my little fan. I'm gonna sew my elastic together into a loop. I measured it on myself downstairs and put a pencil mark on where I need it to overlap. So I'll just, I'm just going to zigzag over the ends. Really nice and simple. And then I can finish the bra. So this is for stash busting. That should be 2 off the total. So just got my pins in. I'm just going to use the colour that I've been using, which is like a sort of khaki green. Nobody will see it. It'll be fine. Have to remember to put the sewing machine on zigzag. Now I've also got like a top stitching needle in because for some project I've been sewing I needed one, and let's hope it's okay with elastic. since I bought this cage for the camera so that I can have a strap and can have it mounted on a tripod on its end so I can do shorts and stuff. That actually sounded really good with the assistance of the top stitching needle. It falls over a lot is the camera, is what I was saying. So look, there we are. And now I can go and finish my bra. And get out of here. Oh boy, do I have a big update for you in terms of stash busting. So, first of all, the pom-poms are on the tea cozy. I love this, I really do. I do think the pom-poms are still a bit big. I trimmed them substantially, and yet they're still slightly hilariously proportioned. Again, I don't have a teapot to model this on, but I really like the way this looks. I think it looks really graphic. The only thing I dislike is the way it curls at the openings. And I haven't found a solution for that. I don't think there will be a solution for that. I just think it's one of those things. It's the nature of it sometimes, isn't it? But I also really like the way the inside looks. Ta-da! Really sweet. So that's one done. And I have done the totals for this, and it has used, frustratingly, 90 grams. So I can't quite take 2 off the total. But I'm pleased. I'm pleased with it. I might buy myself a teapot and make tea in a tea. I'm not going to do that. Who am I kidding? So this one might be, well, let's just say anything that I'm making as part of this stash busting series that I don't love or I don't want to keep, I do have a plan for what I'm going to do with it, which will hopefully help a good cause. So I won't say more about that for now, because that means I actually have to start figuring out what I want to do. But there we are, a teaser for you. So let's talk about some other things. So that's 90 grams off the stash. First of all, I didn't film any of this. It was a family member's birthday, and I suddenly was like, oh, I'll make a present for them. And I crocheted a bag, and I gave the bag away, and I didn't think at all to record how much yarn I used, to take pictures or footage or anything. I have been so detached from knitting at the moment. It's not so much that I've lost my knit joe or my knitting motivation or whatever. I'm still enjoying knitting and I'm still actively knitting. It's just for whatever reason, I forget I'm a YouTuber sometimes and that I need to share this stuff with you. So I made a bag and I gave it away and I didn't record any of it. So I have no idea how much yarn that project used. But I used all my Shetland scraps, and I have a lot of Shetland scraps. And I don't know if you remember back to my first stash count up. I had a big cardboard box that was just full of Shetland yarn. So I used some of it for this bag that I made for my family member. And then I had so little of it left, I thought, I reckon I can use it all up some way or another. And so I've done something which I don't normally do, which is a very deliberately scrappy aesthetic project. I made a little shawl. It's just very simple. I got this, it's not even a pattern, but sort of the idea for the construction of this. Well, firstly, I've seen it before in Victorian knitting books. That's how simple and traditional it is. But I've been watching a lot of Kate at The Last Homely House, which is a charming YouTube channel. If you like cosy English craft vibes, I'm sure you'll either know of Kate or watch The Last Homely House, or if you don't, you'll enjoy it. And she was knitting out with hand spun yarn, a little sort of kerchief like this, I would call it. And it's just a tiny weeny little stripy shawl. And that is all my Shetland yarn gone. All of it. I don't know how I managed it, but every last scrap, apart from a tiny little bit for the last row, that's all gone. And so I did a spit splice, yep. And so I could just keep knitting. And the way this works is you just increase at the beginning and end of every row, and you get this quite sort of shallow, well, I suppose it's a very obtuse angle as opposed to a more sort of right angle like you would get on a more traditional shawl. And that's all of it gone. Now, I don't love the way scrappy projects look. I love up to about the yellow stripe. I love this colour combination. So if I was doing this for me, if this had been sort of less saturated and maybe more mottled and things, I could have made a really pretty shawl with this technique. But this was about using up the scrap fabric, and I've done that. So I'm really excited about it. It's all gone. And so this one I might not keep, but it's just so, I can't believe I've used up all that Shetland wool. I've had it for so long. Like this orange at the bottom and this dark green, my brother and sister-in-law bought for me as a present Christmas 2018. And I have my mittens that I've made that you will have seen. So I've used most of the yarn. It's just these odds and ends that have been hanging around. So to finally put them to good use in this project and the previous one, which I don't have any pictures of and can't show you, is fantastic. So I don't know how much this project used specifically. I suppose I can weigh this. The two of them, let me consult my spreadsheet because I've been keeping a spreadsheet. The two projects used 309 grams of yarn. So I think basically with the 90 grams from the Tea Cozy and the 309 grams from my Shetland yarns, I think I'm just going to call that 400, seeing as it's 399, and say that that's 8 off the total. Now, in terms of the maths, watching back my previous stash busting video where I was talking about the other Tea Cozy, the pink and white Tea Cozy, I was like, oh, I've got 22 grams left, and then I added a quarter of a ball of yarn to the total, which is not right. I think I rounded up the 22 to 25 and added 0.25, but 0.25 would be a quarter of a 50 gram ball, which would be 12.5 grams. So I think I need to sort of round up, if that makes sense. So I think we're going to say the total at the start of this episode was 130, not 129.75. We added 2 with the yarn that I bought when I was on holiday, 132. Take 8, 124 balls of wool. What else have I been working on this month? Well, unfortunately, I've had a bit of a disaster with one project. Thankfully not Waddy's cardigan. I'm still trekking away on that. But one of the reasons why the Aran cardigan has been put on hold is just because of the heat. It's just too hot to be knitting big panels of a men's cardigan in an Aran weight wool that is knitted on 4mm needles with very dense cables. It's just so dense and my hands are so sweaty that it's not working for me at the moment. So I switched to working on the bra, which I think I talked about a little bit earlier in this video. Yeah, unfortunately the bra, I stitched my elastic together for the underbust. Brilliant. Finally, took me ages to go and buy that elastic, and then I started sewing it into the bra, and the elastic was a good maybe 6 inches too long to fit into the channel that the knitting had made. And I was sort of like, well, I'm sure the knitting will stretch. And then I did manage to put the bra on, and I was like, this is much, much too small. It was so small. Well, I think there's a fine line, isn't there, between negative ease and having to dislocate your shoulders to get it over your head. And I was very much in this was painful and incredibly difficult for me. And while I could have maybe, I think I would have worn it in the size it was small, but it was supportive. I just couldn't get it on or off without agony, basically. So I made the decision to take it apart, and I've taken it back to this point. So I have 2 separate cups. the other one is on the needle. So if I want to make it bigger, I can, I think. The thing is, I was pretty drastically running out of yarn, so I don't have that much to play with, unless I do what I actually originally intended and have redo one cup in white and use this yarn to then make the band and increase the other cup. I just don't know whether making it bigger is going to firstly solve the fact that it was just difficult to get on. Essentially, I don't know whether just making it a bigger size is going to solve all my issues with this pattern. Does it just not suit my body type in that I am particularly broad of back and narrow across the front, and therefore the sort of sizing of it isn't right? It's very difficult to describe what the issues were without it on the body. However, there was no way I could model it in a way that I wasn't going to flash you. And I'm just not willing to do that on the internet for free. That was a joke. That was a joke. So yes, unfortunately, I don't know what to do with this. I don't know. I do really like this yarn, but there isn't really enough of it to do anything wearable. I think that's the issue. As much as I like this yarn, there isn't enough of it to actually make something out of it that I would want out of this yarn. What I want out of this yarn is a cozy cardigan, and I don't have enough for that. So do I buy more yarn to try and use this up? In which case, what colour do I buy? Because I have a little bit of this green and a little bit of the cream. It's going to be a very loud cardigan. Answers on a postcard or in the comments section. What do you think I should do with this? There are some other bra patterns that I could try with this yarn. It's just one of those things, isn't it? When you've spent good money on a pattern and it doesn't work out, it's really disappointing. Either way, if I remake this bra pattern or work on something else or start again with something else, I need a bit of distance from this emotionally before I'm ready to face ripping it all out and trying again, because I'm still in that disappointment phase. Well, a pause in proceedings. Where was I before we were rudely interrupted? Hey? You gonna come up and say hello? What do you think? Did you have a nice walk? Did Woody treat you well? So, I've told you about my bra. So you will remember earlier in the video I talked about my lovely bag of 2-ply cashmere and trying to find a project to use this. And I had all my vintage ones and I looked through for something and I couldn't quite find something that matched the yarn quantities I had, that I could easily make multicoloured and all that sort of stuff. And then I went online and I found a digital vintage pattern. So this is Bestway B2559. And this is a sort of late 40s, early 50s vintage pattern. Now it's the same feather and fan stitch, feather stitch, fan stitch, I've seen it called both, that I used for my light blue lace 2-ply weight. It's the same stitch pattern. It's a very traditional chevron, like scallopy eyelet-y thing. You'll be familiar with it. And this is the pattern is for a twin set and a scarf. So I'm making the cardigan from the twin set first. And if I have enough yarn left over, I might then make the jumper to match. I'm really excited. And the reason I went for this one was I realised what I needed to tie all these colours together was a neutral. And of course I have loads of this 2-ply cone in the stash and I've had it for years. And there's loads of it. I think when I bought it, let's have a look. It tells me 0.878 kilos. So a large proportion of that 124 now in the stash is this yarn. And of course 2-ply goes so far that I'm going to be knitting it for ages. So I thought, well, I might as well use some of this. and some of this. And I made a swatch, look at me, because obviously the pattern is for a 34-ish bust and I'm not a 34-ish bust anymore. But in usual vintage pattern style, it's a bit on the generous side, so it will fit. And also, I mean, look, at it stretches very nicely. But I made a swatch because firstly I wanted to pick which colours I wanted to use and check the needle size and everything. So I think this is my colour choice. This was my instinct and I do really like it. I like that I've got the brown in there. I think without the brown, it would be a bit like... it'd be too colourful for me. I think and it would be a bit modern. I think having the brown in there makes it feel a bit more 1940s. So I'm sure there are some of you sat there going, how many works in progress have you got at the minute, Claude? But yes, I know, I've started a new project. But the cardigan for Woody is on hold. The bra, who knows at the moment. Obviously, I've got the Hexie Puff blanket, which part of the reason is on hold is because these are the needles I need for the Hexie Puff blanket. What other works in progress have I got at the moment? Got the shawlette that's at Mum and Dad's house. Apart from that, I've got the mittens, which I've lost, and the Moan cardigan, which needs a button band. So neither of those things are actually involving knitting. So if I want to knit on something at the moment, my options are Woody's cardigan, and that's it. And because it's too hot to knit that, I feel justified in casting on another project, okay? The logic is there in my mind. And do you know what? I'm really excited by the prospect of making this cardigan as well. I think it's been a really long time since I've done a 1940s project. I'm going to say that. All the tea cozies were 1940s. A 1940s garment project. Let me have a look again. We've got Moan, I suppose. We've got the ski jumper. But for some reason, neither of those things have really scratched that vintage itch. I think because the 1930s Christmas jumper was so kitsch, didn't really feel like me, and because Moan is so, it leans so 80s as a result of the colour palette I chose. I don't know, I'm just excited to be doing a vintage pattern and a vintage project again. It's all the things I like. I'm so predictable. I like knitting on straight needles, I like knitting in pieces, I like fine gauge work, I like lace patterns, I like colour repeats. So far, I've only gotten as far as the rib for the back. So this is 36 rows of rib in 2-ply weight yarn. I'm really enjoying it. I'd forgotten how, I think having come from the slog of the very tight gauge, heavy Aran cardigan, to be back on like 2-ply weight yarn and have it be so light, I think I need that right now in the summer. I think that's it for this episode. The final total is 124, but I don't feel too bad about that. I think we made some progress this month and I bought yarn. Well, we made some progress this episode and I bought yarn. Woody's cardigan is a work in progress that will eventually use probably 14 or 13 balls of wool, so that's a good chunk. The only thing is, of course, about working with 2-ply projects is they don't, because the yarn is so fine, it's not the most efficient way to get to under 100, but I'm okay with that. We'll do a 2-ply project and then I'll go back into the stash and find something that's a bit more instant gratification. But I'm going to have to tackle this at some point, aren't I? So no time like the present. Thanks for watching. See you next time. Hello, welcome back to Stash Busting. Let me have a slug of my tea. Where did we get to in the last episode? So previously the stash total was at 124 50-gram balls of wool. And I do think my goal is to try and get under 100 again. And once I get under 100, I will think about where I want to go with this project then. But I think for now, we need to get back under 100. When I last spoke to you, we were in the middle of the heat wave, the seemingly multiple heat waves we've had this year in the UK. And I will not accept any remarks about the ridiculousness of the UK not being able to cope in the heat. Thank you very much. I will remind you that I'm also disabled and have multiple health conditions which are negatively impacted by hot weather. So my circumstances, regardless of everybody else not being able to cope, a heat wave is serious for me. And so I have to do a lot of extra symptom management to just make it through the days. So one of the things I was unable to do as a result of the heat was work on the Aran cardigan that I've been making for my partner Woody. I'll come back to that, but before we get there, what I wanted to show you was actually the progress I've made in really not very long on the 1940s 2-ply weight cardigan I've been working on. The pattern is Best Way 2669. She can't remember. 2559. My apologies. Looks like this. And I went for this project because I've got a lot of 2-ply in my stash to use up. Now, I think I'd done the ribbing. Yes, I'd completed the ribbing. Ooh, sorry love, you okay there? For the back, the last time we spoke. And in a few short days, the back is complete. And I love it. I absolutely love it. I think it's great. I'm so excited to start on the fronts, basically. So this is a feather and fan stitch. Got these, what's that? 1, 2, 3, 4 colour repeat. And then the neutral shade. So these were all 2-ply cashmere that I got from a charity sale. An old lady in the village was going into a care home and her sons were destashing her craft supplies. And so it was sort of donations to charity and take what you want. And I scored a lot of stuff. I did give I did also give generously to the charity, just, you know, before you think I'm an evil person. So these came from that sale, but I've also had in my stash for the longest time a massive cone. I bought this at a yarn festival called Unravel, which is in Surrey. I went in person and I went specifically looking for 2-ply yarns to make vintage 2-ply projects with, and this was the only store that I could find. So this came from a company called Uppingham Yarns. Their website is hilariously wools.co.uk, which I think how they scored that domain name, I don't know. But this is 2-ply lamb's wool and it's got the count and everything. But the thing with this yarn is because it's lamb's wool, and he explained it to me when I bought it, it blooms basically. So it's still got a lot of lanolin in when it's spun. So it's even finer than 2-ply at this point, and then you wash it and the lanolin washes away and it blooms. Oh dear, we're gonna have to stop filming. A new day. What I was telling you about was the fact that this 2-ply yarn is even finer than the white is finer than the others, but that's because when you wash it, when you block it, it blooms and it fluffs up, so it will match. But it's so dreamy and lightweight and soft, combined with the softness of the cashmere. Oh, this is going to be a really special make for me. I mean, you might not agree. So that's the Best Way cardigan. Doing a lot of cardigan knitting at the moment. And then this is Woody's cardigan, the Aran one. So here's the front. He's gonna look so good. However, I knitted this one, obviously, first of all, and then the heat wave hit and I didn't do any work on this, and then I came back to this. The heat has eased. The last time we spoke, I was talking about I had to do the shaping. Yeah, and you know how in the previous episode I said something along the lines of, I can just about keep track of the cables, but keeping track of the decreases is probably beyond me at the moment. Yeah, it definitely was beyond me at that moment, and it turns out subsequently because I'd done it wrong. So I think I misinterpreted the instructions. It said to decrease every 3rd row, and I did 3 rows and then a decrease and then counted 3 rows as opposed to counting 1, 2, decrease on the 3rd, 1, 2, decrease on the 3rd. That of course means that you are alternating whether you're decreasing on a right or wrong side row, and I'd forgotten that that was part of it when I made the first one. And I had a little bit of a moment where I was like, oh God, do I redo which one is wrong? Before I figured this out. And then I realised that one of the instructions was once you've completed the shaping to continue knitting until it matches the length of the back. So I compared them both to the length of the back, and it's this one that's too long, and that was when I realised my mistake. So I'm going to have to rip it back and redo all the shaping. So it'll have to come back probably to about there. Don't have the heart to rip it out yet, but I'm noticing things about myself at the moment in terms of my projects. I keep losing momentum on things when things get hard. And I have previously not been that sort of person. Normally, I have the stubbornness and the determination of an ox. So if things go wrong, I want to rip it out and fix it immediately. Currently, I just can't face it. So it's not the only project. I've also got the bra still on hold where I don't know what to do, it's not that I don't know what to do. Well, with the bra, I don't know what to do. With this one, I know what I have to do. I just don't want to do it, and I'm struggling to be able to make myself do it. Having finished the back panel of the 1940s cardigan, and I need to cast on again for the fronts. I'm not thrilled by that prospect either, and I don't really know why. Like, why am I getting in my own way of doing this hobby that I love? I'm like, oh, I've got to start knitting. Ugh. It's so bizarre, but for whatever reason, I'm struggling with that at the moment. So what I'm going to do, are you ready? On camera, so you can hold me accountable. Now I just have to remember where I actually need to rip back to, so I'll get the pattern. Doop-a-doop. Fronts. So we need 41 stitches. That should help. It's the thing with these cables. They don't make frogging easy. And I'm not the sort of person to... How many joins are there? I missed that anyway. There's a join there. I'm not the sort of person that I will steam this yarn before I reknit it. If I was, going to put it away in the stash, I might steam it and skein it up again. But if I'm about to reknit it like this, I'm not bothering. I'm not steaming it. I'm not getting rid of the crinkles. I really don't mind that much. So yeah, I think I'm aiming for here. It's the thing, probably won't take me that long to redo this. I am gonna split this off into 2 balls. As I sit here doing this, I thought I would also tell you about, you can't see behind me, but one of the things I am working on behind the scenes currently is getting my knitting machine working. It's not going brilliantly. I've had some successes and some failures, but some parts of it are usable and workable, which is really exciting. I'm really looking forward to getting started on some knitting machine projects and sharing that with you. And one of the things that I thought, oh my gosh, this would be a perfect job for the knitting machine, would be to knit stockinette sleeves on a men's cardigan. Right? That's the sort of perfect job for machine knitting, because all that worked flat 2 at a time sleeve gubbins with all those, keeping track of all those increases and everything, does not fill me with joy. And the fact that that's the next step basically in this cardigan, oh god, it's gonna be a real slog. And I'm not looking forward to it. And I thought, oh, well, if I can do that on the knitting machine, that would be amazing. So I tried, I made a gauge swatch, and unfortunately I can't do it on the knitting machine. The gauge, this is Aran weight wool, and I have a standard gauge knitting machine. And so I hoped that I could achieve the right tension, because despite this being thicker than double knit weight, and my machine kind of tends to only really go up to double knit weight, it's knit on 4mm needles, so it's knit densely. So I was sort of like, oh well, double knit 4mm needles, that seems to be the maximum of my knitting machine, maybe I can make it work. But unfortunately I can't. The gauge is too tight and I can't loosen it anymore. It's at the maximum, so alas, I will have to hand knit these stockinette sleeves. But it is one of the things, there are some things that I would like to make for my wardrobe, or that I would like in my wardrobe, that I have no desire to hand knit, and one of those is a really simple black cardigan. I'm never going to knit that by hand, partly because I like to layer my cardigans, not with multiple cardigans, but obviously I like to wear things underneath them. I then like to put a coat on, so I don't like my cardigans to be a really heavy weight, hence the 2-ply one I'm knitting. And I was like, well, a 2-ply black cardigan would be so versatile in my wardrobe. But the reality is I'm not going to be knitting at 9 stitches to an inch an entire cardigan, but I reckon I can probably get that gauge on the knitting machine. So wouldn't that be a great knitting machine project to try? Anyway, am I there yet? 38, 39, no. Hello. It's very hot. I don't feel very well. And if you watched my Rain Cape series, you will know about my back injury that I am dealing with. So I'm not really well enough to do anything currently. But I thought I'd try and do some filming and at least talk about some of the things I've been thinking about in terms of stash busting. So let's start with my Aran cardigan. Well, the Aran cardigan for Woody, because I think the last bit I filmed I was casting on for the sleeves, and I've made good progress for on the sleeves. I'm at the point where I've done all the increasing, I've knit them to the required length, and I've just started decreasing. Now, I was doing them 2 at a time, but as you can see, I've taken this one off and I've put a rescue line in here. And this is because I only have 2 balls of wool left. So I have 100 grams plus whatever this much is left. And I still have to knit a neckband. So I'm nervous about running out. Now, this pattern, this vintage pattern, gives a length to knit to. So it says knit till the sleeves are 17.5. They are nowhere near long enough. Oh, you can't see that. They're not long enough. Trust me. And I was really starting to panic about running out of yarn. And then I thought what I would do is I would put in a rescue line. Hang on. The logic of this is I'm explaining in the wrong order. I'm worried my sleeves are too short. I checked my gauge. I'm not getting gauge on this that is recommended in the pattern. I'm getting 8 rows to an inch. Or I think that it was 13 rows to 2 inches was the recommended gauge. And so about 6.5 rows per inch is what they recommend. On the back, which I've already knit and blocked, I'm getting 7 rows to an inch. I could probably stretch it more if I wanted to, but I don't want to. So I'm confident I can get 7 rows to an inch on the sleeves. So what I've done is I knit however many rows, 7 rows to an inch. To get 17.5 would be, I'm not going to do the maths. I just knit it and I figured it out and was like, yeah, that will work. That'll be long enough. Just to be on the safe side, I've put in a rescue line on this one and I took this one off the needles, so that what I'm going to do is I'm going to do the shaping for the top of this one. I am then going to knit the button band. Well, no, I'm going to do the shaping for this one, weigh this one before blocking to see how much yarn I would need to finish this one, knit the button band. If I then have enough yarn left to finish the second sleeve, I will finish the second sleeve. If not, what I will do is I will undo the button band and finish the second sleeve and try and find some more yarn to finish the button band or use something different. That's my plan. Similarly, if I've got enough yarn and it's all fine and I come back and I block these and they're not long enough, I'll come back to my rescue line, knit them a bit longer and then redo the sleeve shaping. Because there's no point making Woody a cardigan where the sleeves are too short. Now, if I do need to buy more yarn, it's going to be quite a mission to find it. I have seen some in my local charity shop that was a different colourway. Not ideal. So I'm hoping I can look online and find some. Many of you have helped me out in pickles like this before. So stay tuned to see if I need your help again. But it seems like this was a pretty common yarn, so I think I'll be able to find some. Maybe I'll start doing some research just in case. If not, I don't know what I'll do. Maybe try and find a modern equivalent. Don't really want to have to undo the whole sweater. All hypothetical currently, no point worrying about it. Like 100 and maybe 10 grams to finish 2 sleeves and knit a button band. Seems like it should be enough. But then this is Aran weight. And I'm knitting it at a dense gauge. We just have to see. We just have to see. So that's that one. I've currently come to the end of my ball of wool that I was knitting for this one, so I will have to crack into the next one. But I think I should probably get quite a way into the sleeve shaping with what I have left here. So maybe I should work on this one instead. That's probably a better idea, isn't it? I suppose I can pick up the stitches again. Anyway, if you have any suggestions about what I should do here, I could make a spreadsheet. I know I could do maths and make a spreadsheet and figure it out. And once upon a time I would have done that. However, currently... Oh, fuck, I forgot to take my tablets. No wonder I feel so shit. Hold on. Got to take my painkillers. This is your reminder to take your medication if you need it. It's a new day. I'm just wearing the same clothes. You know how yesterday I was like, oh, I'm going to do this really complicated thing with my sleeves to make sure that they'll be long enough and make sure I have enough yarn. I put my other sleeve back on the needles so I could carry on knitting it with the bit that actually had some yarn left. And I was sat there like, oh my God, why don't I just block it now? Why don't I just put one of these back on hold, block this section to make sure it will block to the length I need, and then I don't need to worry about seeing at the end whether I need to unpick it and redo it. I'll know now. I'll know now whether it's definitely long enough or not, and then I can just carry on knitting. I mean, I'll still have to figure out about the button band and stuff, but like, I can just block it now. Do you know, I would like to take this moment to personally thank Roxanne Richardson for making me a bit better knitter, because this is the sort of thing that would never even have crossed my mind that I was allowed to do, or was a thing that might work or could be a possibility for me until I started watching Roxanne's channel. I just thought, you know, knitting was sort of witchcraft, and I just had to keep going and hope for the best and suffer, right? No. I can just put this in some water with a little bit of detergent, stretch it, leave it to dry, check that it stays that size, and not have to worry about this anymore. Then I just have to worry about running out of yarn. Because what I could also do, one of the other aspects of this is, if I'm able to block this longer than 17.5 inches, I can undo some rows and get some yarn back that I'm drastically getting short on. That does, however, mean that I can't do any more knitting on this while I'm here. So I think that means I'm going to have to work on the shawl instead. But still, like... Oh, and I think several people suggested when I asked what I should do about the Hexie Puff quilt, several people suggested that I take the shawl back to Woody's and then knit Hexie Puffs whenever I'm here. That's probably what I'm going to do. I'll take the shawl back with me to Woody's and I'll keep that in my rotation of projects I'm working on there, because I'm working on several at once. Does mean I have to find the next ball of yarn. I think I've got enough. Oh, I better do that before I get comfy again. So I have blocked and measured the other sleeve, and it is barely able to get to 17.5. So I do think I need to do a few more rows, but like we're talking maybe 1/4 of an inch. So I think a turn, a right side row and a wrong side row should be enough. That's Woody. Anyway, yes, so I just need to rip this back and do 2 more rows, and I think then the sleeves will be fine. and I don't think that's going to make a massive difference to my yarn dilemmas. I have looked for more of this patterns capstan, plenty of it online, none of it in this shade. So, typical, isn't it? Anyway, I think I'll start unpicking and then just work on this sleeve while the other one dries. See how we go. Welcome to a new angle because Woody built me a desk. And look, you ready? It's height adjustable. I have no excuse to have a bad back anymore. Anyway, first and foremost, let's talk about Woody's cardigan, seeing as he's made me a desk for a cardigan. I don't know whether it's a fair trade or not, but I have finished knitting all the pieces and they're blocked. And I amazingly was able to block them just before the rain started. We are well into September now and it's been, well, it's probably right for September, but compared to other Septembers that we've had recently, it's very shocking to have this much rain. Anyway, so I've got my fronts blocked, lovely jubbly, back and the other front and the other sleeve. Love it. I have started working on the button band, which is knit separately and then stitched on. And I cast on and sort of went on my merry way. And then I actually read the instructions and they have you sew it on to the front edge as you knit it so that you make sure that it's the right length. And I was like, oh, okay then. So I stopped that, blocked the other pieces, and then I went to sew them up. I didn't have a darning needle, a tapestry needle, a yarn needle big enough to fit this Aran weight wool from. And it's probably been a week that I've been meaning to go home and find one. I keep forgetting, so I finally did that yesterday. I've got a needle that's an appropriate size. I've got plenty of yarn for sewing up in my various ends and joins and things. So yeah, it's time to sew up the cardigan and then finish the neckband. So I'm so close to being done on this, but because I still have knitting to do, I can't really count the yarn off the stash just yet. However, I do have another finished object to show you. Oh, I love it. I absolutely love it. Hang on. Ta-da! So I haven't blocked it yet. I have woven in the ends, but I haven't trimmed them yet because I learnt to trim them after you block them. And that way they don't felton, but they sort of are less likely to come undone. But what do we think? Right. It's good. It's good. It's been a really long time since I've been, this excited by a accessory make I've made. I'd sort of forgotten that I do really like knitting shawls. And more importantly, I really like wearing shawls. And I have a couple in rotation in my collection that are you okay there? I have a couple in my wardrobe that I really like and I wear a lot. This one will become a new favourite because it's different to any of the others I have. So I don't have one that's this sort of long and thin, it's almost a scarf, but it is acceptably shawl-like. I just love it. It's just brilliant. I can't recommend this pattern highly enough. Not only is it really well written, really easy to adjust to your yarn, an excellent stash buster, because of the made to yarn instructions, very easy to adapt and modify. However you like to knit, whatever sort of instructions work for you, charts, written instructions, they've got you covered. It's just brilliant. It's just brilliantly well done. I'm glad I didn't make it any longer. I think that would have been too long. Oh my God. It's just heaven. It's just everything I would want. My one dilemma now is how I block it, because previously when I've knit really big shawls, I've hung them on the washing line. I've pegged them on the washing line. Being garter stitch, this is very stretchy and I don't want to do that, but you might be able to see that my cabled edge is particularly sort of fluty. Can you see that? So I suppose I could fold it in half and try and block it. Maybe I just try and steam block it. I do want to wash it because I found from my experience with using this Camel Holzer yarn, don't make me say the full name, it improves with washing, softens a little. So do I just stick it in the washing machine and dry it flat, try my best sort of thing? Why are we still standing up? This is bad pacing. Hang on. I didn't even get my other tripod. I just used the desk because I can. So do I just wash it like it's a knit garment and dry it flat and not try to pin it because I'm worried about stretching it out? Your input would be helpful there, so leave me a comment if you know what to do or have a suggestion. In terms of stash busting, got my scales here. This is how much yarn I have left. Now, I'm a little worried because I had to change the batteries in these scales, and because my mother raised me right, I did a test to see how accurately these are weighing by like weighing a bag of flour. So they might be weighing a bit heavy, and I've been running around finding other things, like I've got a packet of chocolate here. Yeah, everything's coming up a bit heavy, so I'm a bit nervous and I don't really know how else I can recalibrate them. So let's give it a go. Anyway, so that I originally had 3 skeins of this. I've used 2 whole skeins and I have this much left. So at least 2 is coming off the total. And yes, not only is the desk height adjustable, it's also stained blue so that it's better for filming. So see what I mean? 0 grams. This is supposed to be 125 grams. My Aldi chocolate, 144. Now obviously it's in a cardboard box and it says 5 times 25, so that's not the end of the world, but the flour in the paper bag was also significantly over. So let's see. Oh, 12 grams. And these were 50 gram skeins, balls. So I can confidently, 13. So do we want to call that 3/4? Half of 50 would be 25. Yeah, so let's call it 3/4. Because even if this is a bit heavy, with rounding, it should work out. So as usual, I couldn't remember where we were up to, so I went and looked at my previous video and also went to look at the spreadsheet that made me remember that I started for my stash. So we were at 124 balls of wool and we are taking off 2.75 balls of wool, leaving us at 121.25 balls of wool or balls of yarn at the end of this episode. I'm really excited because I think it's 14 that I will have used, or maybe 13. Between 13 and 14 that I will have used for Woody's cardigan. I'm obviously still working on my 2-ply jumper project. Actually, I've started on the fronts. Would you like to see them? I've been doing them 2 at a time, which did mean that I had to wind off some yarn from my cone. I love knitting with 2-ply. I'm enjoying this one. The stripes are a bit of a headache and I have made some mistakes in the stripes and had to unpick them. But I've finished the back, 2 fronts, sort of half done, not quite half done, maybe like a third done, and then the sleeves and a band, and we'll have a cardigan. The thing, of course, about 2-ply is that it doesn't weigh very heavy, so even though I will have knitted a whole cardigan, can probably count maybe like 200 grams off the stash, 4 balls of wool or something like that. So this one is not very helpful in getting to under 100. Woody's cardigan will be a lot more helpful in getting to under 100. I've got the bra project on hold, but I'm thinking that I'm going to need to start, if let's hope for the best and say I use 14 balls of wool, we'll sort of be at the 106 ballpark. I don't think I have another sweater's quantity of yarn apart from in 2-ply. Well, actually, I have some Aran that I got from the estate sale. It's not really a sweater's quantity though, and I'm just not the sort of person that wears what I would call pullovers or slipovers, knitted vests. So what I do to get under 100 next, I'm not sure. It is, of course, nearly gift knitting season, so maybe I make some gifts. Got to go back to mum and dad's and have a look at what I've got. Maybe I knit up my mohair that I bought on holiday from the canal trip. I'm not sure. For now, I'm just so pleased with my finished shawl. Thanks for watching. See you next time. Welcome back to Stash Busting. Now, it's been a little while for you, but it's moments for me since we last talked about this project. So yeah, cardigan's still in pieces. But in my last instalment, I talked about please send your suggestions for how I should block the shawl. And I was talking about possibly throwing it in the washing machine to see what happened. And basically, I'm too impatient to wait for your suggestions, and I'm just going to do it. And that's largely because I want to wear it. I want to wear it as soon as possible. So I've got some hand knit socks that also need washing, so I'll put the washing machine on a wool cycle and see what happens. I have had this yarn shrink and felt on me before in the washing machine, but I'm pretty sure that that was on a standard cycle and not a wool cycle. It's always a risk, isn't it? But I've had good success with this wool cycle on this washing machine before, even though it is quite aggressive. I think it just washes at 20 degrees basically. And that's all I really need. I just want to wash it to soften it up and hopefully even out. I imagine that the reason why, you can really see it there, this edge is kind of fluty compared to the rest of it is because the garter stitch is a lot stretchier than the cables. So anyway, let's see what happens. I'm too impatient. Autumn is here and I want to wear my shawl. So after working all of yesterday evening on the button band for Woody's cardigan, I realised too late that, I don't know. Essentially, I need 6 buttonholes. I have 6 buttonholes, but at the tension I was knitting them, I was very short of the end of the front section. Now, it told me to space the buttonholes apart based on width in the ribbing, which I did. But because you sew it on as you go along, I was doing a flat seam. That's what it recommends for the ribbing, to use a flat seam. It took me a couple of times to get a finish that I was happy with, and I had to I've never seen anything about, basically because I have the edge, the garter stitch edge of the cabled section, and then the first stitch is a knit stitch in the rib. I had to make up my own thing that worked for me. I tried to find instructions for joining like garter stitch to stocking stitch, but nothing, I couldn't get it to work for me basically. So I've made something up that worked for me. I'm going to have to undo it all and re-knit the buttonholes to be further apart. Now, because I've been matching row for row, the ribbing to the body of the work, because I've been doing a flat seam, I know exactly that I'm 10 rows short of the top, and conveniently that just means I need to put 2 extra rows between buttonholes, because 6 buttonholes, that's 5 gaps. 10 divided by 5 is 2. It just means I'm going to have to rip back the ribbing all the way to there and undo all the sewing at the same time, which, I mean, I tried to start doing yesterday evening, but it was just too dark. I couldn't see what I was doing. So here we go instead. Part of me is like, maybe it's time to put a film on or something, get cozy and settle in. I'd also forgotten how this yarn is actually very tough going on the hands to knit. My hand, this finger, because I'm a continental knitter, is so chapped at the moment, and I'm like, what the hell? What am I doing? And it's knitting with this very coarse yarn. Looking forward to when this one is done and I'm back on my 2-ply cashmere project. Oh, and lamb's wool. That's much more gentle on the skin. I've already got a low battery warning, so let's keep this short. I finished Woody's cardigan. Here it is. It still needs buttons. I did get him to try it on last night. It is too small. It's too small. I'll put the little clip in here.
Is it good?
Oh, it feels nice. Oh, it does feel nice.
Oh no, it is a bit small. It's quite tight.
That's right. I'll slim into it.
No,
I'll stretch it out.
I don't think your shoulders.
Oh. I can slim my shoulders.
I think what happened was, looking at this, I did the calculations for the gauge and everything, and I was like, oh, it should fit. The sizing is 38 to 39, and Woody's more like on the 39 to 40 end, and I went down, and I probably should have gone up. However, I wouldn't have been able to finish the cardigan because I only have, this is 25 grams of wool left, so it wouldn't have worked out anyway. I would have run out of yarn, for definite. So that's a little disappointing. I won't lie, I'm really disappointed about the fact that it doesn't fit. Another aspect of this is, of course, I measured, it's based on chest measurement, and I measured Woody's chest. Woody is a carpenter, a joiner, that's why he's called Woody. He's all shoulder. I didn't even think about that, and he's like busted out of the cardigan. So yes, it's my cardigan now, but it does still need buttons. In terms of stash busting, I just weighed this and the numbers don't add up. So I don't know if I counted the balls of wool and the weights have changed over time. Anyway, it has used 13.5 balls of wool. However, I'm counting this as 14 because this is not going in the stash. This is going in the mending stash. So 14 balls of wool off the total. Despite looking at it 5 minutes ago before I started filming, I'd forgotten already. The total was 121.25 balls of wool minus 14 takes us to 107.25 balls of wool in the stash. Mwah! We are so close to that sweet spot of where I like to keep it, which is under 100. So I have some ideas for what I'm going to do to get under 100. Obviously, I have my lace cardigan that I'm working on, but I've got to a tricky bit with the stripes and I don't have the brain power for that at the moment. So I've got to think of what else I'm going to do. But I'll update you with that once I've changed the camera battery and maybe had some lunch.
Since finishing Woody's cardigan, I've been really struggling to decide what to do next with my knitting, because what I should do is go back to my cashmere cardigan, but I've really lost inspiration on that because I just want to get to under 100, and there's no way that that project will, I mean, it might not even take like one ball of wool off, or maybe one, but 2, 3, maybe maximum. And I want to get there now. I'm so impatient. I just want to get there, well, at least before the end of the year. So I've been trying to think about what else I can make, but I've started lots of things and I've not really gotten very far. So
I have this navy blue wool that I also got from the estate sale, which is also Aran, and I've got 10 balls of that. Is it 10? I think a few more. So, well, I could definitely make a cardigan. It's about 1,000 meters, so I could definitely make a cropped cardigan or something with that, and that would be a really good way to knock a big chunk off. So I made a swatch. I get the right gauge if I use the suggested needles, but I don't really have any patterns for an Aran weight cardigan. And I looked for things on Ravelry, and nothing inspired. I wanted something vintagey, and so I thought about trying to recreate a cardigan pattern I've made before, but in Aran weight yarn. And I did a test to try and make this like faux cable thing work. Couldn't really get it to work. Ended up trying to also do it from the top down. It didn't work, so I ended up ripping it all out. So I haven't made any progress there. That was really demoralising. I then had the bright idea to try some crochet instead, and I had this tiny little bit of acrylic left from when I made that Victorian Spencer. This was the trim that went on there. I thought, well, let's make something that I wouldn't normally make, that is suitable to be donated, seeing as that this is acrylic. And so I made one of these little bandanas that are really trendy, these crochet bandanas, and because it's pink yarn and sort of pink and purple flecked, I thought, I bet there's like a teen girl somewhere that would love this. So I made this, and I did use, like, this is all the yarn I have left. I haven't even cut it off yet. This should be 1/4 of a ball of wool to come off the total. So that would bring us down to 107, and yeah, just 107, 1/4 off the total. This was really fun. Took like an afternoon, and now I don't know what to do again. So, So in the end, I just got over myself and carried on with the cashmere cardigan, and I've actually been really enjoying it. Now I'm back into the flow of it. I think it was just one of those things. I had to sit down and concentrate and remember what I was doing with the stripes and what I was doing with remember the lace pattern and all of that. But once I actually got it, I mean, I'm really nearly done here. I've got like a few more repeats to finish the fronts. Didn't take any time at all, really. And it was really enjoyable to knit. I think I will be carrying on with this one as sort of my main project at the moment, just because I haven't gotten back into the flow of it. I don't want to put it down again and forget again. I've got the fronts nearly done. I've done the back, so it's the sleeves, and they're calling it the strapping, the rib around the neck that I've got to knit. And it looks like actually that's knit in double knitting or brioche, which I've never done before, so that'll be interesting. As for my navy blue yarn, I dug through my vintage knitting pattern stash because I was sure I had some slightly heavier patterns, and I did, but they're all mostly 80s. So I pulled out this one because I didn't think it wasn't too much, let's put it that way. I've got a lot of very fun, eccentric 80s patterns, which are great, and maybe I'll make one day, but they're not right for this. So I pulled out this one, which is Sardar. Yeah. And I thought, this is right, it's okay. I don't know whether I love it, but then I think it might be the styling. I think she looks like Princess Diana, Sloane. Anyway, I've given this one a go, and I've started it with the navy blue yarn, and I've done my first pattern repeat, and this was sort of, I mean, this is the thing, you can't see it at all, can you? This was sort of an extended swatch, so I started with a front and was like, well, I'll do a pattern repeat because it's a big pattern repeat, and make sure I'm definitely getting the right gauge, and also see whether I like it or not. But like with navy blue yarn, you just don't see the stitch detail at all. So I mean, I struggle to get the camera to pick it up even. You can just about see that there's a cable there, and that's not really even the camera's fault. I can't really see that it's there anyway. So I don't know whether I want to carry on with this, because what's the point of knitting all those cables and all that texture if nobody's going to see it? So would I be better off making like just a plain stockinette cardigan, in which case should I do something more simple, one piece in the round, pick up the sleeves and knit them from the top down, you know? Because the other thing about this, which I hadn't realised, was there's no armhole shaping. The fronts are just a rectangle with a bit of shaping for the neckline. And that's what's creating that very 80s. All the lights have just switched on because they're done on sensor. Maybe that might help you see this. Ever so slightly. But yeah, if I'm going to be making a really bog standard rectangular cardigan with dropped sleeves, I don't think I want it to be this one. I wouldn't mind it in this yarn. So maybe I sort of follow the stitch counts and don't do the pattern and just make a really easy bog standard cardigan. I don't know. I feel like maybe I should... I'll look again and see if anything jumps out at me. Maybe because I'm not bothered about making something wearable from this yarn. I don't really want a navy blue Aran cardigan. Maybe I look for something on Ravelry that's more about an interesting project for me. So some construction technique I don't normally do, or a new pattern designer or something like that, and see if I can make this. Because it is nice quality yarn. It is nice and soft and squishy. I just don't think I'd wear anything from it. It's kind of round and springy, which is probably why it's not very good for texture. I don't know, because now I'm looking at it, it looks quite rich as a result of all those cables and stuff, but I'd have to block it quite aggressively to get it to be the right gauge anyway. So do I want to carry on with this? I don't know. Let's leave it on hold for now and work on this one instead. You'll have to excuse the noise of the laptop fan, which sounds like an aircraft taking off. Thinking about this pattern and whether I want to carry on with it in my navy blue. This was the yarn, by the way. It's discontinued now, but lovely quality, and the internet says it's merino. It just says wool. Anyway, so I've put into Ravelry all my criteria. The yardage requirements, the yarn weight, language, knitting, colours used, typically 1, age, size, fit, I've just put adult. And something has struck me, which I'd never really... I suppose I'd sort of noticed it, but I'd never joined the dots up in the way that looking at this pattern has made me realise, because... I've sorted by most popular. Now, the first few options are very bog standard. They're all Florence Miller, Amy Christophers, and Petite Knit. Those are 3 designers in the first 5, 6 search results. So there's obviously a trend at the moment, right? Lots of them. I mean, so step-by-step cardigan, that must be a pattern design for beginners, which is probably why it's most popular. But we've got here consistently some things I have observed. So yarn held double with a strand of mohair, dropped shoulders, positive ease, a cropped length, lots of little vests, to use the Americanism, whether that's a sort of sleeveless cardigan, kind of slip over with a polo neck, or more like a waistcoat. We have some texture. There's a couple of Aran-y cable things. There's a couple of outliers here as well. All those things that I've just described could describe 1980s knitwear. And I was incredibly struck when I was looking at alternatives to this by this pattern called the Esther jacket from Petite Knits, because I don't know if you can see, this sort of diamond motif between the cables. Ignore the cables, but between the cables there's this sort of diamond motif made with pearl stitches, almost identical to this Esther jacket. And from what I can see, it's quite carefully concealed in the product photos, but we've got seemingly no body shaping and a dropped shoulder, just like this one. Yeah, no body shaping. Obviously, I can't buy the patterns, so I can't see exactly how this works. The length is longer in the torso for this Esther jacket than for this one. I'll give you that. But when did the 80s come back into fashion? And why has nobody, when we talk about sort of vintage and retro revivals, why is nobody using the 80s association as a marketing point? Is that because we have such negative connotations of things that are 80s? But there's no denying it. There's no denying the connection. The 80s are back in fashion, not just in knitwear, but in other aspects of popular culture and popular fashion too. And yet nobody is, in this era of like hyper searchable SEO engagement terms, hashtagable things, nobody is focusing on the 1980s aspect of this. And as a fashion historian, I find that fascinating, that we are so prejudiced against the 80s that even the things that we actually liked about the 80s we don't want to associate with. Mohair, drop shoulders, oversized fit, little waistcoats and vests, even like arguably cottagecore, Laura Ashley revival. Just something to think about there. So, on that note, basically, I think I'm carrying on with this. Largely because, what's the point of me buying? What's the point of me buying a digital pattern that will essentially give me this look if I already have this? Maybe I just need to get a strand of mohair in there and then I'll complete the look. Tick all the boxes. Fascinating. Fascinating. Is the lighting a bit better this way? Can't figure it out. But I have... oh, that was nearly a disaster. I need to get some scissors, really. I have been working on the fronts of this cardigan after my realisation about it being very similar to a petite knit. I've been working on this one. Can you see anything? A little. But I've mostly switched the camera on because I want to... This was a pattern that was like knit until it's this length and then I've got to make the other front to match and make sure that the pattern's the same. So for future reference, I did 4 repeats to the neck. I did then another repeat and I started casting off on the last, second to last row of, oh shit, I can't remember already. Yes, because I had to end with the wrong side facing, and that threw me a little bit because of the way they wrote it in the instructions. So on the last wrong side row, I started casting off, I did a row of pattern, and I cast off the remainder. So there we go. That's what I did for the front. What do you think? Let's hope it stretches, because that looks a bit small. So it's probably not going to be oversized. I just don't think I have the yarn to make it sort of oversized. If it ends up too small for me and I have to give it away, so be it, you know. But I think I like the pattern. I like the stylings of it so far. It's not going to be a massively dropped shoulder there, is it, as well? So that might be nice. Anyway, I'm bored of this. And also, with it being winter and with it going dark so quickly, knitting navy blue yarn, I'll need to get like a light, or a proper light, you know, for crafting, to knit this in the evenings. So I think I want to go back to this project. I've got both my fronts finished now. Ta-da! Did I show you this? I can't remember. Really pleased with how this is looking. I need to start on the sleeves. So I've been putting that off because I've got to start with the rib. And I don't like ribbing in this very fine 2-ply lamb's wool. And it's a long rib. So, like you often get on vintage knits. So I've been putting that off, but I think I want to start on those sleeves because I've still got this project in mind and I'm still in the flow of it. What I don't know whether I'm going to do is try and knit the sleeves 2 at a time, because I usually like to knit my sleeves 2 at a time. However, what I found with the fronts was that because of the stripes, that made it quite complicated, and the sleeves are going to end up wider than the fronts after all the increases. Do I want to be knitting them 2 at a time? Or should I, like, what I might do actually is work on one sleeve and then come back to this project and knit the other front and then knit the other sleeve and then try and finish the neckband for that, and then we'll have like
a good start on this cardigan and we'll have finished that cardigan. So that's where I'm up to with stash busting. I still haven't sewn the buttons on my Aran cardigan for Woody, or just the Aran cardigan now, I suppose, because I need to go and get some more buttons, but I'm just not well enough to drive at the moment. So I could order some online, but I know I've got some in my stash. Because I think that will probably be the end of this video, is I'll film the reveal, if you like, of the Aran cardigan. I'll model the Aran cardigan for you. So I'm just kind of like having to come up with more to say until I put those buttons on. I suppose it makes the video a bit longer and maybe a bit more interesting. But yes, 107 is the total currently. I've got lots of projects in mind and on the go and things, so I feel like I'm in a really good place with my knitting at the moment. Hopefully, I'll be able to get these buttons on. I'm having a bit of a dilemma when it comes to the buttons for Woody's cardigan. Not Woody's cardigan anymore, my cardigan. The 1960s Aran cardigan. Because I want to use sort of traditional leather buttons, and I've got them, I picked them up in a charity shop. I've got a clip from one of my shorts here about that. But they're not washable leather buttons for obvious reasons. So I have to come up with a way to kind of rig them so that they're easy to take on and off. I've seen, and actually the people in the comments of that video had some really good suggestions. And so I think what I'm going to do is basically on my big button, put a small button on the back and then push the small button through the knitting of the fabric so that they sort of pop on or off. That's the best solution I have currently. So I have been to get some buttons, so should we give it a try, see what happens? So it finally has the buttons on. Now, as you can see, it's just kind of temporarily rigged. I did go and find some smaller buttons. It took me ages, and I was going through my button stash. Didn't take the cardigan with me, did I? So I'm just there looking through like, oh yeah, those will be fine. And then, actually, they're over here. So these were the ones, these little white shank ones that I went for originally. I also dug out these clear plastic flat ones in case the shank ones didn't work. Both too big, can't get them through the rib of the fabric. So what I've essentially done is, I might change the way I've rigged this long bit. I don't think that's really working, but I've just strung the buttons onto a length of this coordinating yarn, and so they're sort of like weirdly tied on. I believe the Victorians used to do something similar to this. I've seen like historical examples and stuff of ladies' bodices and stuff that, and men's waistcoats that have this kind of wire rigging. So I've kind of recreated that with yarn. Now, as we know, the reality is I'm not really going to wear this cardigan anyway. I just want the buttons on so I can do it up and model it for you. That, sort of tie it in place. That should do it. So I'm hoping to get in the garden and model it, but it's not a very standy up day today. So just in case, let's just tuck that in. It smells very strongly of conditioner. You know how like scents take you back to a memory, a time and place much quicker than any other kind of cue? Well, at least they do for me. Yeah, this particular conditioner can pinpoint the show I was in, you know? If I put you over there and I sit more in this chair, how does that look? I was hoping I could get a collar and a tie to recreate the man on the cover who's wearing it. Oh dear. My system is not really working with the buttons, is it? Sort of, there. I think it's just the spread when we sit down. It is a shame. I do really like it, and it's made me think that I do want to knit another Aran style cardigan.
After the controversy on that Tom Daly knitting show, I'm a bit nervous about using incorrect terms. So, Aaron style cardigan. I deliberately wore like my most 70s outfit to kind of go with it. What do you think? Should we try and do some walking in the garden? It is a little bit Elizabeth II at Balmoral, isn't it? I mean, don't get me wrong, style icon in her own right.